Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel, and a YouTube channel that rarely, really never actually talks with famous people. But I didn't intend to trick you, kind viewer, with the name of the channel. It wasn't intended as a trick. It just turned out to be a trick. I'm talking quietly because both Cameron is asleep upstairs, and Rachel seemed like she was actually asleep in the bedroom with me when I got up, but she was kind of half asleep maybe. Hi, G. Hallelujah. What a strange word, huh? Hallelujah. It's like, why is such a challenging word to say? I don't want to pet you, kitty. I don't really want you up there right now. Can you get down, please? Thank you. Can you get down, please? Thank you. Hi, Winston's mom. It is a special time, yeah. I I went to bed several times this past night, and slept like a few hours in total. But you have a question about a comment I left on the live stream. Okay. I'm literally sitting in the spot my pick is. Oh. It said asked you a riddle. I don't think you saw it, so I left the riddle in the comments. Was it about I didn't remove it. Oh yeah, the peach and the pear. It's not a riddle. I mean, if it is a riddle, it's a dumbass riddle, isn't it? No, I'm not a big fan of like enigmatic stuff. Just if I don't know, I'm not a big fan of solving puzzles. There's a big difference between like solving puzzles and explaining things. Yeah, I didn't know what to make of that riddle. He he said in the live stream the riddle to me, and I didn't know what to make of it then either. I don't care to think about it, frankly. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the live chat on the big screen here. Tets is one of those people. I mean, I have no idea what the answer could be. Tets reminds me a little bit of Jeff Shaw. The thing is, you can't do what I do by being a knower, first of all. This isn't a knowing thing, right? It's a determining thing that I do. And no matter how good your intuition is or your knowing is, you can't do a better job of determining with your knowledge than I can do of determining with my determination. And I see with Rachel all the time the challenges that go along with being an I Dom, where she wants to know things in a certain way, some of which can simply not. She wants to know based on some external objectivity that we're good and we're meant to be together and stuff, and you can only determine those things by the particular subjectivities that we can look to and evaluate the health and success of our relationship. What time is it where Winston's mom is? It's probably 6:30 or 5:30. One of the two. Maybe 6:30. Peaks in the pear thing. I have no idea. You know, that's coming in and saying, um, I don't see ISTJ for Cameron. Well, that's, I mean, that's not how you make a determination about somebody's type. It's just by what you intuit, you know, based on your wrong notions of the limitations of certain types that aren't really that limited. Like, yeah, Cameron's a smart guy, artistically inclined, etc. He's still an ISTJ. Mrs. Mom, sometimes I don't think you sleep at all. I think you're just awake 24 hours a day. I feel pretty good though, having gotten a little sleep last night. 1 inch of rain on Tuesday. Today is Sunday. That's a lot of rain. A full inch. That's the equivalent of a foot of snow. It's probably not going to snow though. It is cold, but not that cold. Yeah, Rachel gets pretty regular sleep, but only because she takes a bunch of pills to make her sleep. I mean, Cameron's definitely an SI Dom, and he's definitely an ISTJ. But you know, I understand that my ardent proclamations about correctness and stuff are gonna rub some people very much the wrong way, and they're gonna be determined to take me down a notch because I'm too big for my britches. That's okay. It's just, it's like I wish I could communicate more effectively, I guess, and just convey to them this, you know, it's too late to even try to begin competing with me about this stuff. It's like I've been working on it for years. Some person comes in with their holistic notions and their intuition and is frustrated by my rigor because it seems to be excluding them from the process of understanding things. Well, I'm not sure Tuts really has a strong opinion about actually what Cam's type is. I think he's mostly interested in negating what I've concluded about things at the moment. That may change as he moves away in time from whatever it was that I said that pissed him off. I don't know. Sure, I told him he was wrong about something. He seems like a fun guy. I like him fine. It's just we all get our egos, I guess, caught up in things somewhat, but I'd like to think I really don't. Jeff Shaw it was ridiculous how it didn't matter what I said or what I touched somebody or what my explanation was. I was always wrong for vague, enigmatic reasons. You're almost getting it, Eric, but not quite. Jeff was always taking shots at me. He'd get drunk and feel mad at me and come on here and try to talk shit, leave comments on every typing session about how I had done it wrong without clarifying what doing it right would look like. He was interesting enough, Shosha, but when I got sick of him just undermining my credibility in the comments all the time, just enigmatic bullshit. What happened was at some point I realized a lot of people actually are convinced by that enigmatic bullshit. So that's when I started just deleting his comments, and he went from trying to maintain an air of superior evaluation of me to just being frantically outraged. And then I had to ban him. You know, I'm not trying to get into a pissing match with anybody. It's just, you know, we have different expectations, right? I expect to be explaining stuff. They expect to be engaged in mutual ideation or something. It doesn't need to be done, and is only going to muddy stuff that's finally been clarified, you know. That's how daily horoscopes work. Broad general descriptions of people remember the hits. Yeah, well, you know, as you and I both know, Winston's mom, I'd prefer cognitive functions be afforded the legitimacy it deserves when explicated with rigor. But whatever, you know, not really any skin off my back. I get to have all the access to the information that's useful because it's correct. I had one of your live streams running while I was sleeping, and I woke up to you saying, I want to explain things, not have discussions. Right. Because whatever it is that people want to discuss, I already know what all the argumentational outcomes are. Hi, Argala Sinacori87. You're kind of just getting up almost 7 a.m. It's 3:38 here in California. I gave up trying to sleep. Got up around 3. Took my morning Adderalls. So that's at that point I've just said, see you later. Last night sleeping. It's today now. But of course, people want to have discussions because, you know, everybody's got some amount of some kind of intuition, and they feel as though armchair philosophy it's just equally vapid no matter who does it or something. You'll probably get some rain on Monday, and most likely rain on Tuesday. It's true, which means I need to finish the mortar in the bottom pond today. Got a chance to dry. Mexico. Spain. I don't know what those things mean, gee. But I do know this. Once, a long time ago, a boy was born, and that boy was me. Slowly, very slowly, ever so slowly, that boy grew into a bigger boy, and finally into a toddler, and that's where I am now. Well, I'm not in Los Angeles, gee. In fact, it's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. There's a decent chance the weather's not going to be that here in Mariposa. It'd have to be quite a long cloud. Is life peacefully? Life's quite peaceful. Oh yeah? What's the answer to it, Winston's mom? Life's quite peaceful. Um, we all have our stresses. Okay, that's fine with me. Well, I guess I could Google it too. But I don't really care what the answer is. If it's some kind of like, oh, what a tricky answer, then those things don't interest me. I think of riddles as being like the Socratic method, the worst possible way to teach anything. It's like, don't try to get me to intuit what you have to teach me. Just tell me. I don't need to have the extra work and pointlessness of me groping around trying to figure it out what you're trying to get at with your questions. Okay. What do you get when you have a peach that's a pear, but it's actually a bear on a beach? A peach pear bear beach? Exactly. Didn't think I would like your channel, but I've been loving you and Rachel do your live stream. Well, thanks, Argolis son of Corey, 87. If you were born in 87, you're 2 years younger than Rachel. She was born in 85. Um, Certainly, live streaming is a substantial thing in my life. I need it for my just general mental well being to get on the internet and talk to people and just yammer about stuff that I'm thinking about or draw pictures or whatever. It's it's such a deeply integrated part of my life, this channel and live streaming and YouTubing in general. But although for a while now, the only real YouTubing I've been doing has been live streaming. I haven't been uploading much videos wise or shorts even. What I want to do is get a picture, especially times in special ed. You know, Putty Cat, each of us is retarded in our own special way. For some, their retardation is shyness. For others, my spirit animal, the Canada for me, is fantastic. International Battle Chicken. Yeah, International Battle Chicken was pretty fantastic. Cameron's a good drawer. I'm not as good a drawer, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. Okay, so I got a piece of paper here. I'm going to draw some kind of a picture. Let me get pens. Putty Cat, would you like me to draw you your spirit animal? I will. Okay, fine. I'll draw you your spirit animal. Okay. I can tell you right off the bat, you're looking at a quadruped of some kind. So that's good. You got 4 feet to work with. Everybody loves being a quadruped. Okay, your spirit animal is really coming together. It's a rare species, of course. A lot of spirit animals tend to end up being very rare species. This one is actually from the Falkland Islands. It's called a Falklands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl Horse. A Falkland Islands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl Horse. Falkland Islands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl Horse. That's your spirit animal. I think you're going to see just how beautiful it is in a second. How beautiful is it? Very beautiful. As beautiful as the Rose Queen on January 1st in the Tournament of Roses parade. Now, obviously, the Falkland Islands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl is known far and wide for its gills. It's actually where it stores its venom. One of the few venomous horses in the world. The Falkland Islands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl Horse has a single protruding spike from its lower jaw with which it can inject venom, and frequently does. Okay. Now we're going to switch to this one. And oh, what beautiful colorings too. You've got lovely markings, pretty cat. Lovely plumage. Normally horses don't have a lot of plumage, but Falkland Islands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl Horse is an exception. I like it that you've got kind of this lovely spotted face as well. Really gives your equine nature an interesting, I guess, carriage. And one of the cool things about the Falkland Islands long-bellied jowl horse is that it has two ears. Okay, and this is, of course, Pretty Cat's spirit animal. Spirit animal. The Falkland Islands Pygmy Long-Bellied Jowl Horse. This is the spike where the venom comes out. This is the jowls where it stores its venom sacs. You're going to sleep more, Blockfur? Good for you. I've been telling you that for years. You need to get a lot more sleep. Unlike me, who get plenty of sleep all the time. All right. Well, Can you feel that the spirit of this animal inside of you, Putty Cat? You sleep alone? Oh, you don't have to worry about somebody else rolling over or snoring or anything. Congratulations. I don't know if you guys saw this picture or not that Cameron drew. It's quite amazing. I was playing the recorder yesterday and Cameron busted out this gem. Can you guess who it is? It's me playing the recorder. Can you guess who this is? It's Charlene. Isn't she lovely? I drew this one. I'm not a very good drawer, but Cameron just busted this out in just like a couple of minutes without playing the recorder. I was like, wow, bro. You're good at drawing. Unlike somebody I know. But I am good at channeling your spirit guides. I'm really good at that. It's not a jackal. Cameron drew that. Drugs do rule, Jonathan Earl. A truer statement has never been spoken. I think we can all agree on that. Has a truer statement ever been spoken? No. Drugs do rule. Sobriety drools. I mean, sober from alcohol is good, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you feel extra spiritual, Putty Cat? That's your inner Falkland Islands pygmy long-bellied jowl horse trying to get out. Crystal meth for the win. I agree, but we don't have any of that, so we'll have to just make do with diet meth, aka Adderall. That's what they should call it, diet meth. Yeah, that was not one of mine. You see an excellent picture. It's done by somebody. It looks like it's done by somebody who knows what they're doing. I did not draw it. Huey Lewis on the news said, I want a new drug. But they were lying because the new drug that they wanted was just love, which isn't even a drug, and it's not new. They are practically a currency. They're the reason why Monero is such a valuable coin. Because you can buy drugs on the dark web with it. Meth zero. Yeah, that's one of the great things about meth is that it doesn't have any calories. No fat, no gluten. It's vegan and cruelty free. Everything you want in a product. It's almost as good as Spreem. The all vegan, cruelty free sperm whale oil substitute. Meth is a fiat currency? No, meth is a commodity. Hey Susie, how's it going? Nice to see you. I hear you're living large in Norway. Going down to the fjord, coming back from the fjord, enjoying some strudel. Oh, Eric, says Susie, strudel's not Norwegian. It's Norwegian enough. You guys love strudel and Vyvanse. Strudel and Vyvanse sounds like a good combination. You know, they were talking about C5. What is C5? Never heard of it before. Crazy, crazy shit, huh? What does it do to you? When do you typically get your first snow in Mariposa County? We could get it any time now, really. I mean, like, we're not going to get it today, but It's got to be in the 40s right now. It says temps to drop. It's cold outside. I have to put on a sweatshirt and a jacket. I can still wear shorts, but okay. So the low today is 44. The low on Monday is 39. The low on Tuesday is 34, and we're getting rain on Tuesday. So we might get snow on Tuesday. Usually, um, when it's like that, it says like 34 and rain. It actually is snow where we are. That's how it's been historically. But they tend to err on the side of rain. A struggle from Trader Joe's? What's a struggle from? Oh, you mean a strudel? You're not talking about a struggle. You go to Trader Joe's and they hide whatever it is you're trying to buy from you. It's a struggle at Trader Joe's. I just want the fresh squeezed grapefruit juice. Sorry, you're gonna have to look a little harder. Getting warmer. I don't want to play this game. Well, this is your struggle from Trader Joe's today. Jonathan Earl says, don't forget everyone, a simple double tap of the screen will give Eric the thumbs up he deserves. What a nice thing to say, Jonathan Earl. You struggle for strudel? I can't eat strudel really anymore. I think C5 is the drug. It's not. That's not what Jonathan Earl is not talking about. A dynamic, conscious, innovative rapper and songwriter from Oakland. He's talking about some drug that catapults you into the fifth dimension. The apples are revolting. C5, Cleesus, Locafella. 518,000 subs, huh? Thank you, Putty Cat. Yeah. You know, we could have won that game by more, too. We had a couple of turnovers, one of which was totally forced by Michigan. That was a huge hit on Lake McCree when it forced a fumble in the first half. But the second that interception that Mayava shit threw was terrible. C5 is a new drug from some Asian contract. Can't remember right now. It looks like paper almost, like paper acetabs from back in the day. When you smoke it, it's like as strong as all of the weed you've ever hit in your entire life all at one time. Really? Is it made out of weed, or is it some different drug entirely? I'm assuming that people still do blotter paper, but you could do it other ways. I'm talking to my neighbor who's saying he did liquid, like a drop of liquid. I guess he tripped balls for like 24 hours or something. But that's the scary thing about acid. Oh, I'm just gonna do one drop of this. You could have you could have a milligram, 1,000 mics, and then you're just gonna be probably not loving it. It's probably gonna be not quite a trip to McDonald's, because in McDonald's you are loving it. I like how you used the Big Ten's spelling conceit of B1G. Low confidence frog. I get nervous at nighttime. It's scary. Well, when you're feeling nervous, low confidence frog, I want you to go step outside, take a deep breath like this, and say, Autumn, take me away. Okay? Go outside, breathe in the autumn air, look at the beautiful foliage, and be confident that you're the frog you want to be, the best frog of all. The only frog in the world. Yeah, well, that's not it either, Winston. Claritin is not that fun. It's just It's not fun at all, frankly. I'm not sure it even does anything to you. Supposedly it makes you clear. What am I, opaque? Yes, I'm opaque. I'm meant to be opaque. If I wanted you to see through me, I'd take a lot more showers. So, 4 in the morning now. Yeah, that's not what Jonathan Earl's talking about. He's talking about a party drug of some kind, fun drug. The media had been saying the USC was not physical enough for the Big Ten. Yesterday, the USC proved differently. Well, certainly last year, SC didn't have a good record. But the fact is, last year, the only team that really beat us soundly was Michigan. Jonathan Earl says, while a specific drug named C5 does not exist, several new drugs that target the C5 protein in the body have been developed by pharmaceutical companies and research institutions. These drugs often This guy's got a voice for radio, I tell you. Well, thanks. And a face for radio as well. Drugs, often called C5 inhibitors, come from advanced biotech and pharmaceutical research conducted by companies and academic institutions worldwide, including the US, Europe, Japan. I could be something big, such as the Statue of Liberty. That's big. Japan and China. Well, I'm beginning to think my C5 needs to be inhibited. Does it get you high to inhibit it? From Reddit Pharmacy, there are a few of these drugs, and one of them was something called terpene hydrate with codeine. Huh. Well, I don't want to bodybuild at all. My muscles are already too big. I just intimidate everybody I come across. I say, my God, your muscles, Eric. You must be able to punch through a concrete wall. I say, true. Acacia, good morning. What a pleasure it is to see you here this morning. And welcome. I'm host Eric, if you've forgotten my name. And this is Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. I'm already too big for my britches this morning. I thought I had shrunk myself and enlarged my britches yesterday, but I guess I didn't do it enough. Freon with straight fuck you up, especially when you get it right from the tap. Freon? Like the refrigerant? You shouldn't huff Freon, I don't think. That seems like a bad idea. Well, the point is, the issue at hand is not the fanciness or plainness of my britches. It's that my britches are too small. I am too big for them. Take the uniform off, soldier. Relax a little. This uniform? This is my sweatshirt. It's an athletic sweatshirt. Because Rachel and I are athletics fans. Isn't it a cool sweatshirt with this shoe on it? And it's very soft and warm and comfortable. So I'm enjoying wearing it. But yeah, a lot of people do think I'm too big for my britches. And so they say, I'm going to take you down a notch, mister. You need to be put in your place, Eric. I explained to them, I'm already in my place. Just sitting here, 4 in the morning, talking about my sweatshirt. Why do I need to be put in a different place than that? I need to buy some socks like that. These are like, these have the stirrup to go underneath it for playing baseball. I feel strange with stirrup sock. Why do I have a stirrup sock? I find myself asking throughout the day. Am I concerned that, I don't even know why have a stirrup sock? What's the stirrup for? What does it do, even? Structurally, I mean. Does it prevent this part of the sock from bunching up or something? Oh, bath salts. Oh, I want some bath salts. Oh, where can I get the bath salts? The stirrups keep the socks from falling down, so they're like sock suspenders. You know, I can just go with elastic. I don't think I need sock suspenders. I think the elastic holds up my sock just fine. I'm going to demonstrate to you right now. Look at this. See, it's not falling. Even though gravity should be pulling it down. Thanks to the elastic, it's not falling down. I think even baseball players have access to elastic. And the thing about regular suspenders, I'm talking about for your pants now, not for your socks, is they don't really work very well. They tend to come unclipped. Belts end up being preferable, even though belts don't work very well either. Belts work, I'd say, 30%. Switch off the fan winter season. Oh, I mean, I like to circulate the air. We have the heater on because we have it set to like 67. It's 47 outside right now. Stimulant effect that is similar to cocaine or methamphetamine. The effects are highly unpredictable and dangerous. I doubt it. They say unpredictable, but probably it's quite predictable. Eric, who do you think will win each LCS and make it to the World Series? Tiger game was epic, but the outcome was disappointing. I mean, I have to admit, Putty Cat, by the end of the game, I was rooting for Seattle because they were the home team, basically. Um, that was an amazing game, though. We watched the whole thing. It was fantastic. Uh, so, who do I think is going to make it out of the league championship series? Well, I think the Dodgers are going to beat the Brewers. And I think the Blue Jays are going to beat the Mariners. And then I think the Blue Jays are going to beat the Dodgers in the World Series. I think the Blue Jays are going to take it. What do you think about that? Kind of a crazy prediction, huh? The Blue Jays. I could turn this off. It bothers you. Wait, is that the right one? Oops. So, okay, the problem with this picture here, I've been trying to, I mean, I haven't been trying to, but I tried to already and it failed. I want to replace the lights in this part up here, but I cannot figure out how to get in there. I could get a step stool and see if I can look and figure it out again. I've looked at it before, but maybe this time we'll see something different. Get the poop stool, which despite its name does not have any poop on it. We're going to look up here and we're going to see what we see. Well, I have no idea how. Well, there's screws here. This might, yeah, this is what does it right here. Right here. Right here. There's 4 of them. See, the thing is, of course, you have to have a teeny screwdriver because how are you going to fit it into here? You know? So, I guess what I could do is I could get a drive bit and then turn it with pliers so it's as short as possible. It's a terrible design. It's a terrible ceiling fan across the board. It's just a terrible fixture. I don't know why those fucking idiots put it in there. Okay. A drive bit. So I'm going to try to get this drive bit, and then to make it go sideways, I would use, where's the little one here? I'll use the little vice grip. If you don't have a small ratcheting driver, then you can find the smallest tiny wrench you have and use that so you don't strip anything out. And tinker real quick. Yeah, well, so, it's like, I certainly can just sit and chat and definitely blather on with my sort of thoughts, but I also like to periodically do little chores and stuff. Okay, so we're going to put this in here. I'll show you when it's done. Like this. Now, I'm going to put you on top of this table so you can see better what's going on. And what's going on is all the excitement you've ever dreamed of, plus more. Okay. I can't even tell if it's in there. What kind of, is it a flathead? I can't even see it. Maybe I need a mirror or something. Is that a flathead? I think it is a flathead. Why would they put flathead screws in this? That's just crazy. Fine. It's a flathead. Chores and doors, chores and mores. You could just take the ceiling fan from the ceiling and work on it in a more easy place. Sideways torque. Don't talk about my torque like that, okay? It's very personal for me. My torque is directionally curious. Sometimes it goes sideways, sometimes up and down. Alright, so we'll get the flathead drive bit. I'll put that in here instead. Take this one out, put it over here, get this one, drop it, lose it somehow. Definitely want to lose it. Even though it just dropped right there, it's lost forever. There it is. Okay, now we're going to put this in here. Alright, let's try it again. What are you up to, man? What's your beef with that ceiling fan? The top light fixture, the light bulbs are burned out in it, but I can't open it up to put the new light bulbs in. So, I'd like to have access to that top light, which adds nice quality of light to the room. But I don't because it's like impossible to get into. Stupid ceiling fan. I hate the ceiling fan. I hate all the ceiling fans in the house except for the one in the foyer. Okay. Let's see. Can I unscrew this? Ah, yes I can. But it's going to be a bit laborious. God damn it. What a fucking pain in the ass. I have no idea. I just give up right now. I'm already giving up. I wish I could just take this off somehow. God, what a terrible design. How are you supposed to. Ratcheting driver? Come on. Who's got that? Who has a ratcheting screwdriver with a low profile like that? Nobody has that tool. Dude, it's impossible. It's like, maybe if I try to just unscrew with my fingers the whole way. The thing is, this is not the first time this thing has thwarted me. It's a big challenge. A bigger challenge than winning World War II was, even. And apparently that was quite a big challenge. Wait a second. Oh my god, I got one of the screws up. You were right, okay? Hey, let me tell you a little confidence. High confidence in me makes the difference because I got this screw out. Now I have confidence I can get the other ones out. I didn't even have to stand on the stool. Advantage of being tall, I guess. I just use this with my fingers. Okay, turn that way. Oh yeah. Come on, baby. Get out of there. Yep. You're coming. Yes, you are. You're coming out like spring from the package. Spring, of course, is the world's first vegan, cruelty-free sperm oil substitute. Okay, I'm missing a screw. I put the screws in my pocket so I don't lose them. Where's the other one? Oh wait, no, I have the other one in my other pocket. I got. I found both. All right, now I got two more screws to get. This one, the one I started with that gave me a little trouble. Turn, motherfucker. Get in there. Where's the line? There. Okay. Come on. Come on, little guy. You can do it. Ah, that's 3 of them. Only one more to go. All right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're coming out, motherfucker. You sure are. Look at you go. You were coming out. Low confidence frog was right all along. Should have listened to him from the outset. I still can't get this thing off. How do I get it all the way off? I mean, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I can see the little light bulbs in there. I don't know if I could do it with it like that or not. Let's see. I can maybe unscrew it. I don't know if I could screw a new one in like this. Maybe though. Oops. Alright, so this is the size light bulb it has. These are little bitty light bulbs. It has 4 of them. All of them are blown out. Come on, get out of there. Number 2. Okay. I have to move over to the other side. I'm gonna go see if I have replacements for these little bitty bulbs. I think I did, actually. Number 3. And number 4. Alright, let's go look for replacement bulbs. Yeah, straight out of Compton. I got it bad because I'm brown. And, you know, how police are afraid of me just because I'm from the CPT. Alright, so this is the size bulb we're looking for. These are too big. I don't think I have anything this small, really. These are really small. Oh, there they are. Look. Right there, a whole 4-pack of them. Okay. These old bulbs go in the trash. Let's try to put the new ones into the light bulb picture. I wonder if you know Molly and Aaron. Oh yeah, I know them. Molly's such a bitch, but Aaron just keeps putting up with it. So the question is, will I be able to screw these in with the same kind of aplomb that I was able to screw them out with? Let's find out. Let's find out. This feels like it's gonna break. Maybe not. did it. I got one screwed in. Okay. Now let's try the next one over here. You want to talk about a poor design. I mean, this is what you have to do to change the light bulbs? This is ridiculous. Okay, that's two. Careful, Trouble. I almost stepped on you. Okay. Weird how three of the bulbs in that have this little, like, bumpiness to them. One of them is just plain. Am I trying to get electrocuted? No, I have that fixture off currently. That fixture's not turned on. I'm trying to change light bulbs, that's all. This has been like in the works for months. I've been trying to figure out how I was going to do this. Use a torch. That would cause a fire. Adventures of Temtem. I'm not going to use a torch. I'm going to get some pine resin and attach it to the end of a stick and light it on fire. No. That's unwise. I'm trying to make wise choices here. Get in there, motherfucker. Get in there. Ah. Get in there and just go. Ah. Okay. Last one's a bitch. I'll move over to this side. Okay. Yeah, I know. I was just joking. The Adventure of 1010. I know that you were talking British English. This is America. America is called flashlight. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. My precious. It's finally done. Bang! It works too. Now I just have to put the screws back. What a horrible, horrible design. It's like the most horribly designed ceiling fan in the history of the world. Did I get it? Good. Get my little driver bit. Throw that in a bit. They're flathead screws too. Are you serious? Are you serious? You cannot be serious. Oh yes, we're serious. This is how we've designed this horrible ceiling fan. But I just said you cannot be serious. Oh, well, we are. We thought this was a good idea. We're the ceiling fan company. Horrible, miserable light changing jobs for people across the world. fuck me in the ass and call me Tuesday. Get out of there. Okay. So this hole here. Oh my god. Just go in, motherfucker. I'm gonna try the other side or something. Is that even in there? Not even in there. Oh, this is broken off. Wonderful. Well, that explains why I'm having trouble lining this up. That thing broke off now. Fantastic. Just what I need. I've broken one of those things. Alright, this isn't even working. Just freaking do this part later. I just don't even want to fuck with it right now. I want just. Oh my god, I can't believe this thing broke off. And I'm only gonna have 3 things to attach it to. You dirty rat. Why are you being such a dirty rat? These things are old. God damn it. What is this even? You gotta slide that back like this? Where's the hole? Oh, for fuck's sake, you've got to be kidding me. This cannot possibly be this complicated. You know what? Fuck you, lamp, and the horse you rode in. I don't want to reattach that thing anyway. I'll reattach it later. I have solving problems? Yeah, well, I do have solving problems. I have trouble solving this problem. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was this. Obviously, this has to be attached, or else the fan can't even go around. So, I don't even know what to do with that thing. I just want to say, go to hell, you. No, no, no. This one. Yeah, I know low confidence frog. My confidence was low, then you made it high, but now it's low again. I don't think it's your fault entirely, though, okay? Betty Botter bought some butter, but she said this butter's bitter. Better, bitter, butter offered up her brother. Then Better's betting butts on John Ritter. You bet I could get those screws back in there? Yeah, I got it in this one on the side, and then the thing broke off from the inside of this. So that was only 3 things that I could even possibly be attached to. Each of it seems to have some sort of weird sliding mechanism on it. It's like, seriously though, who the fuck designed this thing? It's like the most nightmarishly bad design in the history of the world. Nantucket bucket eggs. There's no of acacia. It's just Nantucket bucket eggs. The product is bucket eggs. And the variety of bucket eggs is Nantucket. If you need to see the product, I can show it to you again. I guess I'm just going to put these 3 screws over here in this little jar with these seeds. I'll put the dry bit and the vice grips back where they go. Jonathan Earl, I don't want LED bulbs. I wish I could replace all the LED bulbs in the house with regular light bulbs. I don't like LED. I want the fire hazard, okay? I want to be able to burn myself when I try to change the light bulb without waiting for it to cool down. I burned my hand really bad when I was a little kid on a light bulb. So it's kind of like part of my personal history, you know? You'll be Frank. Frank's a lovely cat. Well, then, that's a good cat to be. I've got 2 cats here of my own. One of them is a wonderful kitty. The other one is a complete sociopathic dick. But we try to love them both the same anyway. Alright, well, I did change the light bulbs. Now I just have a new problem. You know what I could do, though? Instead of fixing it properly, I could duct tape it. How about that? That sounds like a great idea. I bet I could just like take this thing and come off in halves, and I could just take it down. I don't even want it there. Oh. I wanted to call the person who designed this fucking fan by Hampton Bay. I want to call Hampton Bay right now and say, "Dear Hampton Bay, are you on the other end of the phone?" "Yes, hi. My name's Eric, and I am very sad to say that I have one of your horrible ceiling fans in my living room. And I just want to tell you what a shitty fan it is, and what a horrible light fixture, and how much I wish we did not have it and we just had a regular light in here." This cat's sort of awake. This cat, not so much. This is the good kitty. She's sweet as apple pie. Yes, you are. Oh, yes. You're a very good kitty. Look at Daddy Capillo. Look at the camera. Look over here. Oh, yes. But look at me. But look, though. She's really not cooperating at all. Trevor will cooperate a little bit because he wants to control me because he's dark triad. We don't know if he's narcissist, antisocial, what, but after Nantucket bucket eggs, people like to play sports. Really? They like to play swim with the porpoises. Porpoises love eating eggs. If you want to attract porpoises to your boat, just bring some chickens and have them lay eggs over the side of your boat, and the porpoises will soon gather all around. That's how I made love to my first porpoise. You want more food? Who doesn't like it when his plate gets too empty looking? Yes, he's a kitty. He's an eater. He's a lover. He's a fighter. He's a winner. He's also a terrible, terrible cat. He has AIDS. He's a bully to his sister. He tries to make us watch him eat all the time. He sheds more than any 10 other cats combined. The numbers 2 through 10 shedding in the world, 2 through 11, all combined don't shed as much as this one cat does. It doesn't matter what time of year or anything. If he doesn't like what you're doing, he will threaten violence and sometimes be violent and scratch you and stuff. But he hasn't scratched me in a long time, but he'll swipe at me sometimes. He's like, "You come to me too much now." I'm like, "Well, fuck you, dude. I don't even want to watch you eat." So if I'm going to watch you eat, I might as well just get a head start in cleaning up the mess you're going to leave everywhere. Namely, your hair. There. What a happy boy. Yes, you are. And a very handsome kitty. You belong in the Mr. Kitty Universe contest. How big is the screw? You might just get away with a chopstick or a couple of toothpicks. Um, it's, regular screw size. I don't know. The thing is, the mechanism that it screws into is weird. It's not just a plain old hole. It's like this weird sliding thing. Maybe I can get the one that's broken down from there. No, I don't want the owner's manual. Why in the world should a light fixture require an owner's manual? If your light fixture requires an owner's manual, you've done a terrible job of designing your light fixture. Hampton Bay. More like Hampton sucks ass. Alright, I'm going to take this piece down. Let me get this one out of here. Okay, so this is the thing that broke off the side. I got this one screwed in. And then it broke off the side. As you see, it's got this little slidey thing that moves around. Like, how fucking stupid is that? Who would design this like this? Alright, fine. I will try to get another one screwed in. Fine. You win. You win the prize of making me do this. Okay. So, yeah. Where is it? Yeah. Alright. Got that guy coming through there. Now, I can't see if it's slid over properly or not. Like, oh my god, seriously? Who would do this way? It's like, what would be funny? Watching somebody try to change these light bulbs. Yeah, it's lined up. Okay, I think I got that one in. Where's the next one? That next one's broken off, so let's do this one. Well, that one's not. Freaking god damn it, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Scoot in there, fucker. Okay. Got two of them in. You'll get my drive bit. I took it all the way back to the garage. Never mind. I'll get that right this second. Oh, look what I got here, though. I can use this. This is convenient. It's not what I thought it was at first, but I can still use it. Alright. So, I'm going to use this to screw this in a bit more. Good. And good. This one. Good. Now we have one more screw that's not broken to screw in. Wow. Thanks to Low Confidence Frog, I'm getting this accomplished. Even though I thought for sure I wasn't going to. Okay. Okay. All right. Look, guys, it did it. Wow. It's a miracle. It's a miracle of modern technology. There. Okay, good. Well, it looks like the winner of the day was Low Confidence Frog. He was right. I was able to do it despite my doubting myself. I have an extra one of these things. Like, what do you do with this stuff? Well, there's a old coffee can in the garage where I put things like this. Thanks for the nice job. I appreciate everyone's moral support here. That was one of the most difficult, most important things I've ever done in my life. I have a question. Why is it okay to Google when I use ChatGPT? I'm not resistant to either of those things. I'm just resistant to the idea that I need a owner's manual to change some fucking light bulbs. It's like, get over yourself, ceiling fan. What Yoda said was a lie. He said, there is no try. There's only do or do not. Oh, that's incorrect. I will try this. We'll see what happens. Stop needing to know the future already, Yoda. You don't know if I can do this, neither do I. I've never tried to lift a spaceship out of a swamp with my brain before. I need a beverage. Let's go with non-alcoholic beer. I think I've had enough coffee for a moment or two. So my question is, Yoda, why are you constantly lying? I thought you were supposed to be one of the good guys. Yoda said that, but he was lying. Because you could definitely try things. Like, if you only do things that you know you can do, then you'll never have more things that you can do. You just have like one thing that you can do, and that's it. You just do it over and over again. So you gotta try things. Is that about Halloween candy? I don't think we're gonna get any trick-or-treaters. We do have some little kids across the street, but last year we didn't get any trick-or-treaters. We'll probably put out a pumpkin. We have some candy in case anybody comes by. Turn on the porch lights, you know. But I have my doubts. about whether we're going to get any traffic. We're not in a good place to get Halloween traffic. We're like at the end of this. There's a circle of streets, right? Pretty much we're as far away from the ends of the street as you can get. We're kind of like at the back of a. It's not really a cul-de-sac, but Somebody called me last week at 3:30 a.m. Is it a message? I don't know. You have to check your messages and find out. Oh, actually, that was me. I was just calling to see if you had any pie. I was just doing a poll. Who has pie? Just calling everybody in the country, one after another. Hello? Hi, is this John Frenchington? Yeah? Do you have any pie? What kind of pie? Cherry, apple, any kind of pie? Key lime? I don't. Maybe a little bit of cheesecake. That's not pie, motherfucker. Good night. Click. Cheesecake. As if. As if I'd accept that as an answer for what kind of pie you have. It's got the word cake right in it. Right in the name. Cake. All right, well, I'm pleased with this. What am I turning off? Those ones. Now I have just this gentle mood light right there. Don't you feel moody now? I have to have a jack-o'-lantern, and my light needs to be a real candle. I don't believe in putting electric lights inside of pumpkins. Serendipity, I think what it may have been was something quite serendipitous. Namely, it was your great Aunt Maisel calling, asking if you had any pie. What was that? Serendipity? That is really rude. Can you please not do that in the live stream? I thought you were a little more ladylike than that. I guess I was wrong. What am I doing? I'm going outside to smoke cigarettes, right? No, I don't want their pie. I just want to know if they have it. And what kind they have, if they have pie. Some people are like, yeah, I got pie. Pecan pie. It's called pecan pie, bitch. Get it right. Obviously, it was several months worth of continual contentious calls as people resisted my need to know what kind of pie, if any, they had. Got a little pumpkin pie left over. Thank you. Goodbye. Now, was that so hard? No. Okay, then. Goodbye. Where's my jacket? Oh, there it is. Moon pie. I got Marlboro Reds. Menthols are illegal in my state. Okay, Low Confidence Frog. The fine people of California decided that it was important to protect communities of color from targeted advertising by big tobacco. So they made it menthols illegal. Oh yeah, I got a good idea. You know how black people like to smoke menthols? Yeah. Let's make them illegal. Why? Because, we're protecting black people. Isn't that a little patronizing? A little bit racist, maybe? Commies, man, I tell you. I know. Fucking ridiculous nanny state bullshit. And just the somehow weird immunity to not seeing the contradictions. Like, this advertisement's all about being progressive and not racist, but it's like the most racist thing I've ever seen in my life. This is ad campaigns for banning menthols. I mean, you may say it like communities of colors are being targeted by big tobacco. What you really mean is black people can't make this decision very well for themselves. Because, so let's not let them make that decision. Right, exactly, Puttycat. It's ridiculous. Hi, a witness. Let's see what you have to say here. You just walk into the house kind of whispering like a mouse. I am kind of whispering because Cameron and Rachel are both asleep, so I'm not being very loud. Of course, I don't smoke menthol, so it didn't impact me at all, but I couldn't help but feel like, how how can anybody be so hypocritical as to perceive themselves as progressive on race issues while concurrently voting for that? I do not know. No, we're helping them. They need our help. We got a liberal arts education. They still have to live in the ghetto. Yeah, I just fixed the ceiling fan while other people are sleeping. But Cameron's upstairs sleeping in the blue room. Rachel's in the master bedroom over there. So I'm, I'm not that close to where they're sleeping. Yeah, I've been pretty quiet too, so I don't think I bothered them. That's about to change. Time to bust out the drum kit. It's almost 5 a.m. That's when I start playing the drums. UAP time, huh? I was looking up earlier in the middle of the night for aliens, UFOs, whatever. I didn't see anything as usual. Never seen any Sasquatches. Never seen any UAPs. Never see any UWPs, unidentified underwater phenomena. UUWPs. I don't look underwater very often though. Booty Cat is on Shocking Guy too. What's Shocking Guy? No, I did not make a jive turkey. We don't have the ingredients for that. Cameron doesn't drink really either. Neither me, Rachel, nor Cameron really drinks. Although Cameron and Rachel will occasionally have one drink or something. URP in time? How far apart are the stores in Orion from one another? Oh, about 2 inches? I don't know. Far? Bigger than a breadbasket? Oh, 4 light years, huh? Well, that's, what was it? 24 trillion miles? Yeah. If there's no traffic, it's a doable drive, I guess. 24 trillion miles. Why haven't we built a road to the sun yet? Why do we have to go from rockets? Why don't we just build a road from here to outer space? Just make sure it doesn't get too steep, Just to be a slow, long grade. How can we explain that the constellations are still together even in one lifetime? Well, because the lifetime of a star is a lot longer than the lifetime of a person. We do see sometimes um, the night sky change when a supernova explodes or something like that. Why haven't we built a tunnel to China? Because we don't want to go to China. China sucks ass. We do want to go to the sun, though, which is why we need to build a road from here to the sun. You know what I mean? That each star is moving at 500,000 miles an hour through space. Well, I mean, if they're moving at the same speed relative to each other, then you're not going to notice anything, any change. In different directions, I mean, that's not really how galaxies work necessarily. the stars themselves kind of revolve in a spiral around the center of the galaxy. Purportedly, I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't feel any great need to have astrophysics explanations for celestial events because I don't think they're very useful for anything. Because I don't think there's any future in the stars, you know? It's like, we're not going to colonize Mars. That's freaking insane. You can't live on Mars. People are not going to supposed to live on any planet other than this one. It's ridiculous. I think it's fine to go do some, you know, exploratory science. You kind of send something out there to look, but um, the idea that we're going to find any future for humanity in the stars is ridiculous. Uh, I guess. I mean, I don't know enough about astrophysics. If you're saying that, in fact, the constellations don't work like that, or the stars don't work like that, because if they did, the constellations would be changed. Well, in fact, location and various things of constellations has changed over the course of thousands of years. Um, I forget which one it is. The star that used to be the North Star no longer is. What I'm saying is that God keeps them all together for our wonderment, just to wonder about them. Huh? Okay, well, that's fine. Do you think he keeps them together by just periodically nudging them back into line? Give it a little nudge. Get out of here, you red dwarf. You're getting separated from your pals. If I had a fully functional spaceship that could take me safely to the moon and back, I would not go. The Nobel Peace Prize is just a bunch of nonsense. Is correct. We're never going to get out of the Milky Way galaxy. We're not going to functionally ever get out of the solar system. We may send ships out of the solar system, but we're not going to ever get out of the solar system. It's ridiculous. We're not meant to survive in space. I forget which one it used to be, but it changed, you know, around like 12, 14,000 years ago or something. All have a supermassive black hole in their center core. This is the massive black hole. I will tell you this much. Um, I've reading articles recently. I was right all along, as I was saying, that dark matter and dark energy are completely bullshit. Well, they're being heavily called into question now, these notions. It was easy to see that they were bullshit because, why? That's not how you think, right? You don't go, oh, these are our predictions. Well, that's not what the data says. Well, then, our predictions couldn't have been wrong. We must have to make up some magical stuff to make our predictions be right. That's like evolution. Oh, evolution. You make me so mad. It's like you can barely watch anything that doesn't somehow mention evolution in some stupid way. It makes no sense at all. I think maybe the most convincing argument I've come up with for why evolution is obviously bullshit is the woodpecker. The woodpecker has to hit its head against the tree a certain hardness in order to access the bugs underneath the bark. Until it can hit that hard, it has failed to meet the necessary condition to get those bugs. Once it hits that hard, it is both necessary and sufficient to get the bug. There's no way you can gradually get to that, right? Because there's no advantage to hitting your head not hard enough against the tree. And when one thinks about necessary and sufficient conditions, one realizes it's not possible that things have evolved into what they are by species being malleable as well as individuals within a species. You're just making a set error for one thing. So, note, of course, a witness. Please remember this. Yes, evolution is completely bullshit. And it's not because creationism is the explanation. That is not an explanation either. Even if it turned out to be that that's the answer, it's still not an explanation. And the only way we could verify that it turned out to be the answer is to like meet God after we're dead, and he goes, "Yep, I designed all these creatures and just put them there." I don't know where you guys came up with this evolution shit. Yeah, some of them look related to each other. It's because I was in my blue period. I was doing things that looked like beavers. Yeah, string theory is also dumb. Do a little skit up for us on one topic, guy, please. I don't have any skit for you at the moment, but how you encourage others to invite him to a party? Go ahead and invite a witness to the party. You're gonna love it. He is a blast. And then you get to the party and everyone's having fun, drinking, dancing. And you come in. Hey, witness, come on over. You want a beer? No thanks, but have you heard the good news? What good news? Christ is risen. Oh, that good news. I have heard that good news, actually. Thank you for sharing with me, though. But have you given your heart to Christ? You know, my heart and Christ, we have our own relationship. You don't really need to be involved in it that much, a witness. But wait, there's more. Oh, yeah. Are you aware that God's law trumps man's law? Okay. You believe in Genesis chapter 1. Well, that's all well and good, but it's not an explanation. It's a reporting of a succession, a sequence, right? First, God made this stuff, then He made that stuff, then He made this other stuff. That's not an explanation, okay? Because if to be an explanation, it would have to explain how He made the stuff. So even if it's an accurate accounting of things, it's not adequate to explain anything. And if it is an accurate accounting of things, who are those scoundrels living in the land of Nod? Where did they come from? Or did they just grow out of the ground in the land of Nod? I want to know. Well, no matter what, at some point, dirt became sentient. That's pretty amazing. I mean, I don't think that's what happened, right? I don't know where life came from, how it came to be, but dirt just didn't like wake up one day and go, "Oh my God, I'm dirt. I'm me. I'm alive." Lightning struck me. I was sitting here on the molten magma. Lightning struck me, and some amino acids went like this, and all of a sudden I'm living dirt now. Eve didn't make Adam eat the fruit. She just encouraged him to eat it because she wanted to eat it, but she didn't want to get busted. She was like, "Let Mikey try it. Mikey will eat anything." Anyway, after they left the Garden of Eden, Cain was really persona non grata in the family. They were like, "Look, Cain, you killed Abel. You killed your brother, just like Peacemaker. God said, eat everything that grows in the garden, but don't partake of the tree of knowledge. Because then you're going to be ashamed of your nudity. Faith makes a lonely man warm. Okay, well, the thing is, a witness, the question here today that's being discussed is, which you brought up, is why is everything instead of nothing? And where did it all come from and how? You might say, I don't like that question. That question is bad. Instead, let's not answer the question and let's not try to answer the question. Let's just have faith in God. Okay, well, that's fine if, in fact, what we were doing here was not evaluating questions. But that is the exact opposite of what we're doing. I like to evaluate questions with the idea of answering them, not ignoring them. Eve was made first, the forbidden fruit was mammal flesh. Well, why is mammal flesh forbidden? It's delicious. That's the challenge we have now, not wanting to know how he did it, but saying amen and being thankful that he did it. I did read that comment. You mean before that? My point is, that's fine if we're not asking the question about where everything came from and stuff. If you're just instead saying, I don't have to have that question. I don't need to answer it. I don't need to ask it because I've replaced the question and the answer to the question with this other thing. Fine. But for those people who are asking and answering questions, that's not relevant. The man with the great machete is here. Why would the forbidden fruit be mammal flesh? I mean, I get it if it was something like a cat or a dog. Obviously, that's forbidden fruit. But cows aren't forbidden fruit. Cows are some of the most delicious fruit that grow on trees. You just gotta make sure you don't eat the seeds, aka the bones. No, pigs are not forbidden. Pigs are fine. I don't know if you're aware of this, Pretty Cat, but they make bacon out of pigs. Obviously, God approves of bacon. Everybody approves of bacon. I mean, look at Noah's Ark. On a journey in the traditional sense for the answer, we have to look in the book of Enoch. What about Noah's Ark? He got on a boat. He got a lot of animals onto the boat. By the time they got off the boat, they were like, oh my God, this boat stinks so much of animal shit. I'm desperate to get off this boat. Just get, you're talking to your friends and excited way about bringing me into the party. I already did the skit. I don't have any more skit for you. Did Noah also have a McDonald's arch? No, he just had an arc. He had a narrative arc, and he had a floating arc. He was an arc welder as well, and a lot of other things. But the real question is, how many animals were there that he couldn't manage to find in time and get on the boat that were just lost forever? Like, that's probably what happened to the Falkland Islands pygmy, long-bellied jowl horse. Am I mumbling or is my autocorrect just fucking with me? I mean, we were made of stardust, carbon-based rifle, carbon-based life. Well, I mean, then everything's made of stardust, in which case it's not a meaningful distinction. I'm not made of stardust. I'm made out of meat. Meat and bones and blood. You feel there's more evidence to show that Eve was made first? There's no evidence to show either of them made at all, except the Bible. And that's not not like a reference book, you know. It's it's an unfortunate mess that confuses Christians a lot. No, he that was autocorrect. Listen, no, he's not messing with me. He just got autocorrected. He meant to say carbon-based life. Do you recall the channel name? Yes. It's Talking with Famous People. Okay, so I'm surprised you don't remember it. You've been here on a few occasions before. Is Ashton Kutcher fucking with my chats? Possibly. If he is, he's probably doing it non-consensually. He seems like that kind of guy. What channel are you guys talking about? Why didn't God just make both of them at the same time? Adam and Eve just like that. Bam! Now neither of you guys gets to argue about who was first. Come on, you gotta do it like you got to do it. It's the best. Do it like you're talking to Winston's mom and Acacia. Okay, this is how it would actually go if we were having a party. Oh my god. You guys, right, just everybody just chill out for a second. Listen. I just look out the window. A witness is coming. I did not expect him to come to the party. I invited him as a formality because I thought, be cool. It's the Christian thing to do. He's showing up, and it looks like he has a bottle of wine. Oh no, that's a bottle of apple juice in his hand. So everyone just be nice. He's probably going to talk to you about God. And then Acacia's like, okay, it's fine. I can talk to him. Hi, witness. Acacia. You fallen sinner heathen. I can smell the atheism on you. You're going straight to hell, missy. There you go. Okay? Hey, witness. And will you stop making me do skits? God said, eat all the girls in the garden, but animals do not grow in the garden, but they lived in the garden. They found Noah's Ark in 1989. They did not find Noah's Ark in 1989. I know what you're talking about. There's this guy who claimed to find it, but he just found some rock that was shaped like a boat, kind of. That sounds like an awful group for a party. Acacia, Winston's mom, me, and a witness. You're there too, Hero Lamb, complaining about things. You're like, where are all the bitches? Hero Lamb, we don't have all the bitches here, okay? Jonathan Earl's here. Cats didn't exist in the Garden of Eden. We made cows. How did we make them? How did we make them? I want to know. Why INFJs are so hard to read. They can be hard to read if you don't know them, you don't know how to read them. I find it very easy to read Rachel. All I have to do is suggest whatever, and if there's a pause, it means no. She's just like, oh, I guess you don't like that idea. Son of a bitch, the wind's coming up. You know who made the wind, Jonathan Earl? God. I believe it was on the third day. He was flatulent, and thus was birthed the winds of the world. Hope you find it with the German title. Garschen Schlackenflachen. Putty Cat, you're at the party. You're drinking fancy tequila. Patron. Me, I'm drinking non-alcoholic beer. Because I'm a big loser. Well, there's no way it's how people traditionally look at it because there were predators on the ship. Well, what are you going to feed them? Other animals? It's not even talking about all the poop. You know what they ate, Jonathan Earl? Faith, okay? They ate wafers of faith. If God is going to bother to tell Noah to build the ark and get all the animals on it, he's going to go ahead and make it so that they don't need to eat for the duration of the boat ride. Plus, they're just going to get seasick. You don't want a bunch of animal vomit all over your boat. No, you have to do it in an excited way like you're my buddy. No, I did it the other way because I didn't want to give you what you want, okay? Because I'm not your trained monkey. Oh, hey, witness. You're here at the party. Come here. Tell me what to do. I love being told what to do. I'm just having a regular conversation here, but please come over here and tell me what to do instead. What kind of skit should I act out for you? How about a little dance? No. What do you think about that, mister? Capital N, capital O. But Jesus. Okay, Jesus, fine. Jesus. Enough. Yeah, we all love forgiveness and being saved and everything. Doesn't mean you spend all our time thinking about it. Oh, I'm saved. All right, that's the same as I was this morning. Yeah, but I'm still talking about it. But it's afternoon now. How long are you going to fixate on the fact that you're saved? Every day, all day long. Why? Because that's how to have a good relationship with God. It's not, it just sounds like you're being a little codependent, maybe. Women have fewer ribs, but better ribs. So it's a fair trade off. We got choice ribs, women got prime ribs. Yeah, I like to play but. Thank God Eric can decipher my shit. I believe there's evidence that Eve was made first. Do you know that every human on the planet started out as a female fetus? I didn't. I started out just nothing but cock. Then my scrotum came into my nuts, and then the rest of me. The doctor was able to tell my parents what sex I was on the third day of my mother's pregnancy. He was like, well, I don't know much about him, but I see nothing but straight up dick in there. He always struck me as a chat dealer. He always struck me as a chat dealer? Who's a chat dealer? Doing this get totally wrong is to be addressed as I'm your buddy and you're super excited about having me come to talk about one topic amongst non-believers. Yes, I know that's what you want, a witness. As I've been attempting to convey to you, I don't want to be told what to do. Sometimes I'm accommodating, but not infinitely. I'll tell you what I will do though. No Diggler, not Diggler. Nobody thought you said Diggler. You did say dealer. What's a chat dealer though? He always struck me as a chat dealer. You chat dealer. I tell you what, hey witness, what I will do for you is sing a song for you, a Christian song that you can love and worship with fellowship to. Trying to sound real low for people sleeping. 4 a.m. and I'm talking about God. around and gives me strength and courage and power and truth. And I want to be like the biblical character Ruth. Come and fellowship with me. God is mighty and Jesus will save you from eternal hellfire, which will burn your tender skin. Once there was a guy with some crazy ideas. Maybe he didn't really fit in. But you know what? Like those commercials say, he gets us. He gets all of us. And his name is Jesus Christ. Oh, come on, let's fellowship in worship and live the love of Christ. Let's fellowship together with a witness that's so nice. Let's think that the Garden of Eden explains speciation. There you go. There's your religious song for you. Somebody in your family is a Christian? Both my parents were atheists. My dad quite ardently so. Crack down on. We don't need to crack down on anything. We need to have reasoned, dispassionate political discourse that's not culture war bullshit or teams picking. That has to be centered around somebody who's correct about each specific political issue like me. And there aren't very many me's in the world, so I don't know. Hopefully something magic happens and my destiny unfolds before me as leader of the free world. Probably unlikely. Who's only an atheist? My parents were both actual atheists, and they were not ever calling out to God. My mom didn't think about it at all, really. My dad was very much opposed to the influence of religion on society and um, politics. And even as he got near the end of his life, he never wavered on that one bit. He was quite the ardent atheist. And I was never, I wasn't, I wouldn't say never, but I was not so ardently atheistic as my parents. But I just thought, this is a silly thing to be thinking and talking about because the problem is instantly obvious. You can't have arguments about something that you can't define. But that's obviously true. You shouldn't be having arguments about religion. It's not the sort of thing that can be resolved through rhetoric or dialectic or discourse. It's faith based. No, that's not true, A Witness. That's absolutely not true. My parents certainly didn't call out to God. I never heard them do that at all. My dad made made an ongoing, fairly cold assessment about whether his life was worth living anymore, and when he determined it wasn't because he had lost too much of everything, all of his physical capabilities, his wife was in hospice, etc. He shot himself in the head. I can guarantee you, God never once crossed his mind. Not my dad. No. He wasn't that kind of guy. He was very grounded in, I guess you'd say, materialism in a philosophical sense. I call it to God all the time, usually when I hear some horrible song and start, oh my God, what It is this horrible song. Still time for you to call it to Jesus? I don't, I don't need to call it to Jesus. He's not that far away. He can hear me just whispering. And I just don't like how Christians' perception of God makes him look insecure and needy. My God's not insecure, he doesn't need us to worship him. Well, I agree. God would like everybody else to agree with Eric, but like all of us, I guess he can't get everything he wants. If I hear Dave Matthews, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, please, Jesus, please cause this radio to break right now. I cannot listen to this at all. It's causing me spiritual damage." Russ and Steven are a couple of guys. Work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived. They work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Russ and Steven love delivering. Well, that's pretty good. They did a pretty good job of it. Thanks, Mrs. Mom. I take that as a great compliment. I think people underestimate people who don't have faith, lack of faith. Christians seem to, for some reason. All right, I'm gonna play something very slow and relaxing. Okay, we're gonna do a little lullaby. A little lullaby. Lullaby time, it's time to go to sleep. Lullaby time, it's time to come and eat. Lullaby time, it's time to slumber nicely in the sleeping town of your choice. If you want to get 100 winks, you'll have to start with just one. Then later on you can get more winks until you're done. So let's have a lullaby where we go to sleep. Let's have a lullaby that makes you weep. Oh no, dear Lord, Christ, fill my heart with gladness inside today. And peace be with you. I want to thank you all for coming to today's sermon. My name is Host Eric, and I'm going to be preaching the gospel to you today. You know, a lot of us, as we go through our daily lives, we encounter struggles, everyday struggles, sometimes outrageously difficult struggles. Sometimes we have trouble coming up with money for rent. Sometimes we embarrass ourselves. Sometimes we spill Coke on the waiter. What do all these things have in common? I'll tell you. Jesus is there, right behind you, waiting to catch you when you fall. And let's turn now to Luke 24 2a 14, which the Gospel of Luke tells us, but when ye go forth into the world, let ye find ye places and ye ways, for these are the things the Lord giveth to thee today. And isn't that true? Isn't it true for each of us as we go through our day that the Lord has given us today? That's what He's given us. It's an infinite gift that lasts a finite 24 hours. Today is God's gift to you. And if you fuck it up, it's okay, because Jesus is there to forgive you at the end of the day and say, you know what, Eric, once again, you're a big fuck up. But because I'm Jesus, I'm just going to forgive you again, even though you never seem to figure out and become sin free. Thanks, Jesus, I tell Jesus. You're swell. That's why you're the Christ child. And he's like, oh, you. Anyway, you can have this conversation with Jesus too at home if you want. All you got to do, put a couple of hands together in the form of a taco and say, dear God, come to me now. What do you think about my sermon? Pretty good? Holy Spirits entering your body? I hope it's doing so consensually. Another question is, what happens to my free will when the Holy Spirit enters my body? They can't exist simultaneously. And, more importantly, there's always a struggle to find drugs, you know? I wish God was more helpful in that. Like, when's the last time my local mushroom connect called me to say he had mushrooms? When I call him, he just doesn't answer the phone. God, can you help me get mushrooms today? Let's have Joe call me and give me some mushrooms in exchange for money that I'll give him, which he'll spend on something else, I suppose. Jesus, forgive me if this is abusing prayer, but I don't think it is 'cause you're no square. And you appreciate the biz of doing drugs and standing on business. Are you clocking me, Jesus? That's a pretty good song. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping too. You never heard of the Holy Spirit entering consensually? Well, sounds like he's got a bit of a toxic masculinity problem. You love those moments. Sometimes I feel bad about them the next day if I remember them. Oh, you're coming around with your wrongness about stoicism, huh? Here we go. I'm going to explain to you why it's so full of bullshit for you. And then they don't want to have that explanation. They want to be told, hey, you know what? Your ideas and my ideas are different, but just as good as each other. They just want me to lie. Want me to tell them sweet little lies. But I don't know. It's fundamentally always two people talking past each other. The fundamental issue is always the same thing. I'm using words to convey information according to a TI kind of strictness, and they're using words for some other reason in some other way. Rotful. Because they don't want to be explained to. They don't want to think that somebody has sufficient correctness to take that role of explainer in chief. The Bible says that few shall choose the right way and the many will perish. Well, fortunately, those people are not my problem. I don't need to worry about them. They can worry about themselves. If they want to perish, go ahead and perish. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to try to stick my nose into their parish business. What? You think I want them in my local parish? I don't think so. Jot and titty. Oh God. Oh Jesus, a witness says I'm going to hell. I pray to you and ask forgiveness, but a witness says I'm going to hell. One has to wonder why a purportedly Christian guy would denigrate the salvation of another. But I guess he doesn't get brothers, nor how to be okay with a differing of ways, without condemning the other person to eternal hellfire. That's just a witness. I don't know what's wrong with you, dude. Seriously. If you think you're representing Christianity well, you are sadly mistaken. If you think you're representing it correctly, you're also sadly mistaken. If you think you're doing a terrible job of being an ambassador for Christianity and a practitioner of it, then you are correct. You are doing a terrible job of both. A witness is a terrible Christian. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. A witness is a terrible Christian. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He doesn't know how to be a fellowship in G. Instead, he is a terrible Christian. Jesus up in heaven face palms all the time when he hears a witness whine about stuff like him and God and Holy Ghost. Also share a toast, say, will this guy please stop misrepresenting me. And then a witness says, no, I won't. I'm gonna continue to spout my silly nonsense. It doesn't matter how much Eric explains to me. I'm not gonna learn a goddamn thing. No matter what, I'm gonna persist in my wrongness. I love my wrongness so much. I'm a witness to a wrongness catastrophe. Yeah, what about the beam in your eye? Don't go trying to tell me it's a moonbeam either, okay? I don't believe it. God don't like no judgy proselytizing. No, God don't like no judgy proselytizing. No, God don't want you and your judgy proselytizing anymore. Jesus don't like judgy proselytizing. And Jesus prefers that you just be rising in the morning and focused on the business at hand, not just annoying every single other man with your sanctimonious subpar form of Christianity. B minor. Tractor beam, huh? Walk the plank, walk the plank. I got a parrot on my shoulder, Hank. Walk the plank, 'cause you are a stinky landlubber. If you love the land, you got no business on my boat. Go in the sand, go get a goat. I am a pirate captain of you. Hey, I never agreed to be your pirate underling, and I don't even know how I ended up on this boat. But I don't want to walk the plank anymore. I've walked it now for 40 hours or more, 'cause it's a really long plank. So that's what pirates do. They make landlubbers walk planks. For some reason, they're obsessed with it. You might call me a rambler, you might call me a rambling man, but I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, and it won't do an ounce of good to call me names. My daddy was a Malay Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose and lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout, living don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the soul takes a band my plane. Blue-eyed Billy, feet and Betty, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout, living don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I'll sell a few things and I'll admit if you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. 72 men, one phone booth. Who will come out alive? 72 men, one phone booth, 24 hours of hardcore porn. Of the homosexual variety, obviously, because you weren't sure about that. It'll be published, you know. If a week ago we're an open flower, and tomorrow afternoon a bee, nature would never form democracy. That time before when we remember something together gone unremembered. You complain, but I explain, darling baby, that was way back in December. Why do you think to understand me? Why do you try? I'm never any of these occasions. I actually remembered how to play that song. I tried to play that song in the last, year or something and failed to remember how to play it. It's pretty straightforward, but someone was fooling me about it before. I don't know what. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarines, tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be a chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the interview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Hey, now Gerald has a thought. That's pretty good. Played that pretty well. I haven't played guitar in a long time. Been feeling like, I don't feel like a frowny guy. I don't know why. I think I'm just a puss. Yeah. How does it go? How does Daft Punk is playing in my house go? Like that. That's how it goes. Very straightforward. I was listening to it the other day. What am I gonna play now? That's a good question. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. Yeah, I will go out there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. God, Jesus, Holy Ghost, I'm not saying your names in vain, Toast. No, I'm saying them in rapping ways, 'cause I'm cool. El Nino is not related to my ass family, no. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. But someone buy us some more time. A cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. something to say. And that something is hello. That's the thing I have to say. It's not much, but it's what I have to say. This is the cover here. I'll be the match, and you be the fire. I'll be the flame, but you'll be much higher. I'll be the but you are the sky. Oh, baby, I went down to Mexico. Oh, baby, I was down to let you go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know much about Cinco de Mayo. I'm never sure what it's all about. I say I love you, but you don't believe me. You say you love me, but I've got my doubts. Oh, baby, I went down to Mexico. Oh, baby, I was down to let you go. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Mess it up a little bit. It's by a cake, that song. It's a good song. It's a waltz. It's a three. You know, I like to play. Um, I like to play sad songs and waltzes by Willie Nelson. Is another waltz I like to play. I don't remember quite how it goes. Writing a song all about you. A true song as real as my tears. But there's no need to fear it, 'cause no one will hear it, hear it, hear it. I guess it's F, yeah. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. I'll tell all about how you cheated. I want for the whole world to hear. I want to get even with you 'cause you're leaving. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. It's a good thing that I'm not a star. It don't, don't, don't know how lucky you are. For though my record may say it, no one will play it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. I finally got it down by the end of it. It's a good song. What is on Eric's sweater? No, it's not the cat in the hat. This is my awesome athletic sweater. It's an A's sweatshirt. This is an A's sock and the shoe from that they might wear on the baseball diamond. What do you think about going to bed? I think it's boring. It feels like I'm dead. I don't want to have to get in bed there. I'd rather sit upright inside of a chair. Oh yeah. But sleeping is required, or else you go insane, and then nobody likes you anymore. Yes, sleeping is required, or then you go insane, and nobody likes you anymore. Yeah, that's a pretty good song. We're coming up fast and furious with the songs today. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million rounding suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's a good song. I'm playing the guitar really well right now. I'm playing songs that I often make little mistakes, and even when I'm looking at it, the thing I'm playing pretty well just by memory and stuff, which is nice. But I guess when you don't play for a long time, it feels fresh again in your hands. I'm mostly just playing the piano, you know. Nantucket bucket eggs. When you come to Nantucket, you come to Nantucket. You come to Nantucket. You come to Nantucket. Get some bucket eggs. It's just a bucket egg. A bucket cake for bucket eggs. Come to Nantucket and get some bucket eggs. Just a bucket shark at the Nantucket bucket eggs. It's an egg filled bucket just for you. Yes, welcome to Nantucket. Get your bucket eggs. Nantucket bucket eggs is all the rage. You don't have to shuck it. Here in Nantucket with bucket eggs. Bucket egg, eggs. Anyway, Nantucket Bucket Eggs paid me $100 million to write that jingle for them. They were very dissatisfied with it, needless to say. Like, we paid $100 million for that? I said, okay, well, how about this one then? Nantucket Bucket Eggs. Just $2 a cake. Nothing to shuck except an eggshell or two Nantucket bucket eggs. I said, no, that's terrible too. Like, well, what do you want? You wanted to jingle. Like, this is like something catchy. Nantucket bucket eggs. Nantucket bucket eggs. Just $2 a keg in Nantucket bucket eggs. I went to Nantucket. I got myself some eggs inside a bucket. Nantucket bucket eggs are for me. Can I get these Nantucket bucket eggs for free? No. Gee, we're a business. You're gonna have to pay us a little money. And I said, don't worry about that. Nantucket bucket eggs is the best deal I've ever seen. I get a dozen hard-boiled eggs in a bucket covered with some sort of sauce that I've never even seen. Nantucket bucket eggs for the win. And they finally accepted that jingle. I said, it's terrible, but we'll use it. Because Nantucket bucket eggs is in my line of sight. Exactly. It's right there. See? That's what. I'm saying that Nantucket bucket eggs. It's in my line of sight. That's good intuition, Fly Guy. Look at that, everybody. Fly Guy demonstrated some wonderful NI there. He understood me. He knows me. He understands who I am in my heart. A person who looks at things. Who here remembers when I fixed this lamp earlier? That was amazing, wasn't it? Who wants to give me a prize? Everybody wants to give me a prize? Everybody wants to give me a prize. Everybody wants to know whether they gonna live or die. Everybody gives me all the prizes. And I say, thanks everybody. And that's how I got all the prizes. Okay, enough fucking around with this stupid thing. Get away from me, you horrible thing. You're just a big time waster. I shouldn't be wasting my time doing that. I should be wasting my time doing this. Hey everybody, I'm talking again. We're done with wasting time now. Now we're taking our time seriously. We're serious people on a mission to be serious and do serious things. Let's start by ending hunger in Africa by feeding all the Africans a low carb, low sugar diet. Featuring lots of fresh prime beef. What do you mean they can't afford it in Africa? That's so racist. Look, everyone can afford to eat healthy, okay? It's just an excuse people make. Listen up, Africans. I'm not buying it. You can afford to get organic food too. Alright? You just need to stop splurging on, I don't know, clothes and shelter and stuff. I get it that you Africans like your big booties, but if we thought about losing a little weight, that's why I'm bringing over the wisdom of an American who knows how to eat. No, get that out of your mouth. Get that bread out of your mouth. That has carbs. We're gonna have to start all over with Africa. They don't seem to know anything about how to eat. It's like I don't see hardly any of them doing yoga. I don't know. I don't know what to do with them. I went to the marketplace the other day, and they literally had like two kinds of things. They had processed food in packages, which is awful, obviously, and then they had meat, raw meat, sitting out in the sun with flies all over it. And I was like, no, guys, no, this is all wrong. You can't eat that processed garbage, and your meat should be maggot free. No, the flies do not add flavor. That's an old wives' tale. I don't know which old wives told it. It's a terrible tale. If anything, flies detract from the flavor. Why? Because they taste like what they eat. Garbage. How do I know? I've eaten a lot of flies. That's how. I started life as a Venus flytrap. Then I evolved through more complex species until I finally arrived at human. Because, evolution. I am constantly evolving, becoming an ever grander and more important version of myself. Right now, I'm at the level of like Duke. We're moving through King up to Emperor and Universe Dictator eventually. You people, wear brown shirts. That's what the Universe Dictator does. He commands people to do things that are arbitrary. You, chop down that tree. You, put the tree back. There, I feel satisfied when I watch people scurrying around to do what I tell them to do. You over there, time to lean, time to clean. Okay, but look, that's not true. If I take the time to lean, then obviously I can't use that same amount of time to clean. Okay, it's either or. I can lean or clean, not both. Yeah, you're supposed to clean, Eric. Oh, well, you didn't make that clear. You just said if there's time enough to lean, there's time enough to clean. Obviously, you know, 15 minutes can be used in a lot of different ways. I didn't know it was supposed to be clean. I thought I had the choice, lean or clean. I chose lean. They used to say that I worked at the deli. Time enough to lean, time enough to clean. Right? You have to pretend to sweep. It's like nothing to clean. Okay. There, I'm sweeping. I hated that part of the day when there was no customers coming in like between lunch and dinner. You're supposed to sweep up and stuff. Because this is boring. I don't want to sweep. I don't mind sweeping now, but back when I worked at the deli, I really didn't like the cleaning part. 'Cause it seemed like theater, cleaning theater. Unless you were closing, in which case you obviously had to do all the significant cleaning, clean the slicer and stuff. I gotta go poo. I'll leave you guys here in the living room while I go poo. I'm gonna try using my butthole in the toilet this time. I'll let you know how it goes. Fly guy, they don't have Thanksgiving in Africa, okay? Why? Because Africa never had any Indians and pilgrims. Oh, I get the light out really late. A reverse Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can't see if you just keep moving. He's like, I'm doing stuff. I'm changing light bulbs. How long have I wanted to change those light bulbs? It's been a thing for like at least 6 months, maybe longer. And I finally did it this morning. Crazy. I have to thank Low Confidence Frog for encouraging me and telling me to stick with it. I've got to eat something. There was a fellow who insisted that Eric cover his walls with posters. I don't have any posters, and I don't want to cover my walls with posters. If I were going to cover them with posters, the posters would just say things like West Wall. Just explain what things are. Space between windows. Well, Carrot, I do like pictures, but framing is a big deal to do. I've got so many pictures here already, too. Granted, they're not by all of you, but I've got these folders full of pictures. Like just earlier this evening, I drew Pretty Cat's spirit animal, the Falkland Islands pygmy long-bellied jowl horse. You can see its jowls right there. I don't blame you. I have a broken frame I need fixed. I've never tried to frame anything myself. Like, I guess you'd have to get some panes of glass, which sounds like a pain in the glass. All right, I'm gonna go sit over where Cameron sits next to all of his pens. I'm gonna draw a picture. Taping every drawing around all of the walls. That would surprise them. It would surprise me as well. Alright, I've got a lot of pens here. Carrot, I'm going to draw your spirit animal. You're welcome. Okay. 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 Now we're getting started on your spirit animal here. There's a brief outline. You could get a sense. I'm channeling your spirit guides, of course, right now. Your spirit guides are telling me what your spirit animal looks like, how to draw it, what it's called, all those things. This is not me drawing this. This is just me just channeling your spirit guides. Okay. Good. Now, I need more of a red color here for that. Here we go. Yes, that. And of course, got one of these. Okay. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Yep. I can really feel this, the carrot energy streaming forth from this spirit animal. Okay, good. I must say, what a lovely specimen of this species. You're not just any old one of these. This is, like you don't have any obvious diseases. That's good. Okay. Okay. Get the smaller side. Okay. Uh, okay. Mm-hmm. Good. Really come together. Looks exactly like a spirit animal. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now I'm going to need to get some of this here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then a little bit of this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, this is for me. So it's basically photorealistic. This basically looks like a photo of this creature as it looks in the wild. That's how accurate of a nature drawer I am. Okay, this is a Tanzanian canopy striper monkey. Tanzanian canopy dwelling striper monkey. And this is Carrot's spirit animal. There. Here it is. That's you, Carrot. That's you in the wild, hanging from a branch in the canopy. Congratulations. Oh, corrupt cops, is that what we're talking about? That's always a sad topic and one that tends to make me angry. But I've got good news for you, Fly Guy. Your wife has a beautiful spirit animal and a very rare and important species on the verge of extinction. Tanzanian canopy dweller striped monkey. Well, only the female monkeys have this red butt here. It shows they're an estrus. Would you like to be an estrus? Are you ashamed of your non-red butt? That is a ridiculous commercial. Last time when I was watching a football game, I think it was for a plastic surgery, like open house. They had this, like, come this day between this time. We'll be doing live Botox treatments, open bar. It's like, this is surgery you're talking about. What a crazy thing is that? That's just ridiculous, you know. All right, I'm going to do one more picture. This picture is a landscape. And actually, I'm not going to draw a picture today. I'm going to let Raul Diego take over. Buenos dias and hello. My name is Raul Diego. Yo am an intuitive. I am not a lowly censor. So when I draw the picture, I don't need to use my eyes. I use my ideas. I make art with my ideas. That's why they say, Raul Diego, you are a genius. I say, I am a genius. So let's do today what? Let's do a still life. A still life by Raul Diego. So when you do the still life, what you're going to do is you have to come up with the idea. What is a still life? It's a bowl and it has the fruits in it. So we're gonna start. Don't look at a bowl. You have to intuit it with your intuition. This bowl looks like this. You might say, Raul Diego, how did you draw such a beautiful bowl without looking at a bowl? Intuition. Also, I am a genius. Now this bowl is so plain. Let's make it a decorative bowl. To make a decorative bowl, put a big star right there. Oh, that's a beautiful decorative bowl all the way from Mexico City. I, Raul Diego, of course, I'm from Spain, not from Mexico. Y so vosotros, sí. Oh, what a beautiful bowl for our still life. Let's see what Raul Diego has in store for you today. So we're going to need to put some fruit in the still life. But first, we got to make the bowl round all the way around. Because using my ideas, I know that bowls are round. Like a circle. Except it's not just a regular circle. That's why it's like this. Okay, now we're gonna go on our still life. We gotta put the fruits. First, let's put the orange. Naranjo. To draw orange, just picture in your mind's eye what is orange look like. Yeah, oh yeah. That's a good orange. I could eat it right now. It looks so good. Okay. What else gonna be in the still life? What other food do you have? Use your ideas. How? El banana. Oh, sí. El banana is right there. Oh, sí. We Latinos, Latinx as we sometimes call, we like the bananas a lot. We like to put them in our piñatas. What other fruits do we want in this still life? How about some blueberries? I'm gonna take the blueberry, just put the blueberry there. So blueberries. Okay, now what? In every picture, one thing you always gotta put, don't forget it, is the sun, el sol, el sol. The sun is in the sky because if not, it will be too cold outside. The sun in your picture, it always goes up here in the corner like this. Okay. What else does the sun need? That's not enough for it to be a sun. It needs lines, sun lines. See? Oh, see. Now, what is the sun gonna do? What your intuition tell you? It's gonna make a shadow. I'm gonna put the shadow over here, like this. Shadow. Okay. Now, what else you gotta do when you make your picture? Your famous art picture, you gotta put a title on it. This is called La Vida Still con las frutas. And you put a little box around the title so everyone know what the title is. Okay, what next do we have to do? Well, this is a Raul Diego painting or picture. It's worth a lot of money. So you need to put the signing on it so they know, hey, Raul Diego really made this picture. And he's a genius. Raul Diego. Okay, now, last thing you gotta do when you make a Raul Diego picture is you gotta put a price on it. How much is this picture? Well, obviously, this is a genius picture. And it's worth, well, I make a special deal for everybody, make it extra cheap this time. Just $17,500 US. Okay. That's a good price for this painting. It's a good deal. $17,500. Okay, and then you're done. Now you're $17,500 richer. This has been Raul Diego, the painting with ideas. What a beautiful picture. You know, in my still life, I have tres frutas, 3 different kinds of fruit. Most artists, they can only think of 1 or 2 fruits. But I'm an intuitive. I use my intuition. Okay. Wow. Guys, I hear Raul Diego stop by the stream to do some art. He is one of the world's most famous and respected artists. I am so flattered he came to my channel to do a live stream picture. Obviously, I can't afford any of his pictures. They're really expensive, understandably, because he's one of the world's great artists. But I just so flattered that you did a picture here on Talking with Famous People. Art lessons really do make you draw a bowl of fruits and add shadows to their forms. Yeah, but you won't get it right unless you take a lesson from Raul Diego. Otherwise, you'll be doing it wrong. You'll be painting with your eyes or your hands. You need to paint with your ideas. Okay. You draw pears and shit like that. Shout out to all the pears. Here's the thing. I want to know. I get that AI can make really good images. Can they make pictures as bad as my pictures? Can they make pictures like the pictures I draw? You know? Maybe if they trained themselves on my drawings. People, las personas, they often come to me and they say, Raul Diego, what is it like being a genius? I say, oh, I don't know. I never been anything but a genius. I have nothing to compare it to. I just get AI to make a ugly Sonic the Hedgehog in the style of Microsoft Paint. I mean, I don't think that AI would do as good a job as I do of drawing someone's spirit animal. How is AI going to channel the spirit guides to know what the spirit animal is? Microsoft Paint crayon brush is the best crayon. What about a real crayon with real paper, Carrot? Get your mind off of screens for a minute. Okay, you need to take careful accounting of your screen time. I'm beginning to worry. Your eyes are going bad. You're gonna just rot your brain watching TV all day long. AI spirit is underdeveloped. Can anybody read the aura of AI? Yeah, your eyes are burning from all the screen time. It's okay for me to do it. I'm I'm a trained professional. I have years of experience doing this. It's fine. But for those of you who don't have my special qualifications, be careful. One, synthetic intelligence, describe a painting, and then I change any mention of male or woman to a humanoid cat, female, humanoid cat, male, and then I feed that description to another AI. AI's aura is the souls of the people sacrificed to make it. American Gothic, but with two humanoid cats. What if you said to AI, draw Carrot's spirit animal? Would it get it right? Would it even know that her spirit animal is the Tanzanian canopy dwelling striper monkey? Or that Putty Cat's spirit animal is the Falkland Islands long bellied, a pygmy long bellied jowl horse? Yeah, the scream with a cat, huh? Well, I don't use AI to generate stuff very much because, I mean, if I want to draw a picture, I'll just draw a picture myself. If I don't want to draw a picture, then why do I want AI to draw it? Maybe if you prompted it, make me a primitive drawing of an animal that doesn't exist. Maybe. Make me a drawing of an animal that doesn't exist and make the drawing demonstrate childlike ineptitude and a poor understanding of color theory. Check my Instagram. Jonathan Earl, I don't really do Insta, okay? I do have an Instagram, but I'm only following Rachel. That's the only person I'm familiar with on Instagram. I think Dave Porter also get his Instagram things. Like he says, oh, we've got a show coming up or whatever. But Instagram, if you ask me, is for losers. It's just the new Facebook. Okay. Don't let Meta fool you into using that subpar social media platform. Everybody should spend all of their time on YouTube, specifically at talking with famous people. If I'm not streaming, they should be commenting, "Why aren't you streaming?" Like G does. You should accuse me of wrongdoing when I'm not streaming. You wicked son of a bitch. And I'll say, fair enough. Now that's the kind of demand I'm looking for from the world. I want people to want and need my words so badly that they scream at me for being evil when I don't say them. Then I'll agree that people are taking me adequately seriously. Because I'm a very, very, very serious person. You can tell by this look right here. I'm serious. You better watch it. I got my eye on you. I don't know how much intelligence I have, but I do know that none of it is artificial. It's all natural, organic, gluten-free intelligence. You're a dumb one, Mr. Strauss. Yes, you're dumb and dumb and dumb. The moon is in the sky, but it's 7 in the day. Bum-ba-dum. It didn't get light till like 6:45, 6:30. After 6:30, it's cold out. I'd say it's about 45 degrees out right now, I guess. Earlier, I thought it was 48, but I think it's a little chillier than that. I'm going to stand underneath this thing. It makes a surprisingly big difference. Like I'm underneath the covered walkway or out underneath the open sky. It's the temperature difference that you can feel. It will be like no other role-playing game that I have ever been created. Are we making a role-playing game? Let's call it Showgirl, and we'll the role-playing game you play the character of a showgirl, and you roll dice to see how well you dance. If you get a part and stuff, and then you can add skills as you level up, like pole dancing or tassel spinning or a general thing like Vegas style sass. Eventually, you have to go into a dungeon and fight monsters, but none of your skills have been optimized for that, which is what makes it so different than other role-playing games. All you have are showgirl skills, and now you have to fight like slimes and skeletons and liches and stuff in the dungeon. Of course, all of the showgirls are slaughtered right away, but then they start over and they realize hidden in the game are certain things that you're going to be able to use in the dungeon. Like you realize you can use the lipstick to blind some of the monsters by stabbing it in their eye. And then if you finish the game, you get to put on a big show at the World's Fair. It's televised all around the world. And you dance and you have sequins on. And there's an ongoing, you know, tough decisions to make as to whether am I going to show my titties or not? Am I that kind of showgirl? Or am I a titty covering showgirl? And you just have to compromise your morals sometimes. In the end, turns out your titties are a pretty powerful weapon in the dungeon too. Makes all the male zombies forget about brains. Brains, what? Titties. And, at the bottom of the dungeon is the demon lord. If you put on a good enough show, then he gives you a pot of gold. Because he's also a leprechaun. That gold belongs to the leprechauns. Well, lady. I'm trying to design the role-playing game so that there's only two real. I have to go inside to read that. It's too small for my little eyes. I don't have big, powerful eyes like Rachel. Okay. Little timid eyes. Like Little Bo Peep. Little Bo Peep was known for having some of the smallest eyes in history. That's why she could only peep at things. A little bit. Her actual name is just Bo. Single named person like Cher, but people just added a little in the peep. She didn't embrace the action. Unc, you need to remember the Hawaiian Garden Casino. I don't live in LA anymore, so I don't go to the Hawaiian Garden Casino. I did play a lot of poker at Hawaiian Gardens, yes. Okay, meow. Okay, let me get my glasses and I'll watch you eat. God. I hear you. I hear you meowing. I'm trying to design the role-playing game so there's only two real conclusions, and you can only get to those through certain avenues, and you can't be mean to NPCs because they will cut you off. I think you should design it so that the NPCs are contagious, so they can make your character start like running into walls and stuff. Oh, I caught NPC. It's got a long cooldown. Oh, kitty. Yes. I think you do a role-playing game where you have to fit in with the NPCs and convince them you're an NPC in order to take over the world. Or how about a role-playing game called Slave Trader, where your goal is to accumulate as many slaves as possible. It wouldn't have to be racist. It could be all different kinds of slaves. And you could go to that island where the natives always attack anybody who comes near with their spears and stuff, so that everybody stays away from the island because they don't want to go and conquer them or whatever. Well, you could go there and enslave all those people. You could go to North Korea and displace the Kim Jong family and enslave all of those people. That seems like a pretty fun role-playing game. Slave trader. And of course, you have to avoid being enslaved yourself. If you get caught in the wrong place, wrong time, another slave trader may just enslave you. At which point, he'll offer you a way to buy your freedom, but it's dubious as to whether you can actually do it, And you gotta spend like hours and hours just picking cotton in the game, before you can attempt to buy your freedom. Or how about, slave trader, slave tradee, it could be called. You can end up playing both kinds of player. Oh, I gotta get back onto the game. STST, slave trader, S, slave tradee. Yeah, I'm playing a slave right now. Yeah, I'm working in the fields. It's kind of a grind, but I'm leveling up. My bean picking ability is at level 6 now. Remember your drinking habit? I mean, I do, but you don't. I didn't drink. I haven't drank for almost 12 years now. I mean, it's fine they bring it up, but that's not something that was seen on the YouTube channel. I quit drinking before I started YouTubing. But yeah, I used to be quite the drunk. It'll be 12 years, December 26th. You were not there when I was drinking. That's for sure. I wasn't going to Hawaiian Gardens when I was drinking either. Well, I mean, their reactions are going to depend on how you treat them. The NPCs. So it's just basically you have to FE the shit out of them. Oh, hey. Oh my god. Unnamed bakery store owner. You look amazing today. Did you do something with your hair? Okay, Trevor. In or out, dude? It's staying in, I guess. I was there in 1968 when the Mammas played the Mammas. But I'm losing my edge to the kids from the Mammas. Gil Scott Heron. I'm not losing my edge. I'm keeping my edge. That's why I drink Coors Edge now. Sounds a little like a slave version of Oregon Trail. 12 of your slaves have died of dysentery. God damn it. I thought for sure I could just feed them sewer water. And I thought I could save a little money by just giving them sewer water, but now they've all died of dysentery. What a terrible slave owner I've turned out to be. I have that game's called Kenshi. Oh. Well, I guess you called my bluff. I don't really want to play it. Not that into games, but if I were going to start playing the game, I would get the new NCAA football for this season and see if I can how I do with USC. SC looked quite good against Michigan yesterday. It was a fun game to watch. I enjoyed it. The offense moved the ball quite effortlessly for most of the game. We had a couple turnovers, one of which you got to credit Michigan for because it was an amazing big hit on Lake McCree. The other one, Mariava just threw it to the defender like a dummy. But we still won by multiple touchdowns. Your brain says football sim, but your heart says slavery sim. Well, the football sim isn't really. It is sort of a sim, but I thought the drinking thing was like a joke about the movie Airplane. You know, I picked a hell of a day to quit opiates. Right. He picked a hell of a day to quit a lot of things. Sniffing glue. Picked a hell of a day to quit sniffing glue. Why would you sniff glue? That seems like a poor way to get high. Speaking of getting high, why don't we pull some bong rips? That seems like a decent way to get high. Sure, it takes quite a few bong rips to get me high, but I think we can do it if we apply ourselves. Let's at least try. Let's give it the old Boy Scout try. Okay, now lower you down. Maybe you're out of nose plugs. Fair enough. Okay, that's a good reason to sniff glue. You're out of nose plugs, and you really need. Yeah, it came off eventually. I mean, mostly. You still see some of it here, but it's not sticky anymore. Well, not exactly. I just don't want them to like kill them every time I try to fucking run a game. The player characters just fucking go off and start killing everything. Well, you know what you should do then is arm the NPCs so that they can defend themselves and have them shout, "I'm warning you, this is a stand your ground state." You could title it "Stand Your Ground." That'd be your role playing game. How about a role playing game in which you role play a role playing game designer who's designing a role playing game? And you know, as you level up, you can learn to code in Python, for example. Would you like to paint pixels? Yes. Make the odds overwhelming so they don't have the option to fight without massive losses. Or just if they treat one NPC bad, make the other NPCs come up and say, "Shame on you! You're not nice at all." So that the person has to constantly be engaging in these conversations they don't want to have. Besides, what if they realize that you're just patronizing them and not sincere? The NPCs? Well, I mean, you're not looking for FI, you're looking for FE. As long as the NPCs are FE, they'll be satisfied with niceness theater. You're at least being a team player. That's basically the reasoning behind do FE stuff. Oh, good. We're both trying to be good team players, unlike those FI people. It's like Star Trek. I mean, if it moves in a computer based, then yeah, probably this is more like, yeah. Could you program them to only kill anything dressed in a red shirt and then not dress anything in a red shirt? Well, you're talking about what the player characters are going to choose to do, right? You want to prevent, if you want to have a polite society, then there has to be rewards and consequences built in for impoliteness or random acts of violence, which is impolite, but is probably not the right term for that. We're going to utilize social media in a way to chat with people who aren't all in the same room because that's one issue with role playing games is like not everyone can always make it then and there, and that causes problems. most NPC guy I ever met in real life was the guy who worked at this one smoke shop in Arcadia. I swear, like every time I went in there, he he did some sort of like NPC script. Oh, I just got off the phone with Social Security. I'm an immigrant. And it was like so crazily NPC. I kind of blew my mind interacting with him every time. Like he kept doing variations of the same script. He was always wearing this like weirdly colorful shirt and smiling in this kind of incomplete way. You should have been a storyteller because that shit right there is good. Winston's mom has got it going on. Big brain. What stuff? What did she say? She said, make them like Star Trek? Hmm. Well, how about drug addict simulation role playing game? You start off as an innocent young person, and your goal is to get addicted to as many drugs as possible. Like, as you level up, you can get like liver transplant. You can get like steady connect, who, who's always holding. You don't have to wait. And you like go to other people's houses in the game, and basically your goal is to show off how many drugs you have at your party. And then as the other players come to your party and do your drugs, you gain experience points. And then like bum, 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 you gave yourself neuropathy. Too much nitrous oxide. Free basin. That's a good name for that. Or I know. How about a role playing game called A Witness, where you take on the role of a sanctimonious proselytizing Christian, and you got to go convince people who don't want to listen to you of things that they don't agree with. Not that I don't want to listen to A Witness. I think A Witness is fine. A Witness is fun. I don't need to be talking shit. You start off as a young father trying to pay for his young family doing brutal labor. You break your back and get prescribed pain meds. The law changes, the meds become illegal. And that's when you start your life of crime? Cool. You start whoring yourself. Pretty soon you're bent in half on fentanyl. All the changes in your inventory and other things that happen during the game. I'm going to try to make every character sheet unique as a form of authentication like an NFT, and I want to utilize QR codes so that when you're done playing, you can go and register all the changes in your inventory and other things that happen during the game. Mm-hmm. How about a role playing game where you simulate the job of a clerk at a local market? At first, you're really bad at ringing things up. It takes a long time. You're like, beep. But as you get better at it, as you level up, you just beep, and it flies like straight into the bag. You get all the colds and hots separated and everything. I love Reject. That's one of my favorite Emilio Estevez movies. You have more than one favorite Emilio Estevez movie? Are you an Emilio Estevez aficionado? I used to think that that was really stupid of him to call himself Emilio Estevez when he's the son of that. What is he? What's his family? But then I actually heard the story is that he's like the illegitimate kid of the maid, and he named himself that because he's siding with his mom. I thought, well, that's nice. Yeah, Sheen. Emilio Estevez, he's a Sheen, but he he calls himself Emilio Estevez. I always thought he's just trying to sound ethnic to give them some advantage or something. Apparently not. At least that's what I heard one time on the stream. I've not actually researched it. But like his mom was like Maria Estevez. Oh, see, Mr. Sheen, I will clean your house. I got something else for you to clean, Maria. Oh, Mr. Sheen. Oi, oi, oi. Now I'm pregnant with Emilio Estevez. I'm getting her pregnant. Imagine betting the maid and getting her pregnant. Oh, fuck. She was just the maid. Now she's my baby mama. Oh, she's not gonna clean up for shit anymore. I did as well because my coolant was a big time Mick Jagger fan. Your coolant? Eric, of course, men at work with Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez, and you can't forget Judgment Night. I can forget both of those movies, all of those movies. Martin Sheen was born Ramon Antonio Gerardo Estevez, and he and his wife adopted the stage name Sheen for their careers. Really? Is that how it went? I guess I just was listening to somebody's gossip. Yeah, Janet Sheen. Well, why? Why? Okay, if his parents changed their name to Sheen, he should change his name to Sheen too. They don't look like they're Mexicans at all. Well, apparently it's not a true story, G, but I like to pretend that it is. And then Emilio Estevez was born of Maria Estevez, the maid. Oh, Mr. Sheen, I told you I can't clean up inside of me if you put your semen in there. Oh, I got you a microfiber towel. Mr. Sheen, it doesn't work like that. I'm tricked by an urban legend for years as a spice of life. That's what I get for not checking things. Cool aunt. Oh, your cool aunt. Well, how cool could she be if she was a big time Mick Jagger fan? Mick Jagger is not very good. Charlie Sheen is attempting to come back and has been making social media rounds. I watched him on Joe Rogan. He has AIDS now, right? He should do like a mini series about somebody who has AIDS. Did she displace heat? Are you talking about Maria Estevez, the maid? I think people are going to walk away from this remembering the story of Maria Estevez, the maid, forgetting the correction from Prince's mom that this is all just bullshit. And hopefully, more people will come to believe that Emilio Estevez named himself that because he sided with his maid mother, Maria Estevez, after his father, Martin Sheen, impregnated the maid. He said, no, I'm taking my mom's name, Estevez. Or he doesn't have very much money left. I'm not sure. I think he's HIV positive. Yeah, well, he went through what I would call a tweaker's paradise, but a sensory the censors tweakers paradise, where you had lots of sex, unprotected sex with like porn stars and got AIDS. Did she displace heat? I don't quite understand that question. I'm sure there's some innuendo to it that I'm not picking up on. You can't displace heat anyway. You can just encourage it to go over there. Schwarzenegger had a child with his maid. Oh, Mr. Arnold, what are you doing? I'm checking your breasts to make sure they're ready for cleaning. Mr. Arnold, you don't have to check my breasts. For long. Ee-oo, ee-oo. Maria Shriver came in. What are you doing? I told Mr. Arnold he doesn't need to do this for me to clean. Well, this is my other aunt and my mother. She was very, very cool. Took me to my first concert with Weezer. Well, that's cool. A Weezer concert is very cool. No doubt about that. That's a good concert to go to. My daughter, when she was in the womb, she went to a They Might Be Giants concert. We stood way at the back because they didn't want it to get too loud for the baby in the womb. But, you know, she kicked a little bit and stuff. She could clearly hear something was going on outside, you know. My wife's time was probably like 7 months or something. Well, I'm glad your aunt let you smoke cigarettes. She should have forced you to. It's not enough to just allow these sort of things. I've looked at dozens of pics of her, and she's very much the short, squat maid stereotype without any obvious charms. You know, somebody doesn't have to be anything in particular to be very sexy to somebody else. Maybe you just found it like, oh my God, watching you clean and stuff, it just makes me want to fuck you. I don't know. Maybe Maria Shriver didn't do a lot of manual labor around the house. Can you imagine Maria Shriver with an old school washboard doing the laundry and a stream out back? You like big nostrils in a woman. Well, the better to smell you with. That's what the woman would say if she were a big bad wolf. Hopefully she's not. I'm rooting for you, Jonathan. I'm hoping she's not doesn't turn out to be a big bad wolf dressed up as a woman. Because what if I've learned anything from Little Red Riding Hood is that people are easily fooled when wolves dress up as women. I've also learned, of course, that wolves are easily thwarted by brick houses, but not thwarted by straw or wood. Things I've learned from stories about pigs and wolves. That if you want to stop a wolf from getting into your house, you build a fire and put a cauldron of boiling soup there. The wolf will fall into the soup and you'll be able to eat the wolf. Your nostrils don't work, so you're a mouth breather forever. How can your nostrils not work? They're not doing anything, they're just holes. I have two of them, one on each side. I use them to do things like breathe air, smell stuff, flare my nostrils in anger, vacuum. I'm sure she did a fine job of vacuuming all sorts of things, but I don't think that he'd have to already be in the process of having sex with her to find that out. It's not like, you know, he heard a rumor or something. Your ears are very small for how gigantic you are. They pretty much collapse the instant they're shut. Why don't you get one of those breathe right strips that pulls your nostrils open? They, the generic term for them are nostril gapers. They help gape your nostrils. I'm gaping my nostrils because I'm such a nose whore. All right, let's go out back for a second. Let's bring with us this water. Let's put on a jacket too. Let's warm it up. We're going to warm it up for the jacket. We got my hood. Keep my head warm. Got my glasses on my head. I got my cigarettes. Water. Okay, let's go. I'll turn off this here for a second. Mr. Arnold, my English not so good. ¿Dónde está el English? Is it legally safer to hit on the Mexican maid? I wonder why. Mr. Arnold, why are you taking off all of my clothes? I'm going to get cleaning fluids on me. Not today. I'll be back. I'm going to take off my clothes. Okay, Mr. Arnold. Who knows why people are such filthy animals? They enjoy rutting against one another. I'm not saying I don't enjoy rutting against my significant other, but I don't treat it like some sort of drug. You know. There's some kind of precedent to them being in your home, knowing you're there, agreeing to be there. Oh, Mr. Arnold, I think you forgot to zip up your pants. Yeah, I didn't forget. I could come down here and hammer out a quick bucket of mortar for one to be a super productive guy or something. Yesterday's mortar's still quite wet, but I could get up the side here, side there, you know, finish it up a bit. We had a maid when I was growing up. We had a couple different maids over the course of my life. She came once a week. She did some stuff. My mom always cleaned up before the maid came. You can see the wet. It's still wet. Still dark looking. But I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged that I've got like 2 more buckets, 3 more buckets of mortar, and I'm going to be done. Arnold is some kind of shark-brained entrepreneur, calculated predator. I doubt she was a catalyst anyway. Well, there's this comedian guy who used to be on Saturday Night Live, did stuff with Kristen Wiig. I forget what his name is, but he told this story. I don't know if it's true or not, or just a joke, but I think it's true because of the way the story is. When he was just getting into the industry, he had some kind of like runner kind of job, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was involved in this thing that he was working for, and like Arnold came into the room and said to him, "Show me your leadership skills." Like he thinks he's there to coach everybody and how to live and stuff. What kind of an idiot do you have to be that ridiculous? Like you just have to have had that reinforced for too long by too many people, and have excised the sane people from your life who tell you things like you're being a complete douchebag. I see some cracks here I need to get. That's fine. The water's not going to get that high up anyway, but I need to get down here a bit. Maybe right there a little bit. But we're very close. We're closing in on the future of America. You think Arnold's ENTJ? I think Arnold's ENTJ also. He's actually a pretty good governor. Wasn't bad. Better than most California governors. I believe Newsom is being subjected to a recall election. Fuck, it's cold out here. How did it get so cold? It's like the sun ran out of fuel. And now we all have to freeze. It's exactly like that. Okay. I came here to do something like at least get a branch of weed and manicure it and put it in the closet. So it's gonna rain on Tuesday. Supposedly quite a bit. So I need to get most of the stuff harvested before then. Let me get a branch. Get an easy branch just to make things easy. Easy squeezy. Just for going with just a little bit of manicuring. So, having learned nothing from getting my hands all sticky yesterday, I will repeat that mistake. This one's super, super ready. Like if you could have weed that's overripe, which you can't, this would be that. This was the first plant to come ready, and it's been ready for a long time now. But accordingly, the buds kind of like pull apart real easy. So you got to be a little more gentle in the manicuring. But importantly, I've already done some manicuring of this while I was on the plant. Pull off some of the bigger leaves. Okay, I'm going to use the scissors for the rest of this. So that, yeah, it is, isn't it? It's nice. That cola. That's what they call this. I don't know why they call it a cola, but weed growing, like the main top bud of a main branch is called a cola. I'm not sure if it's a term that is used for other plants or it's just weed specific or what. even if it's commonly used, maybe it's just a term I heard when I was in college growing or something, then who knows. But this is a classic cola. Manicure this up nice, but not spin forever. Don't be too careful. Take too long if you're too careful. If you get a little bit of bud, that's fine. Generally better to be, when you have plenty of it like we do, generally better to be too manicured than not manicured enough. But it's also good to move this through this process of getting stuff harvested and manicured and put in the drying closet efficiently. Not take forever. I can't believe I got that light fixed today. And the light bulbs replaced. I was never going to figure out how to get that thing up there. But I did it. Okay. That looks like it's about good enough. There. Good enough. Now put it on the gram. I'm not a grammer. I think the gram has a problem, and that problem is it's too image focused. Okay. If the gram had a limit of 1 image per paragraph of words, then I'd probably think, God, what a terrible idea. Alright, let's put this away in here. Some of these other branches. Some of them not manicured particularly well, like that one. But that's a super leafy bud. It's hard to manicure. Do a better job than this, though. It's just a terrible job. I was obviously in a hurry to get this one put away. Alright, fine. Now where am I going to put this? Now this doesn't look that well manicured. I'm just going to get it a little bit more. Okay. I will put this about here. Okay. That's a fine enough spot. I'm going to cut this like this to make it fit in there a little bit deeper. That's fine. Sure, it's a little bit, folly. That's fine. It's not going to fall. Okay, good. Good. This manicured a little bit more too. Okay. Don't be obsessive. Just be okay with it being imperfect. There. Fine. Okay, let's turn off this light. That's good. We got one more branch in there. We could go outside and do another one. Alright, let's do another easy one. We don't want to do a lot of work. Just a little bit of work. Let's see. How about we get this seems quite manageable with branch. Not too much work. Okay. Put this scissors away for a second. Do you give them nutrients? Yeah, I get fertilized a fair amount. I mean, yesterday I went around and I picked up a shit ton of leaves, so it looks a lot thinner now. And I've harvested quite a bit, but I had just massive plants, massive plants that had huge bud loads on them that, unfortunately, when it rained, I mean, they were ready to harvest anyway, but it rained in September, maybe it was early October. I had some branches break. I had to sort of force my hand to harvest right then, certain things. Again, it's not that they weren't ready, it's that I couldn't process that much that quickly. This is such a leafy bud. Some buds easier to manicure than others, obviously. At least these leaves aren't stringy. I hate the ones with stringy leaves where you pull the leaf up and it pulls this whole string out. These leaves pull pretty good. There are a lot of them. Okay. All right, I'm going to switch over to scissors now. Ah, see? Buds pulling apart. I mean, it's very ready. It's not a terrible thing. But ideally, you want to avoid that. Where did I put those scissors? Here, there. All right, let's give it the old trim-a-roo. I'll turn this way so the lighting's better. The old trim-a-roo. Make it pure and true. Okay. Give it the old snippity snap and the snappity snoo. Bugity bia and bugity bew. Okay. trim off all of these little leaves. Okay. Okay. Trimity trim, trimity true. I'm done with you, leaves. I'm done with you. That's why I'm cutting you off. Like that. Mm-hmm. 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 A little trim there, a little trim there. A leaf here, a leaf there. Leafy leaf everywhere. Just trim those up. And we're about good to go here. Okay. There. We're done. This one, not a big branch, but a little bit of progress. Manicured up pretty nice. We'll put this in the closet and then we'll come back and maybe do a purple branch and then we'll come back inside a little bit. I may end this stream at some point, we'll see. Put this guy, oh, how about right there? That's good. It's perfectly right there. Okay. Good. Okay, let's do a fun purple branch. And we'll take a break from the manicuring. How the use of salt can benefit your cannabis crop. This month's Hort How To column describes how to meet plants' ionic needs. You can inform me that OG stands for ocean. OG stands for original gangster. No, I've not added salt, but I use fish emulsion. I don't know if that's salty or not. I don't think so. Normally, you don't want to put salt on plants. maybe it's a good idea to put salt on weed plants, but I think these came out huge and like healthy as could be. And for the hell, I gave them no salt. Okay. Let's do this little one and then do these ones separately. Those little ones. Oh, there's that little one too. These are pretty buds. I really like the way they look. Okay, I'll do some pulling first. These ones manicure up easy too. Leaves pull off easy, no stringiness. They're very ready. Buds are in full cake mode. They're fully caked out as much as they're going to get. Which means they pull apart like cake. Okay. Because these leaves pull so well, makes me want to spend more time in the pulling phase before getting into the cutting. Which means it's not necessarily a net time saver, but I'll end up with more properly manicured buds, I guess. Whatever. I get too much to do to be all perfect. I just get the scissors and cut it. What did I go with that? Hey there. I'll just trim this. Trim, 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 trim. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Why are you going on a safari if you're going to go surfing? Safaris are to look at animals. What kind of animals are you going to look at while surfing? Fish? You could, but then you're not really focused on surfing, are you? And that's why I disapprove of the Beatles and their disinformation campaign. The reality is, surfing has no place on a safari. And just as lions and tigers have no business swimming around in the ocean. And that's one to grow on. It's like a Flintstone vitamin for your mind. 10 million strong and growing. Glowing? What does that mean? Oh, I get it. It's a child who can't speak properly. How adorable. Glowing. 10 million strong and glowing. But then there came out this other vitamins. It said, sugar in the morning, sugar in the evening, sugar in your vitamins, because Flintstone's vitamins had sugar in them. I guess maybe that was an effective campaign against Flintstone's vitamins, I'm not sure, but maybe Flintstone started doing sugar-free vitamins after that. Because I'm sure plenty of mothers were like, I don't want my kid having sugar in their vitamins. This commercial makes it sound so outrageous. Sugar in your vitamins? What the F? Oh my God. Are you a child abuser? Are you giving your child a vitamin with sugar in it? Lady, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. You're a terrible, terrible mother. Let me slap these vitamins out of your child's mouth. Vitamins. You know what I say about vitamins? I should take my vitamins today. You thought I was going to say vitamins, schmitamins, huh? Well, I do say that too, but I'm wrong when I say that. I've decided that I have to actually try a little bit or I'll be super unhealthy. Like, you know, I'll feel the effects of poor lifestyle choices and stuff. Unless I do things to adapt, like take vitamins, change my diet, begin running marathons every day. Every day, one marathon. That's my new fitness goal. I want to win one marathon every day. So I have to do a lot of traveling to compete in all these marathons. It's fine. I'm sure I can win if I just walk fast. I don't need to really run. I've got long legs. I could compete in that ridiculous walking events that they had. It used to be called power walking. I don't know what it's called now. Speed walking or something. You're not allowed to run, but it's a race where you're walking. It's like, oh, come on. Seriously? What is this? What is this big branch here? Just take these little things off. And put them in the littles pile. Over here. And throw this branch away. There. Okay. This old branch. Nobody needs this old branch for anything. Surfing Safari. is a travel log of popular surf spots in California. Likely story, Winston's mom. Likely story. Everybody knows the safaris only occur in one place, and that place rhymes with Africa. You cannot go on a safari in California. We don't have any rhinoceroses. We don't have any lions. We have only like 4 giraffes. The Beach Boys, they really seemed to think that going to the beach was a great idea. It's not. It's not a good idea. Let me ask you, at Jeopardy style, the answer to the question is the beach. What's the question? Where do you get sandy and uncomfortable? The beach, correct. Or where can you never find parking? The beach. Where is there never any good shade? The beach. Where do you not want to go? The beach. All these things are true. But the Beach Boys, not only did they not understand how shitty the beach was, they named their whole band after the beach. And called themselves the Beach Boys, even if they named themselves that when they were boys, they knew then they would surely turn into men soon. And even as they aged, they never changed their name to the Beach Men. So I'm pretty mad about that, obviously. Did the Beach Boys also sing Fun, Fun, Fun Till Your Daddy Takes the T-Bird Away? And did they write that song? Did Daddy take the T-Bird away because they were having too much fun in the T-Bird? And if so, what kind of fun were they having in the T-Bird? Were they driving too fast? Were they going to some parking spot where people go to make out? Were they smoking pot in the T-Bird? Or were they just having innocent fun, like playing Candyland in the T-Bird while driving? It was the dangerous part. Nobody should play Candyland, the board game, in the front seat of a car while they're driving. I think we need to make that expressly illegal. Because, that always solves every problem. From now on, it is illegal for anybody to play Candyland, the board game, while driving. Can we still play it on our phone while driving? Yes. But not the actual board game. Can we play Chutes and Ladders? Yes. But not Candyland. How about Twister? Twister's right out. Nope, no Twister allowed. We had an addendum to our law. From now on, you can no longer play Candyland or Twister while driving. Okay. Can I play Stratego? Yes, you can play Stratego, but you really shouldn't play Stratego when driving. You probably won't play as well as you would when you're not driving, for one thing. And it's a game that, as the name suggests, requires a lot of strategy. So, things, I want a very long list of things that you can do and things that you cannot do when driving. Like, can you train a parrot to say rude things to other drivers while driving? Yes. Can you let the parrot drive? No. Can you let the parrot drive if there's a second parrot supervising? Yes. I want all of these things articulated in the law. Can you drive while tossing a pizza into a circle, pizza dough into a circle out the window? Yes, but you're probably going to drop the pizza dough. Best served to do that at a red light. Can you play Dungeons and Dragons while driving? Yes. But you can't use any dice bigger than 20-sided die. No 100-sided dice allowed. That's too dangerous to combine with driving. Can you play the piano while driving? Yes. In fact, you should play the piano while driving. If you want to complain that you can't fit your piano in between you and the steering wheel, well, rig up some kind of contraption, like a pole that's attached to the steering wheel that you can steer with it. And get a smaller piano, obviously. You're not going to be able to fit your full-size grand piano inside of your car. But maybe an upright, maybe a mini grand. Or if you want to cheat a little bit, you can get a keyboard, like I have over here. Keyboard on which I wrote that famous and popular new song. I gotta play the piano while I'm driving. Let's see here. I gotta play the piano while I'm driving. It's the only time I have to practice the piano today. Hey there, Mr. Bus, get out of my way. I'm playing the piano while I drive today. Hey, Mr. Bus, get out of my way. I'm playing piano while driving today. No way. Today. I should warn you, I'm not a good piano player. I might very well crash the car while looking for the chord I cannot find on the piano. If you want to drive behind a non-piano playing guy, then you should find a different car to follow. 'Cause I am playing piano while I'm driving, and that makes me filled with sorrow. Because I know if I get in a crash, I will have to pay cash. I don't have car insurance, even though they mandate that I do. But playing the piano while I'm driving makes my drive time fun. Playing the piano makes me thriving, and I'm driving like I'm done. I go much faster, I drive much better, and soundtrack is beautiful. But don't follow if you don't want the sound of piano in your ears. Piano. Everybody loves you. Piano. So, what's my new hit song? Driving. Playing the piano while driving. Sounds like Supertramp, huh? It's not bad. It would sound like Supertramp making up a song while driving and playing the piano, about driving and playing the piano. But I'm not actually driving. I'm pretending to drive, though. And that's just as good. If not better. Probably better. Well, once again, I've gotten finger hash on my keyboard. That's fine. A little finger hash never hurt anybody. Eventually it goes away. These things don't stay sticky forever. Right, finger hash? Once upon a time, a long time ago, everything happened and everyone was slow. Everybody looked up into the sky, wondering what was up there and why. Finally someone said, I think it's clouds. I don't know why, but I am proud of identifying things in the sky for you, 'cause you were so confused, and that is true. You point to the west and say, oh hey, what is that out there today? I tell you it's a sunset. You don't believe me, but I'm not lying to you. It's westward and true. The sun at the end of the day goes away. I can show it to you. It's a sunset, it's true. Oh yeah. If you love sunsets, then I think you'll enjoy this one. But if you don't enjoy sunsets, then run away, my son or daughter. It's not for you near the land or the water. It doesn't matter true if you don't want the sun setting. The sun setting on you. Called Sun Setting on You. It's a song about astronomy. It's a song about style points. It's a song about a lot of things. Most of all, it's a song about life. Just like this one is a song about life too. It's like Phil Collins' song. Tonight, the air is quiet. I shot all my coming to it last night. I could feel myself coming up into the air, but that was last night, my dear. I dare say you needn't worry about me coming in the air again now. I'm done coming for a while. I've only got like one load per day, maybe two if I'm feeling thwacked out. But even then I'm not necessarily gonna be in the mood to poke. Indeed, I might instead want to make up little songs while not being a joke. They say, oh God, Eric, nobody's gonna take you seriously as an artist if you make stuff like this. I say, well, maybe they will, 'cause seriously, this piano music is fantastic. And then I said, well, I'm not wrong about that. It's fantastic indeed. But will they see, and will they concede that this music is the most important thing they ever heard, and build their lives around it? I think they will. Oh, what did Maid of Madness say? I missed it. Oh.
Whatever.
Hi, Cameron. I hope I didn't bother you with noises. I was trying to be pretty quiet.
It's all good. No problemo.
No more sub bump.
The only thing that bothers me is the lack of morning coffee.
I didn't make any yet, but
Well, if there's old coffee, then there's still
Okay, you're also welcome to make a new pot. Gee, listen to me. Okay, listen. I want you to listen to me for once in your life. I am vertical streaming, not because it's a choice you see, but because inertia. I am inertially vertical. I'm not inertially horizontal. I am continuing in the status quo. Sure, you might be right that horizontal would be preferable, but that means I have to remember to change the orientation before I start the stream.
How many scoops do you put in usually?
3.
3? Okay.
3, but I like to put a lot of cream in it, you know. Hello, Matthew O'Day. Good morning to you. That's enough piano playing. I'm going to crash my car if I keep playing the piano while driving. But I do believe I should be safely able to play the piano while driving a boat. Because obviously, there's fewer things to crash into on water, assuming it's a big body of water. Just because most of these Muppets log on with their silly mobile thingamajigafoo. Yeah, well, a lot of people do log on with phones, and gee, I'm not going to disagree with you. Phones are shitty. But on the plus side, I can move around, you know. When I used to stream from the laptop, well, I was just stuck in one place. I would just sit here and just look at the laptop all the time. Oh. Now I can go outside. I can show you something. Like, have you seen this? Look at this. This is part of how the door works. It's called a hinge. Oh, Cameron, yeah, you missed it.
What's that?
Look at this. I successfully changed the light bulbs on the top thing.
Wow.
It's really hard because...
How do you even get in there?
Well, because it has flathead screws. Oops.
Flathead screws? That's extra lame. That should be illegal.
Right, and there's like no room up there, right? Just put a screwdriver. So I just got a drive bit. Use my fingers. I finally got all 4 of them unscrewed. Changed the bulbs. Then when I put it back, one of the things broke. The thing the screw goes into, you know. But 3 screws seems to be enough to hold it.
And it's just holding that glass thing?
Yeah, it's holding this dumb thing.
Yeah, 3 screws.
This is horribly designed. I don't know who designed this fucking thing.
People who design stuff, they really all suck. I mean, you hear about engineers like sucking? They really, well, maybe that's not an engineer who makes that, but
This is from
designers suck.
Hampton Bay fans.
Yeah, that's Home Depot. That's designed to suck.
I want to call them and say, you fan people have made a horrible product.
Mm-hmm.
And I hereby issue my critique of it. Mechanics hate engineers and engineers hate mechanics. Well, the thing is, it shouldn't be that difficult to change the light bulbs in your light fixture, where you have to unscrew this thing from the top, then this thing comes and falls down and sits on this, and I don't even know.
It's ridiculous.
You can't even take this thing off without taking the whole thing down.
Yeah, you have to totally disassemble all the crap.
And you have to like reach in there and very carefully screw in the little tiny light bulbs.
Home Depot likes to make a product that isn't very intuitive, so when it breaks, you have to have a sort of professional come help.
Yeah,
Like,
well, and so ugly too.
yeah, it's pretty ugly.
There's nothing good about it except for the fact that at least it's got. I always forget which one it is. It's just got two different sources of light.
Hmm.
That's kind of good. Fan I sometimes use a little bit, but
I can't believe that people will pay me to come to their house to change light bulbs. But it's for shit like that,
for
there's
that,
light
I
bulbs you
mean,
can't even.
I've been wanting to change it, but felt it was impossible for at least 6 months now.
Hmm.
I don't know what made me try it this morning, but
I came to this stream of logic when I was younger. I thought, you know, a man made this thing. I am a man. I can fix this thing.
mm,
And so I always just figured, whatever it is, there's nothing that's made by anyone except man. I'm not working on the UFOs, so I figure I can work on all this stuff there is.
yeah, well, my line of thinking was this: a man made this, and I am going to break it. What does that make me? A
I
different
am a
kind of man?
man.
I'm not sure. I'm confident in my ability to take this whole thing apart and then not be able to put it back together.
Hmm. Hmm. See, like my focus, I really have to tell myself I'm focusing now. Like when I'm taking something apart, because the rest of the time I don't have to focus. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. But when something's in order with different length screws and all that,
Are
then
you
I
are
really
you
do it.
saying you're autopilot petting the cat?
I'm autopilot petting the cat, but there's no order to petting the cat. It's whatever the cat wants. See, where does the cat want my thumb?
That's true.
Well, it wants it over here.
It's not ordinated.
He wants it over here.
That's very true of TE, Cameron. Everything TE is ordered like that, ordinated.
Could screw it all up. Yep. That's why you're supposed to have like a junky car when you're young, and you just take it apart, and
Who is
doesn't
going to
matter.
have possibly a screwdriver small enough to fit between that and the ceiling?
Um, Someone who has a pretty good screwdriver collection. But
You gotta have the stubbiest little screwdriver in history. Or
they
have
make
it be
them like
like a
that.
socket driver.
They make them this long.
They have ratcheting socket drivers.
Yep, I've got screwdriver bits that go in my drill, and I just put on the end of like a vice grip or a wrench or something. Or oh yeah,
Oh, I'm talking about actually like a ratcheting
a
driver.
ratcheting driver. Yeah, you could get a ratcheting driver. As for a short, stubby one,
Well, it'd be
sure you
flat, because then you'd be coming in
flat.
this angle rather than, and going like this rather than coming in this angle.
I don't think I understand what I'm looking at. What piece am I supposed to be turning?
There's a screw right here, for example, right?
Okay, on top of this thingy.
Right. So I'm saying
I'm
instead
feeling
of
a bunch of them.
no, it's right here, Cameron.
This, yeah, okay, that, and then that's the missing one. Okay, yeah.
So
Oh, I see. Yeah, you need a real short screwdriver. Like you need a.
or one that comes in horizontal like a socket, right? But with a screwdriver on it.
You got the already in the pocket short. This one, maybe.
You know what worked well? This thing worked well because they're flathead.
Totally.
I ended up using this to screw them back in. It was easier than using a drive bit because at least I could grab a hold of it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to top them off, I probably have something in the car, but.
They're all screwed in fine. It's just that one of them is the piece broke.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
It's this one. It's this piece.
Shitty stuff happens.
This
all
was
the time.
attached to the inside of the glass part when it broke off.
Yeah, I don't think you need that.
Three's enough.
Extra parts, we call it. With engines, you'd probably need that, but with anything but a motor, transmission, you can live without that.
Try a butter knife. Fly guy, I'm not trying to spread butter on something. You're missing the point of this conversation entirely. torque drivers. Because you can't always go all the way around with a long handle.
Gee, I agree with you. I like torques. Torques are way better. I don't buy Phillips anymore. I buy torques.
Looks like you got an affirmation from Cameron on that, G. Personally, I like Phillips head. Make everything be Phillips head, and then I don't have to worry about it. Do I have the right bit for this thing? No, I don't. Of course not. I'm gonna have for breakfast. Cameron, do you want any of this breakfast? I'm gonna have tortilla with butter on it. Okay. Now I know what you're thinking, friends on the internet. You're saying, Eric, isn't that a lot of carbs? I'm worried about your diet and whether or not you should be eating it. Relax, friends. This is Mission Tortillas Keto Certified Zero Net Carbs Original. That does have carbs in it. They're somehow magically counterbalanced by fiber. I'm not sure how that works.
Tortillas made from animals.
They're made from what?
From animals. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, but if they were meat tortillas, that would be fine. That would be on my diet. But my point is, just because they have fiber in them doesn't mean they're zero carbs. There's actually 14 grams of carbs in it. And then there's 14 grams of dietary fiber. Okay, well why does that make the carbs disappear somehow? I don't get the logic here.
So you're having butter on a tortilla. G says Russian tacos? That's a good one, G.
Russian tacos? Is that how Russians make?
It's just butter. That's all you have.
I like it like this. It's delicious and like soothing, you know? Nice and doughy. You just gotta roll your tortilla. Clang, clang, clang goes the bell. Pump, pump, pump goes your mama. Okay. There. Now I've got a buttery hot tortilla ready to eat in a little pouch. Gonna let it cool down for a second. Delicioso. It reminds me of a mama's old Italian cooking. Oh, Mom. It's like a bollocks. More than meets the eye, huh? Good day, Matthew O'Day. Good morning. Good morning. Hello to you. I want to wish you all the best on this fabulous Sunday. All the best and none of the worst. Just for you, Matthew O'Day. I think coffee is done. Oh, that's exciting. Matthew. Like, how did that become a name? Matthew. Why did I call this baby Matthew? Why? Well, that sounds like a good name. It doesn't, though. What if we pronounce it Matthew? It sounds like he's into math or something. Or maybe he's not into math. Like Matthew. Yeah, okay. Well, let's call him that anyway. We can call him Matt for short.
His parents had aspirations to be a mathematician.
Yeah. Listen. Ooh, oh. Am I gonna put some creamer? I already did. Do I want some half and half? Oh, yes. I do now. Half and half. Now it's double cream for me. Double cream. Double the pleasure, double the fun. Double cream my coffee until I'm done. Delicious. That's a real adventure in flavor and in beverage. And warmth and flavor. All things.
Is there room for more trimming in the next closet there?
Yep, there is. I put a couple more branches in there this morning, but there's still more room in there. It's not spelled right, Fly Guy. M-A-T. You can't tell when people say M-A-T versus when they say M-A-T-T, though. They sound the same. I mean, I typically pronounce the name Matt. I pronounce it Matt. So it's clear which one I'm talking about. Hey, Matt. But I don't want them to be insulted and think I'm calling them like a welcome man. When I do call them Matt, then I wipe my feet on them. It's only fair. That's the way I figure it. It is Chilly Willy, like Chilly Bo Billy today. I could give some sunflower seeds to the woodland friends. They'd probably appreciate that. My neighbors are outside, across the street, being loud. Yeah, just talking loudly, not being outrageous or anything. They're a little on the loud side. But I prefer them over the old neighbors. They don't have a dog that barks. And they don't yell at their kids and stuff, so. They seem to be quite good with the kids. I'm not sure how many kids are over there, but they play with them and I don't hear them speaking harshly to them or whatever. So that's good. Let's take another jump here pretty soon. I didn't really adhere to my diet very well yesterday, but since I shifted diet, I've really pooped a lot more. I could get say that branch right there. That would be a good choice. This branch would be a good choice. Or we're gonna get a branch. I could get some of this stuff, which is a different strain that unfortunately didn't end up with a ton of it because, well, I just didn't end up with a ton of it. I think it's pretty stony though. Might be the stoniest of them. Now this is a broken branch. As you can see, it's not all the way broken, but it's still fine, growing fine, but you could get that one or this broken branch here. It's also still growing fine, but it's all limpy lumpkins. This is number 2. This is the latest maturing, the last maturing of the plants. It's still not really, yeah, I guess it's probably done, but not a lot of that.
Do another trim?
Yeah, I was just sort of thinking what branch I'm gonna get. I might get one of these broken ones like this here. It's not all the way broken, but go around that. You guys are turned the wrong way. You should look this direction. Hey, I'm talking to you. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I need to be able to read your emotional responsiveness on your face. I'm going to get very non-ambitious and get this little branch right here that was bent over. This is I like this, the way this weed looks a lot. It looks dank and delicious. The leaves pull out like just clean as a whistle. I like that. What's that? You want to see what Cameron's doing? Okay. I'll show you what Cameron's doing.
This is what I'm doing. Very exciting.
We're doing similar things. You can see what we're both doing at the same time now. Isn't that amazing?
We call that parallel playing universe.
I call this cinematography 101.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I won YouTube Cinematography of the Year.
Me too.
You won too? Oh, cool.
Same year.
Wow.
Yep.
I guess there was a 2-way tie.
Yep. Oh no, I got the participation trophy. That's right.
Oh. Well, that's still good.
Yeah, I like my participation trophy cabinet. It's really big.
Reminds you of all the things you participated in.
Apple picking. Woo! Participant. I have a trophy for apple picking.
This trivia says blank spot for your name, and it says picked, blank spot for number, and it says apples.
Got world's best grandson.
World's best grandson. Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
That's, you got a lot of competition. There's a lot of grandchildren in the world.
Yeah, I really beat out a lot of people. I got it every year too.
Wow. Bailey must have been so offended.
He doesn't care about being world's best friend.
Boy, is it cold out or what?
It's a little chilly. That's why we have these insulated layers we call jackets. They look really good.
Yeah, I got a jacket and a sweatshirt on. Probably need to put my hood on if I want to be fully warm. This one's done. This stuff looks good. I wonder what strain it is.
Seems pretty good. What animal is that squeaking?
I don't know. Maybe it's a New Zealand squeaking porcupine.
Squeaking koala?
The squeaking porcupine in New Zealand is the only porcupine in the world to have no quills. Instead, it has regular pens.
So doing this makes me think, some of those, I mean, I've never really looked at weed porn pictures of sexy buds, but I wonder if people do this and then take a picture of their plant. I wonder if that's how some of those pictures are.
Yeah, maybe.
Some.
Some of them show it with the leaves, and got this big. I gotta make a dent in these ones here. Like, this is going to touch the ground when it rains.
Yeah, ground ones definitely.
So I'm gonna have to get this at some point today or tomorrow. It's gonna rain on.
It's gonna be raining.
Rain on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this one inside. No, maybe I'll come out and get one of those heavy bits of that branch.
Do you have a blood torch right now out here?
I'll bring it. I will bring it. Okay. Put this. We'll get the blowtorch for cleaning the resin off the cinders. Well, that fits nicely right there. Okay. Blowtorch. Here's the blowtorch. Here's some glasses. Trouble, don't meow at me, please. I don't want to be meowed at right now. Meow. You meow. Maybe you meow. How about that? Okay. Here's the torch.
Do the folks at home know about this?
Let me show.
Sure they do.
This is how you clean your scissors.
They're all dirty. So.
I've got a couple of scissors to clean as well. As you can see here with these ones, they don't come open because it's too sticky. We'll just it a couple times until they do. There we go.
It smells extra good when you're cutting right then because it's sizzling the hot.
It's a little bit better. Now let's try this pair of scissors. Good. Done. Okay. Now I'm going to close these bad boys up for a second. And bring it over here. I'm going to work on down here a little bit. Okay, so I normally like to begin by picking the leaves off with my fingers. With this one, it's upside down, so this one has the stringy leaves. Stringy leaves are a lot more of a challenge to deal with than non-stringy leaves. But that's fine. You can see the string pull off. See? The string. Oh, it's turned the wrong way, I see. The problem is.
You know how a shaver has the beard trimmer and it just sort of jiggles its blades back and forth?
Yeah.
I wonder if that sort of cutting thing would cut. Or no, it would just get clogged.
It would get gummed up real quick, I bet. Okay, I'm going to actually trim this off of the plant. So, let's cut this. Okay. I don't want to get too much extra branch, so I'm just going to trim right there. Now I can move up here and work on this in a more level spot. Scissors are the optimal tool for trimming. Burning's got to be bad for the plants. I'm not burning the plants. I'm just heating the scissors to get the finger hash off of it. Of course, you'd call it scissor hash, not finger hash. It's on the scissors, but you know, same concept. So you can see these stringy leaves are a problem. They will pull apart the buds sometimes. So really, for this plant, I should do a minimal amount of leaf plucking and then go to scissors. But I still want to try to do some plucking because it's better to remove those stems. Alright, I'll just trim it now. making some progress here. Yes, this is got a lot of leaves to cut, but I bought myself a little bit of time getting part of that branch. I need to get a lot more before it rains, but I won't need to get the whole thing necessarily.
Yeah, you could cut the whole things down and just bring them in the garage or something before the rain.
Yeah, I thought about,
Hang them upside down in the garage.
well, not in the garage, but in the closet in the master bedroom.
Yeah.
If, like, if I'm behind schedule, then I probably will take a couple big branches, hang them unmanicured, and then manicure them after they're dried.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible idea to manicure after they're dried. I've found that in some ways it's a little easier. That squirrel is really yakking it up over there. Quack, 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 quack.
They have their morning work too. It's being annoying bastards. That's what squirrels
I
usually
think they just argue with each other mostly.
Mm-hmm.
That's my seed, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
This is my tree, that's my seed. Better get your little squirrel ass out of here. That's what they say to each
They're
other.
body shaming each other. Look at your back fat blob. Your back fat blob is in the wrong spot. Mine's a little bit to the left.
Your cheeks can hardly hold even 5 seeds. My
Yes.
cheeks can hold 50.
You a seed hoe. I saw her take 7 seeds once, girl. You know she could. Her kids don't got no seeds. Her kids don't got no almond milk.
Well, I'm concerned about the squirrels right here because the turkeys come and they steal the seeds that they bury. I give the seeds to the squirrels, and those horrible turkeys come.
What do they have? Super smelling, and they
I don't know. They figure out that I give seeds there, and then they come and they scratch the ground all up, trying to dig up where the squirrels buried their seeds. Like, have they no regard for a squirrel's stash of seeds?
You know, growing up, turkey was one of those insults. You turkey, you jive turkey, and like we never had any turkey experience, but now you're getting some. Now you're getting to realize that was an insult, you know, based on turkeys being annoying bastards.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do that insult, peacocks are way worse.
You peacock.
Peacocks are horrible.
They are pretty bad. You only would know if you've been around. I mean, if you live with them.
They're
Go to the
loud.
Arboretum, you think you love them. People go to the Arboretum wearing their peacock dress. I've seen a woman in a peacock dress.
They're loud. They poop everywhere.
Speaking of poop, if I see some brown stuff, I just want to trim this out. I don't know what it is, but it don't look like.
Yeah, what that is it. There are a few buds that got dried out because I think I didn't quite water quick enough one day.
Because there's this reddish, but then there's this.
You can cut it out if you want.
I don't know what it is. It just.
Yeah,
it might be a bird poo or something.
Like there's a little bit of brown on this one because this one touched the ground.
Yeah. Oh, this was. You know what? This one was on the ground too. That's why I grabbed this one. So.
That's probably with just dirt and ground.
Yeah. Probably not the worst to smoke dirt.
Let's smoke some ground, dog. Yeah. This one's done. It can go inside for drying. Oh, the TV went to sleep. God damn it. I wish my TV would stop being smart. Just be a dumb TV, please. Why do I need a smart TV? Hi, simple girl. Nice look. looking herb. Oh yes, it is nice looking herb. Thank you. I grew it with my fingers. Well, my thumb actually, my green thumb. This is the most successful grow I've ever had, actually. A few typos are just fine. I'm not gonna grow in the winter. I grow outdoors with the idea that I'm gonna get a year's worth of weed. Hey Cameron,
Yo.
let's maybe do something like this. I cut this.
Cut it in half, yeah.
And then the smalls there, I just put in the smalls pile.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that doesn't look like a very fruitful branch there. Good thing they gave you this weed drying cabinet here.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Under the stairs.
Yep.
It's not just where Harry Potter lives anymore. Alright, this one I will stick up here, I guess. There, that's fine. Now these smalls, you just go right here. This little pile of smalls. Not even worth saving that. Those little teams. Okay. Good job. Good job. Okay. This stick, I guess, throws down there. There it goes. That stick is biodegradable. Alright. If I were to look around the back here, and it's very sketchy trying to go down this hill, down the back of the hill with these tatamis on, especially with socks on, they get super slippy. But I mean, this is not looking so daunting a process anymore. It's seeming kind of manageable. Get these big boys over here. Yeah. I think maybe it's time for me to put on my boots. Boot wearing guy. There's three kind of boots. Don't you believe in him? If you do, he'll make you cry. He'll send you flowers, then paint the town with another girl. He's a sweet-talking guy, but he's my kind of guy. Sweeter than sugar, ooh, kisses like wine. That you under your skin, 'cause you'll never win. Let me put my glasses on, which is want to see what you're saying there. Please show simple girl to drawing the camera for me. Sure. International Battle Chicken. Yeah, I can do that. Let me get one more branch, small branch. I'm gonna on my way in, and then I'll get it. Show it to you. I'll have to pull it out with like a paper towel so I don't get finger
I'll come
hash
in,
on it.
I'll come help you. I got gloves.
Alright. I would say all the seasons are distinct, and even the time of season might be distinct, like early summer to late summer, time of day. Well, yeah. I mean, different things are different. Is that what you're saying? Sometimes it's like afternoon, and other times it could be like morning. Sometimes it's summer, but other times it's winter. They do smell different. I was noticing last night I was outside, it smells like the mountains, you know, 'cause it's cold. It smells cold and mountainy. Alright, I'll put the handle on another branch from down here, and then we'll go inside. Okay. Let's get this. This is manageable. Stringy leaves. But, you know, sometimes you gotta endure a few stringy leaves to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop.
I think I gotta take rubbing alcohol to the pivot in these scissors here. That's my next.
Maybe I need to do that too, because even though the blades aren't sticky, still not opening and closing all the way smoothly. Oh, I've got a piece of blood. These stringy leaves, they pull apart your bud so easily. Alright, let's scissor it.
Alright, I'm gonna get smart. I'm gonna prioritize one on the ground, but that looks nice. Not one on the ground that looks like shit. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, you picked a really like puny branch that required a lot of work for a little payoff. Okay. All right, that's good enough.
I can go in anytime if you want to go deeper in.
Yeah, sure. I got to get my coffee and bring it in. I also have this open non-alcoholic beer that I brought here at some point during the night or the morning.
Oh, that coffee there?
Yeah, I'll come back for it. Okay. Here we go. Into the drying closet you go.
So the smalls, is that this area or is it that bucket, that box?
It's on the table, it's right here, and it's that box. It's all three of those. It's just anything that's not substantial, it's just, yeah, in there. Okay, where am I going to put this? I'm going to put this right here. So, diagonal cut that stem to make it fit in there a little bit better. And then push it. There. Push it real good. Okay. I'm going to move this broom out of here. It's in the way. Read Robert E. Svoboda's At the Left Hand of God. I sent you some Colorado. Some crazies who sit atop human carcasses and smoke the herb. Well, why would they do that? That's just a good way to get stinky dead body on your weed. Nobody wants that.
What people do with dead bodies and weed, other than killing each other for stealing their weed?
I think they make a dead person's body into a pipe.
Yeah, pipe?
They put their lips on the person's anus and they pack the bowl in the person's mouth and just like that.
You ever smoked through handlebars before?
No, I never smoked through handlebars.
So the handlebar pipe.
I've done apple, I've done aluminum can.
I turned a beer I was drinking into a bong or a pipe while drinking the beer.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it tastes great on both accounts. Weedy beer or beery weed.
Inside of handlebars, this fly guy has bike grease.
Inside of handlebars is bike grease. Well, there would be weed resin in there if you did it much. That's not.
I mean, that's assuming you want your handlebars to. You need to grease them to get them to slide on.
Before the race, I always grease other people's handlebars.
Well, that's smart. Hey, my handlebars aren't working. Whatever happened to my bicycle? And then, meanwhile, Cameron's just riding right past them.
Yeah, my hands are gripped. They're affixed normally.
I'll tell you what I need to grease. The wheel of my wheelbarrow.
Morning, simple girl.
You always did like a nice horse. I find that horses are great, but I don't want one. And horses are fine. Nobody says like, ew, horses, gross. Nobody ever says that about horses.
You're not allowed to. It's one of the rules.
Ew, horses, gross.
Horses are so lame.
Oh my God, you are not gonna go near that horribly disgusting horse, are you? Oh, yeah, I was gonna pet it. Oh, you're gonna get horse on you. I know, I'm saying nobody says that, simple girl. Nobody says like, ew, there's like a bunch of horses over there. Yeah, they poop, but they poop like herbivore poop. It's not so bad.
You know, just imagine living with friends who are herbivores and like you're camping and people are pooping, they're digging holes and pooping and whatever. You come across the herbivore human poop, it wouldn't be so bad.
I think somehow it still managed to be bad.
Yeah.
Unless they had a diet consisting exclusively of Spring, the vegan cruelty-free sperm whale alternative. Sperm alternative. Let's see. International battle chicken?
Oh yeah, the battle. Are your hands too dirty?
Yeah, they're a little dirty.
How I do it?
It's probably in this one, I think.
Yeah, let's just.
And if it's not, then it's in this one. Oh, did you see I did a beautiful still life this morning?
This?
Yeah.
La vida con las frutas.
La vida still.
La vida
Still life.
still.
Still life with
Con las
fruits.
By Raul Diego.
Yeah.
Oh, what a lucky guy.
And there's
Tanzania, canopy dwelling striper monkey.
carrot spirit animal.
It's not bad. It looks sort of like, the face is sort of like one of those guys from Star Wars. Charlene. We're getting close, maybe.
There it is.
This is the one.
International battle chicken. Here it is. This is Winston's mom's spirit animal. Let me turn it around this way so it's not mirrored. There we go. International battle chicken says right there. It's got the brain appendages, a sword. It's got jet powered and a lance. It's pretty impressive. It's one of the most high tech of all the spirit animals.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Horse culture can be pretty elite. Or, oh, you don't have a horse? I don't think we want to spend any time with riffraff like you horseless people.
You want these?
Yeah, thanks. A lot of people around here have horses. But I actually don't see people riding. But I don't go out on the roads that often. Cameron and I are planning to go out today and do a little bit of a hike or maybe a mine exploration. We go to the mine that we went to before potentially. I don't know where another mine technically is. We didn't find really the mine part last time.
There was just some sort of metal things, or we could go there, go some other.
But I want to find a hole in the ground that has big chunks of gold for me to pick up and take home.
Just as long as it's close.
Okay.
With the big chunks of gold.
You can't afford to board. I sold my horse trailer and big truck. It was hard, however, it just is what it is. Do you sell your horse too? You like thoroughbreds? Well, thoroughbreds are good if you want to race your horse. But you just want to ride around on a horse. You should get one of those fancy Budweiser horses with the long fur on its feet. She's at your mom's ranch, so you can still see her. Oh, that's nice.
My sister-in-law has a horse, and it was a whole story of the horse was supposed to have a good lineage, and it could be that the people who were stabling it for her were hiding the papers the whole time because she's like a newcomer to town, my sister-in-law, and it ended up getting knocked up in their field where it was not supposed to get knocked up. So then, does she pay for
that whore?
Well, yeah, exactly. So then, do you want to double pay for? Well, then you've got like vet bills and more feeding if you've got another horse. And so she ended up giving the horse the baby away, but it could be that them on the sly they're like, you know what, this horse has papers that we're hiding. We're using her horse to make babies that we're going to sell to someone, and then ooh, here are the papers or whatever.
I wonder if the male horse's owner was like, your slutty whore horse seduced my horse and stole his valuable seed. Not a name D3. The Arabian has a spirited and sensitive temperament, whereas the quarter horse is generally considered calmer, gentler, and easier for beginners to handle. Both are versatile breeds. What about a mule? Why are people not as excited about having a mule as they are a horse?
I think it's the sound. Or is it the mule or the donkey that makes that funny noise?
The donkey is the original thing. A mule is a half breed, I think, right? Between a horse and a donkey.
Because up at Chantry Flats, they have the pack mule station, which I believe is with mules, I would assume, if it says mule. And those things will make this noise. And it's,
That's a donkey, I think.
Is it?
I don't know. Simple girl, do mules make the same sound as donkeys? Or are they the same thing even? Or what? Tell me about mules and donkeys. You're a farmer. You know about these things. May I just say that, yeah, I was right. That's a donkey.
Oh.
Mules are half horse, half donkey hybrid. That's why they can't make more mules. But the only reason mules exist at all is because some of the donkeys and some of the horses are such absolute sluts that they have to have sex even outside of their own species.
And again, the one that makes the funny noises is the donkey only, and mules don't make funny noises, and horses don't make funny noises, for the most part.
Mules go like this. And horses go like this. Neigh. And donkeys go like this. Bray, bray. And pigs go like this. Nyagaja, nyagaja, nyagaja. These are the sounds of farm animals. I'm not dating Ike. Maybe you are.
All right, the alcohol seemed to make the scissors go back and forth again. So that's good.
That's good. Lord have mercy on my soul. Now that's a spicy burrito. Okay. What I need to go do is get my coffee from outside, um, where it's getting cold and old and settled in its ways. And then what else am I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Get my coffee and something else super important. Like more important than life itself. I don't remember. But I was gonna get my coffee and here it is. Got my torch right there. I wasn't gonna get that, but I do have that right there. I think the Woodland Friends want some sunflower seeds. Let me give them that. Here you go, Squirrely Joe. Let's see. He's like, oh, I'm scrounging for yesterday's leftovers. What did we do the day before? Don't worry, Mr. Squirrel. I'm going to give you some more delicious seeds. Now, if you give me a heads up as to when the turkey's coming, Mr. Squirrel, I will shoo them away. I don't want them here any more than you do. Squirrels, they don't want the turkeys here stealing their seeds. I don't want the turkeys here. But what do I want here even less than turkeys stealing seeds? Bears getting into my trash. Because that makes a big mess. I really have to clean up then. Because I don't want trash sitting around places. Sure, right now the ground is covered in these dried leaves, but I'll wait till I'm done with this process and clean that up. I guess I should water the plants now. Might as well. I know there was something else I was going to do when I was out here, but I just cannot remember what it was. I'd get my coffee. Looks like a gander at Il Pond. And the new mortaring. Still dark gray. Showing the signs of wetness still. And obs magobs. I need to finish out this bottom part. Get a little bit here. See a couple of cracks here. So fill those. Then I need to get the big pump. And then we're ready to really rock and roll. After that, it's just going to be, I want to add some decorative rock feature kind of things. I can add, I can stop the cycling the water and then it'll settle into the pools and I can add anywhere else, you know. We're going to get rained on good on Tuesday. So I really need to finish this stuff the day, ideally, so it has a little time to dry. These steps are horrible. I need to finish these steps. I just made these like temporary steps, and it rained, and they all started crumbling. Like my hopes and dreams crumbling into the sea with the waste of all of yesteryear's nobodies. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I have to get my coffee, and I was going to go get another Adderall. Taken two this morning, way earlier, but I could go for a third. I didn't sleep well last night, but I didn't exactly sleep terribly either. I seemed to get a decent amount of rest. I stayed in bed for a decent amount of time. Yeah, I want to get a crayfish for this pond. I want to get a couple of crayfish. Ideally, they make a breeding population. I can put sand on the bottom of a couple of the pools and some little rocks or something. They like to dig and hide away and stuff. So let's put some hidey spots. That would be the ideal wildlife that I introduced into the pond, would just be crayfish, but I think I'm going to try a couple goldfish, see how that works out too. Nothing bigger than that. I know the frogs will come. We got a frog on the side of the house the other day when it rained. I don't know where it came from. Did it walk all the way up from the stream down there? I don't know how it got on the side of our house. And if you haven't been here the last couple of days, let me just retell something that some of you guys already know. We saw a baby rattlesnake right there, and I wasn't sure what kind of snake it was. I thought it was actually a corn snake. It's very small, so I couldn't really see the rattles. I had gloves on. It wasn't moving. I thought, is it dead or is it just still? I reached out and kind of like poked at it, and then it shook its little tail back and forth. I still couldn't hear any rattles, but I'm pretty sure it was a rattlesnake. So I scooped it into a bucket and put it on down the side of the hill there. That's the second snake I've seen right around here. First one was a California mountain king snake, which is a beautiful snake. It looks like a coral snake, but it's not. And it's quite rare. I was really happy to see it. It wasn't so happy to have my attention, but it just kind of ran away from me. They don't have any venom, California mountain king snakes. Yeah, I feel you, Winston's mom, but yeah, you know, that's that's life when you don't completely sanitize the world around you, right? The rattlesnake, if a rattlesnake bit the cat, it would probably kill the cat. I'm quite sure a rattlesnake bite would not be like a mosquito bite. I've never been bitten by a rattlesnake, but I'm not scared of snakes for some reason, including rattlesnakes. Maybe because I had so many as pet snakes as a kid and into young adulthood, and my friends had snakes, and we all played with snakes. And like PE in middle school, when my friends found a corn snake on the hill, and I tried to convince the PE coach to let us take it home, and he wouldn't let us take it. We just put it back on the hill. I think my eyes are very attenuated to seeing snakes. I want to see snakes. I like snakes. Letting the water run down. I can probably cut back on the watering to like every other day now. But I'll just give them a last good watering before Tuesday's storm. And after that, they should be mostly harvested and bada bing, bada boom, you know. We should have a healthy supply of weed. A year's worth? Hopefully. I'm not entirely sure. Well, this little one, I couldn't hear it at all. And it's like, it didn't notice me until I went up and started bothering it, you know. It didn't seem to notice me. So, and maybe it was cold. It wasn't a very warm day. Imagine being a creative with no arms or legs. You're constantly cold. Everything wants to trample on you. A creature with on it. Sex to be them. Well, I mean, a rattlesnake has got pretty good defenses, you know. If something wants to eat a rattlesnake or trample it or whatever, they run the risk of death, for sure. Poor mountain king snakes, California mountain king snakes, they don't have any venom. They just have to rely on their bright colors to convey to potential predators that they do have venom. I don't know if the potential predators are that tricked out by it, because it's like, whatever's going to prey on a California mountain king snake is not going to be familiar with the similar coloration of the coral snake and say, ergo, this must be venomous as well. Whatever preys on those things is not going to have that kind of reasoning. So I don't know why they would think it was poisonous because it's red. Rattlesnakes aren't red and they're poisonous. Yeah, snakes are cool. I worry about them getting run over on the roads around here. I've seen several run over snakes and it makes me sad. It doesn't really make me sad to see the squirrels get run over. I actually accidentally ran over a squirrel the other day. I had no way of avoiding it. It was like jumped right out in front of the car, right around the corner that you couldn't really see ahead. So the squirrel was toast. And I hit it square onto the thump and it was flattened. Obviously, I don't want to do that, but I didn't feel too bad because I wasn't like driving fast or anything. It was just impossible for me to avoid. What's this? Oh, I see a partial. I'll put these smalls in the smalls and put this one in the drying room. Or you just leave it here for now. That sounds a little bit easier. It's the year of the snake. Do you think there are snake owners in Ireland because ferrets are illegal in California, yet I know ferrets who live there? Hi, Cameron.
Howdy. Do you want, oh, I had the rubbing alcohol. Do you want the rubbing alcohol for your scissors?
No, I think I'm a little burned out on manicuring at the moment. I'm gonna take an Adderall though in a second, and then drink a little coffee and Wait for that to kick in.
Okay. I know I could use, I don't know, some time before we go on an adventure. Take
Sure.
my body a while to get ready to
Sure, yeah.
get out of here.
I figure this is probably the last thorough watering I'm going to give these plants because I'm going to try to be finishing up the harvesting, and Tuesday you're going to get a lot of rain. And
Mm-hmm.
you dirty rat. That's a stubborn leaf.
Should you yank the leaves or you cut the leaves?
I'm going to try to pull it against the grain if I'm just picking a leaf off. But, it depends on which plant I'm working with, too. This one, I think the one you're working with now, that has very stringy leaves. So if you pull the leaves, it'll pull this whole string off of it. And then it'll pull apart your bud.
Oh, I see. So in a not good way.
Yeah, so the stringy leaf ones I do more scissoring.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones with leaves that pull off nice and clean, I'll do more pulling off. Oh, kitty. Are you drinking? That's for the plants, not for kitty. It's okay. You can have as much of it as you want.
I had the desert tortoise come in Vegas and drink out of the hose when I was using it.
Well, that's
Just
cool.
for a little bit. Like, not much. Just a tiny bit.
Drupia likes to play in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Like she comes over and the sink's on sometimes and has to pat it with her paw. She plays in the water in the toilet as well. When we go in there, there's muddy paw prints.
Mm-hmm. They like a Pyrex dish, like the clear dish, 9 by 12 dish with about an inch of water in it. Set it in like on the kitchen. They'll just like play with it. It's fun for me.
I like how Drupia, she's not doing it now, but a lot of times when she drinks, she puts her paw into the water, like scoops it up like she's scooping it into her hand or something.
Mm-hmm. Raccoon style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite adorable.
Yeah, they all have their little intricacies, and they're all very cute.
Okay. Good enough. Water. That should be fine. Alright. Let's go get an Adderall. Let's get my coffee. And, it's cold now. That's what I get for not drinking it in a timely fashion. It's cold out there. Well, Eric is not accustomed to the cold yet, because the weather has changed. It was quite pleasant, and then now all of a sudden it's cold. Which is pleasant in its own way. 53 is not really that cold. But, for the daytime, for 10 in the morning, it's pretty cold. Ferrets are illegal in California. That's why we built a big wall to keep them out. Get out of here, ferrets. We don't like your kind around here in California. You and your Faraday ways. I wonder why they're illegal. I'd like to ferret out the truth about this question. No, Rick, no ferret puns allowed. Just let me. Just let me. The year of the snake. These cultural beliefs might defer decision making on big life events. The snake is a less desirable year, says David Lay, a board member of the Chinese Historical Society of America, but a snake association with misfortune because it's people who adhere to cultural. How dumb. You gotta delay making a decision because you think it's the wrong year? What? Oh, no, no. Not a snake year. Let's do it in the year of the oxen. Why? Because we're dumb as a bucket of rocks. That's why. I'm getting an Adderall. I'm dumb as a bucket of rocks. I get, like, enjoying that stuff for its NI qualities and such, but actually, say, delaying a decision for a year until it's a different animal, that just seems insane. It seems like the year of the snake would be bad for somebody who's a rat like Rachel because snakes eat rats. It must work for them, so that some rule must be better than no rule. I guess. I mean, it's kind of like any kind of magical thinking thing. It's you're trying to catch holistic lightning in a bottle, You're trying to time something just right and have serendipity all fall into place that you want. So it's understandable that you would have mechanisms for dealing with timing. But I just think the idea of delaying a decision a year because it's the wrong animal, that just seems crazy to me. That's because you're racist, Eric. Racist against Chinese animals. Guilty as charged. Alright, getting an Adderall. I need to remember what I'm doing. Shh, be very quiet. Rachel's asleep. She's plumb tuckered out. She's not in bed, she's on the side of the bed on the floor. She often does. She makes this little squirrel nest over there. She has this bowl of chips and a blanket and her phone and her headphones. She does it because she's concerned that getting up and down, rolling around and shit is going to bother me, which I guess in theory it might if she didn't prevent it from bothering me as she does. But what's interesting is I never think when I'm up and down that I'm going to be bothering her. It's just like, well, I don't get to decide how restful I am. The wood snake is charming, intelligent, and creative, but also secretive, cunning, and ruthless. Wood snake, talking about my dick. That's what a wood snake sounds like to me is a penis, an erect penis. Snake wood. Snakewood's natural partner is wet monkey. Oh, wet monkey. Little sheep, strange smell. Rather than China, they translated one of the Chinese dishes on the menu to little sheep, strange smell. I don't want that. Little sheep, strange smell. No, thank you. Okay, do you have, what's the least Chinese food thing you have here? Or just give me a plate of rice. I don't trust any of this shit. Little sheep, strange smell. Who, who's gonna order that? It must sound different in Chinese than it does in English. You can't get the little sheep strange smell, but can you make the smell a little more normal? Oh, China, you so cray. China's like the Mexican Navy on steroids. Iceland, here we come. Oh, we crashed into the bridge. What are we going to do now? We're only 4 minutes into our trip. That's the hilarious thing. They crashed 4 minutes after leaving the dock on their way to Iceland from New York. 4 minutes into their voyage, the Mexican Navy crashed their sailboat into a bridge. Hilariously. Was I supposed to be steering the boat? Ay, ay, ay. To case. They didn't see it coming. The least Chinese thing I will argue is not rice, but probably a Chinese fortune cookie. I never had any fortune cookies in China, but I also didn't have any little sheep strange smell. Man, they have this store that for a long time I thought was called Tar. It looks like it. The sign looks like it says Tar, and it's a restaurant. But it's actually Taro, Taro, which is only marginally better than Tar as a food. May 17th, 2025 was a red letter day in the history of news, because that was the wonderful day when the Mexican Navy crashed their ship Cuauhtémoc into the Brooklyn Bridge 4 minutes into their journey to Iceland. We're not gonna get to Iceland now. We're gonna have to go back to Mexico. Isn't it strange? You wouldn't think of Mexico as having a navy, but they have ocean on both sides of them. Why wouldn't they have a navy? If you were to think Mexico had a navy, you'd probably think they had regular boats with engines, not sailboats. But I mean, what is your navy gonna do in a sailboat?
What year are we talking?
2025, the Mexican Navy took their sailboat on a trip to Iceland and crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge. Well, I guess if they didn't want to go to Iceland, they wanted to stay in the U.S., so they crashed on purpose. I just, I think that whoever they put in charge of deciding whether or not to go under the bridge made a poor decision. I think we can make it. Maybe can we fold this mast down?
Let's let some air out of the tires, eh?
You can't fold the mast down. That's how you use a sail. Don't you know nothing about sailing? We're the Mexican Navy. Have I ever had natto fermented soybeans? No, I have not had that. I don't want to even try that. Even Japanese people think it's gross. Okay, so I brought the pill bottles here. Did I take an Adderall yet? Or no? I don't remember. No, I don't think I did. Okay. Yeah, durian fruit. Oh my god. That stuff smells so bad. It smells like a mermaid's ass.
Some people are into ass, though. You know, I
Mermaid
imagine a
ass?
mermaid's ass would probably turn a lot of people on.
Well, trick question. Mermaids don't have an ass.
They don't have a little cloaca someplace
No,
we've ever.
they just go straight from belly button to fishtail.
Oh, they just do the in and out. They just act like cats and they just have hairballs instead of pooping.
Right, yeah. They cough up poop balls.
Fish balls.
That's why I
actually
never
the fish
kiss a
ball.
mermaid.
From the restaurant, you've heard of fish balls? That's what those are.
Mm.
Mermaid, mermaid balls.
It smells like rotten garbage. It's horrible smelling. I can't imagine anybody wanting to eat that. What is that smell? It smells like rotting garbage. Oh, it's this fruit. You want some?
When you eat
Absolutely, I do.
does it smell like that when you eat?
I've never tasted it. I'm not insane enough to want to taste something that smells like rotting garbage.
Yeah.
Supposedly, it tastes better than it smells. Lutefisk, I just like pickled fish, right? I think I'd rather have lutefisk than either natto or durian.
You know, something that I thought was going to be gross, I knew was going to be gross, was kimchi, but I was incorrect. Kimchi tastes good.
Kimchi's pretty good.
Yeah, it's rotting. What is it, like fermented cabbage?
Yeah, fermented cabbage and spiciness.
Stinks. It sounds gross. It stinks gross. Tastes good. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty alright. I mean, I'm sure that's gross too, lutefisk. But maybe if you put some ketchup on it, it would be less gross. Ketchup won't save you with a durian. Durian is known for its incredibly potent and complex smell, often described as a mix of rotting onions, sewage, and sulfur, notes of sweet custard, gym socks, or rotting flesh. The smell is so strong that durian is banned from many public transport systems and hotels in Asia.
Nice.
Yeah. So, you know, great on the list of great housewarming gifts, a durian fruit. Hey, look at this super big fruit I got you. Let me cut it open for you. Yeah, I think my description of it fits well with Winston's mom's copy paste when I said it smells like rotting garbage.
Is that the stinky plant at the Huntington Library?
No, that's the corpse flower.
Corpse flower.
That supposedly smells like a corpse to attract flies to help it in its reproductive cycle, I guess.
Okay.
It blooms every once in a while, and they make a big deal of it in LA when it blooms, and the lines of people go to try to time it so that they can really get a good smell of it when it's open, because it only stays open for like one night.
Those are all of the people who waft their own farts over with their hand, like, oh yes, right?
Yeah.
Fart wafters.
Durian smoothie, I had that once in Thailand. It was produced in hell, though. I think I smelled it in Hawaii, is where I smelled it. I'm not sure though. Might have been in Taiwan.
Eric, did you get food poisoning in Asia at all?
No, I didn't.
Did you eat like street food and random stuff, or what did you eat when you
No,
were there?
I cooked mostly, but at home. But when I went out, I went to expat restaurants.
What did you cook?
Just like similar things I cook here, like I'd buy some frozen chicken, cook up chicken breasts, and get like sausages.
So you were not eating Chinese type of food or whatever. You
No,
were
and
just
I
eating
would
your
buy canned American stuff you could get at the
okay.
Carrefour. It was kind of expensive. They didn't have a huge choice. I tell you what was ridiculously expensive in China was Haagen-Dazs ice cream. It cost like $20 US for one of those little things.
Nice.
They when you bought it, they gave it to you with dry ice.
That's super classy.
Yeah,
Then you get to play with the dry ice and do dumb stuff.
yeah. I didn't really do anything with the dry ice. I just said, well, become carbon dioxide. Go ahead.
At the mall, the Santa Anita Mall, when Haagen Dazs, when I remembered it existing and having dollars going to the mall, I think it was like $4 to get an ice cream cone, wasn't it? Something like it was a lot, if I recall.
I'm not sure, but I know that a pint of Haagen Dazs in the U.S. is even now, after inflation, nowhere close to $20.
And I'm talking 1980s dollars. Nowadays, I'm sure you go to Haagen Dazs and what is it, like 8.50 for a ice cream cone or something? Probably.
Probably. I don't know if they even have those stores anymore.
I don't know.
But not everything the price has gone up. For example, potatoes are still cheap. You can get like a either 5 or 10 pound bag of potatoes for like $2. Race lever. Without his permission, the dry ice never would have become carbon dioxide. That's right. It was waiting for me to say, go ahead. You can just relax, just pretend like you're home, and just revert to your gaseous form.
One time at Ralph's, where my stepdad was a stalker at, not a stalker like I'm stalking someone, but stalking the groceries at Kroger, Ralph's. The refrigeration system went down, and so the managers, who are not physicists, decide, oh, we're just going to order a bunch of dry ice. Put all this dry ice there in the freezer area, fridge area, whatever it is. Does anyone at home have an prediction of what happened? Or Eric?
Well, it would
Any
only
idea?
get the top of it cold.
Something else?
It,
Folks at home, any ideas?
it would fill the whole space with carbon dioxide and people wouldn't be able to breathe.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. He walked in there and he felt like his life elixir was leaving his body,
Hmm.
and he realized he'd better leave that space. And I think he told everybody else to get out of there. And they did realize that you can't just do whatever you want in physics. You have to do the right stuff. You can't just fill an enclosed space with carbon dioxide and think you're not going to die.
Right.
I think the fire department had to come and blow it out with special fans or some sort of thing.
Well, at least it wasn't carbon monoxide.
Sure. I wonder if there's frozen carbon monoxide you can use. Maybe it works better, you know. Maybe we can get that next time.
Why don't we just get frozen carbon? Forget the oxide part entirely. What would frozen carbon be? Just a pencil lead? Cold pencil lead?
Black stuff, gray stuff. It's really good stuff. Now you can like 3D print with carbon. They can 3D print with metal. You can do like, if you're a super science guy, like, you know, engineer, computer guy, you can do most anything.
A lot of people say, Eric, you're a super science guy. But, you know, my science is philosophy, okay? And we don't need any beakers or test tubes for that science. Let's see what Fly Guy linked. A YouTube link? Why, I never. Let's see what's it to link to. Nothing to see here. Is there really nothing to see here? Not even one thing?
Oh, it's that weird
Oh,
fish stuff.
lutefisk.
He's gonna eat it too.
He's gonna eat lutefisk.
Hey boy, I
Give
dare
it-
you to eat that lula fish.
Give it a try.
Go on, boy.
Okay.
Open it. Now eat it.
He's like gonna puke for it just from smelling it.
It doesn't
Oh
look too
god.
tempting. He's already throwing up.
Okay. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't want to eat that after all.
Fly guy.
Not that I ever
That was
wanted
fun.
to. I don't want to eat durian or natto either.
I saw a video of people in China going to the gutters, and there are these traps in the gutter where you can take like a lid out, and then you can get a ladle, and you can ladle what's in
Ground
there.
oil, yeah.
Yeah, and there's oil in there, and you put it in another container, and it's like, you select this level of it, and then you take it to the restaurant to make the food.
Yeah, I heard about that too before I went to China, and I was careful not to eat any street food.
All right, so you're a success. Bailey went to India to a wedding, and I know he got stomach, he got some issue while he was there.
Well, I'm sure it's very healthy, Cassie, to have that disgusting stuff. Everything disgusting is always very healthy. Have I ever come across the pong pong tree in Thailand? I've never been to Thailand. So, no.
I smacked it with my racket. Is that the correct tree?
Is the pong pong tree where they make ping pong paddles out of? Well, I like its name.
Yeah, it's a fun sounding name. It's kind of like, I like the city of Cucamonga. When I was a kid, I thought Cucamonga sounded like a place with wild monkeys roaming.
It does kind of sound like the land of wild roaming monkeys.
And I still think that, there's something for sale in Cucamonga. I'm like, do I have a sword and a shield?
You have your monkey repellent spray. I bet bear spray would work fine on monkeys. If there was a bong bong tree, there Eric would have visited it.
Oh.
I would have smoked from it many times by now, I'm sure. There's no bong bong tree. There's just fire crotch over here. And my inadequate bowl. It's got a narrow urethra. Yeah, I figured out what the missing letters were there, Weston's mom. Why is it known as that? Because you can hang yourself from it very easily or something? It's got sturdy branches.
Well, that's
Or is it poisonous?
an interesting tree.
Inquiring Erics want to know. Oh, the seeds. The seeds will kill you, I tell you. Don't eat those pong pong seeds.
Supposedly, what is it, peach or apricot seeds? Also, you can get cyanide out of those. Some guy was trying to sell a cancer treatment with eating ground up seeds, one of those, and it's cyanide.
Yeah.
So then I think he went to jail or something.
Thai locals put ribbons around trees so they don't get cut down on a serious note. What kind of trees would get cut down? Pong pong trees? I mean, the thing is, it's interesting the way that we put ribbons on trees to know which ones to cut down. I thought it was called that because if you touch it, the toxin is so painful it makes people want to end it. The pong pong tree? It's meant to be against deforestation. Well, like around here, it's mostly private property in this little neighborhood, and so obviously individual people decide what to do with their trees. But the neighborhood is one that doesn't have fences, and it's just everybody's just like in the forest kind of. Then around here, there's a bunch of like national wilderness, national park, or whatever, and there's something called the conservancy, which is this area where it was like gifted to the county so long as they don't do anything to it, just leave it be. So there's lots of protections against deforestation around here, but they do put a ribbon on things that they're going to cut down or cut back. Tying a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree would in fact be fine, but if you were to tie a pink ribbon around it, that would mean it's time for that to get cut down by the county people for some reason. We had some bushes that were sticking out a bit, and the county put a pink ribbon on it and came and trimmed it back a bit. They talked to me before they wanted to trim back this one tree that was not into the street at all. I said, go for it,
What, that one in the front of the driveway up there?
No, not that one. Over here on this side. They put in a new power pole up there.
So they had.
And they wanted to trim back this one tree, one side of this one tree. Okay. Try and Google orange ribbon around tree from Buddhists. You know what that sounds like to me, Cassie? Sounds like littering. They only trimmed the bush with the pink ribbon on it, Race Lever. You're getting confused with some sort of dirty thing. This is a family show, okay? Most of my audience is toddlers. Yeah, deforestation is not a thing to worry about in America because all the old growth had already been cut down and deforested. And
we already deforested ourselves.
And then we replanted or let it come back, and etc. And there's a lot of protected lands where they just remain wild, which is great. I feel lucky to live around such lands, and that they are relatively pristine. No graffiti and trash, and I rarely see anybody out and about even.
I find an interesting phenomenon is seeing British people notice America or notice the desert. Like I've seen many, I've known actual British people who went to the California desert and were in awe, but I've
What's this? Where's all the bushes and trees?
That's brilliant! It's brilliant! Look at this expanse, it's brilliant! Everything's brilliant all the time. But I guess they don't have a gigantic 200-mile long desert they could just drive along for 5 hours straight in London.
They have to squeeze their whole country into one island.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's all steamy shoe, The shoes are gonna stink in England.
Is that true? This is news to me. You guys, are you aware of this? If you live in England, your shoes are gonna stink.
Your house is gonna have mildew on the wall.
You're gonna have mildew on your face.
Ask anybody in the chat. Anyone from England, you got mildew on the wall.
Goes to Australia once. Where are all the trees? Australia has kangaroos instead of trees. They traded in. This is not my brother. This is my friend Cameron. He's from Los Angeles. We both come from Arcadia originally.
My mom's from Australia, though, the land of the, what is that tree? That yucky tasting tree that the koalas live in?
Eucalyptus?
Yep, they've got their eucalyptus trees over there.
We've got eucalyptus trees right here, too.
Yep.
I've got some ukes, as I like to call them. Gotta have a cute nickname for them. I've got some ukes growing up on the berm here, uninvited. I don't know where they came from. Yeah, you're descended from criminals, Cameron.
But what if I was the guard? What if I descended from the guards?
They didn't put any guards. They just said
there's no guards. It's just
you criminals just figure it out yourselves.
Yeah. Or maybe that's why I have all my skills, Fly Guy.
Yeah. I've noticed that Cameron is remarkably good at wrestling crocodiles.
Yep.
That doesn't come from nowhere.
I barbecue shrimp all the time.
His Ancestry.com profile says he's mostly from Sydney, but partially from Melbourne.
We call it Melbourne.
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 Those Australians. That's not pronounced Melbourne. It's pronounced Melbourne. They need to learn how to speak their own language. See, I'll show you a uke. Got a uke popping up right over here. Uninvited ukes. That's a uke. Yep. Eucalyptus tree popping up out of nowhere like it's nobody's business. Oh, I'll just grow right here. You don't mind, do you? I do mind, uke. I'm gonna build a big wall to keep you ukes out. But they just climb right over the wall. Apparently. What am I doing? Oh, right. I'm waiting for the drugs to take effect. They seem to be kicking in. I'm walking around now. Like a real Rory Calhoun. That's in the sunlight one. Ah, refreshing sunshine. Nothing more refreshing than a warm glass of sunshine on a cool autumn's morn. It gets late. It gets light so late right now. When do they drop the clocks back? Rachel was telling me November. Are you serial? It didn't even get light till 6:30 in the morning. Eucalyptus trees are very invasive and inflammable. Inflammable meaning they don't burn down. Eucalyptus is the platypus of trees. Is that what you're saying? Fair enough. Fair enough. I agree with you. Eucalyptus is the platypus of trees. Getting some leaf color change here in the gully. Some autumnal yellows are beginning to predominate in the color scheme here. We haven't really gotten any reds or oranges. There's a few little oranges across the way there, but mostly just yellows, some yellows. But as it gets later, maybe the colors will get a little darker. And then everyone will be like, oh my God, look at that foliage. Those leaves are different colors. Because who doesn't love looking at leaves? Everybody loves it. That's why Vermont exists. Have I ever hugged a tree? Yeah, I've hugged a tree or two. Inflammable means flammable? What a country! Oh, Dr. Nick. It just has to say it's fire resistant. Well, I think I might just, now you're making me want to just chop down that little eucalyptus tree. And just say, get out of here, eucalyptus. Get out of here. I only want trees that easily catch fire around here. Surround the house with very dry, very flammable balsa wood trees. Fire retardant is good. Eucalyptus is a fire retardant tree. And that it makes fire more retarded. Oh, which way should I burn? I don't know. I got high off this eucalyptus tree. Okay, no sage. Inflammable means able to catch fire. But I still understood that that's not what he was likely to have meant, right? Based on the context, I concluded that he likely meant it was not flammable. And I was correct in concluding that. Inflammable with an E is when you leave the country to catch on fire. Okay? Inflammable with an I is when you come into the country to catch on fire. Even I realized that money with the politicians with the eucalyptus tree is to koala bears. Food, water, shelter, and something to crap on. Context made me think he was saying they were particularly combustible. No, I thought he meant they weren't, because that's what makes them so invasive, because they don't burn down in the forest fire and all that's left is more eucalyptus trees. But I get why you would. We both made reasonable intuitive leaps regarding his logic. I just happen to be correct. Not because my intuitive leap was more determined than yours, it's just it just happened to be right. Alright, I'm gonna chop this down. Oh, you're a tough one. Oh, things are tough to cut. I'm gonna need to get the better cutters. Australia has 700 varieties of eucalyptus tree. All of them spawned from the devil. Eucalyptus. You say you can't pollute this, but you can pollute this. Eucalyptus. I'm gonna cut down a eucalyptus tree.
You're cutting down the koala's home?
Yes, because while it's still small,
Oh, okay.
before it grows into a monster and I start being inundated with koala bears. Rachel's like, ah! What, Rachel? There's another koala bear in the kitchen. Shoot, get out of here, koala bears. Oh, you let one eucalyptus tree grow in your yard, and all of a sudden you're just swarming with koala bears. Okay. This time I'm going to get it with these ones. Take that, motherfucker. Take that. All right, I got it. Eucalyptus tree. Australia. Stay in Australia, eucalyptus trees. We don't need your kind around here. You know, eucalyptus is covered in what? Where are my glasses? How did I lose them so fast? What you gonna do on a Sunday evening? Write some terrible songs about lemons. Stand by the lemon tree. We are saved from the evil eucalyptus. Yes. You're welcome, everybody. I killed in the name of Jesus. We should call Fish and Wildlife. Yeah. Can I cut down a eucalyptus tree? It's about 1 foot tall. Yeah, it's in my front yard. Kind of like, behind the table. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. What if there's a koala bear in it? Yeah, it is just about 1 foot tall, but I haven't really looked carefully to see if there are any koalas in there. Should I just kill the koala? Yes? No? They'll give me herpes? Apparently koalas will give you herpes. I don't know. That's what I hear anyway. Maybe that's just the anti-koala propaganda league filling my head with lies about koala bears. But the ironic thing is koala bears are neither bears nor koalas. They're actually a form of snake. One of nature's furriest snakes.
Nobody imagines the alien visitors being soft, slow, and cuddly like koalas. That's why they get away with living right in front of you.
Nobody's ever been successfully raised in the wild by a family of koala bears. And the reason is because people need to eat something more than just eucalyptus leaves. What's for dinner tonight, koala family? More eucalyptus leaves. Can we have something else, please? What do you mean this is all we eat? We must eat something besides eucalyptus leaves.
How about a eucalyptus pie?
No, how about something without any eucalyptus in it, okay?
Why, we have some jello gelatin eucalyptus for you here.
I feel like I'm always like eating medicine around here. It's terrible. Ever since I moved in with the koalas, things have been terrible.
Eucalyptus jerky, you'll feel better.
I don't want any more eucalyptus, Mom.
Certainly, this balm of eucalyptus rubbed right around your neck will feel better, make you feel good.
Now, Sonny, just eat your eucalyptus.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I'm serious. I can't stand any more eucalyptus. Can I just get like some bread or something?
Mom, I'm allergic to eucalyptus.
No, I don't need eucalyptus reparation therapy. This poor boy who was raised by koalas.
I only eat gluten now, Mom. I'm moving to a farm.
He just said, "No, Mom, I get it. Eucalyptus is gluten free. That doesn't mean I should eat nothing but eucalyptus." Then, somewhere in Australia, on Australian TV, they'll have a show, like a 2020, talks about the challenges of this boy who was raised by koalas, who's transitioned into human society. They show him at a restaurant, and he's got a plate full of eucalyptus leaves in front of him. Yeah, well, old habits die hard. I was pretty much forced to eat eucalyptus like my whole childhood, so now I guess my body's kind of adapted to it.
You know, mate, they don't have any organic eucalyptus in here.
He doesn't even have an Australian accent though, because he was raised by koalas and they have American accents.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Everybody knows that koalas have American accents.
What about pandas? Do they have Japanese accents?
They have Chinese accents. Chinese sounds so horrible compared to Japanese. Japanese is a beautiful sounding language. Chinese sounds like people going no no at each other. It's horrible.
My neighbors hate. I'm sorry. My parents hate their new neighbors because they're like fresh from China, and that's what they do. They just every once in a while, it's just a very angry yell
Just
throughout the condo.
nasal sound at top volume. Yeah. I worked for a business that had almost all Chinese or Taiwanese clients, and the boss would answer the phone. Hello? Dwe, 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 dwe. Bye bye.
Okay.
Dwe boo dwe wadani. Dwe boo dwe means, am I right or am I right? Or maybe it means, am I right or am I wrong? But it means, am I right or am I right? Okay. This one, ready for scissor time, I think. And I'm not talking about the lesbian sex. I'm talking about these scissors.
Somebody asked recently, why are men into lesbian porn? What do you think that would be?
Well, because they get to look at naked chicks doing sexual stuff.
I think it's because you don't have to look at dongs. I don't think it's about the lesbianism at all, but like to not see a dong, that would make perfect sense.
Well, you and I have, interestingly different frames of reference. Yours is dong avoidant.
Yeah.
Mine says, well, there's naked chicks.
Well, I mean, I want to see
Two
only
sides of
naked.
the same coin, I guess.
I certainly want to see the naked chicks, but I want to see. I don't want to be staring at a dong. So if there's only naked chicks, then less
But
dong.
if they're just scissoring, I mean, it's going to be a little dull.
Well, they do have their strap-ons and whatnot. That's true.
Okay. Doing some trim, trim, trimity, trim, trim, trim. Trim, trimity, trim, trimity, trim, trim, tree. I'm going to trim all this weed that you see. Trim, trimmery, trim, trimmery, trim, trim, true. I'm gonna trim all this weed, now it's true.
What would you do if a weed branch did break?
And I would rage in the dun.
What would you do if I diarrheaed?
I don't know. Let's not find out. Okay. Manicure, but manicure. This thing is starting to come around. Got a little bit more to go before it's closet ready, but
You know what we could do?
what's that?
Just get anything. Put like one screw into your tree. Put like a piece of 2x4 right here, and just have a clip. Clip them. Just like one screw, not to fuck the tree up, but like something to put a clamp on.
We could.
I'm sure I've got a long screw. I'm sure I've got it all. I'll make that happen if you approve.
I mean, you mean like to hang them to dry there, or you mean to hang them to work on them?
To hang them to work on, clip them.
Oh, I see.
Work on them.
Yeah.
That works for you.
Yeah, you can do that, sure. Yeah. Put a screw in there or something, it's fine. No, I don't think I noticed it in real time. Maybe you guys did, maybe you didn't. But Cameron switched over from Chim Chimmery to Willy Wonka, and I didn't even notice it. No, 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 no. Oompa loompa, oompa dee doo. I've got another secret for you. Oompa loompa oompa dee dee. I've got another secret for me. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Something like that. There's some meows one way or the other. A few meows here, a few meows there. This is looking pretty manicure-ish. Marie Curie, Queen of the Manicure, inventor of manicuring weed, Marie Curie. Later, screwed around with the radioactive stuff and killed her. She should have just kept manicuring weed. Okay. Well, let me do a little bit more here. This one's good to go in the closet. Bam. You wrote it. Sugar glider. Sugar glider. I ain't your sugar glider. That's what people call somebody who has glide flaps that they're taking advantage of. Oh, that's just my sugar glider. I get free glide rides. Okay. I don't need to get all maniacal about it. Good enough is good enough. Find some more room in the drying closet. Okay, I'm going to cut this little branch off here. And stick it. Ooh. Right about there, I'd say. God damn it, go in. Okay. Cut that stem a little shorter. Try a different spot. How about there? There we go. That's a good spot. Alright. Now this one. God damn it. Alright. This can go right there. And now we got this one. This I can trim off this branch. Like so. So I've got a smaller stem to work with. I can diagonal cut it so it fits into a smaller slot. Then I will stick it Stick it, stick it, stick it where? Stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it in your hair. Put it right down there. There we go. It's a good place for you. All right. Doing pretty good. Makes me feel like some kind of world champion of majesty. Is that your phone, Cameron?
Oh, that is, yeah, let me set this down on the road. It connects to my iPad in a way that is sort of annoying.
Doc Holliday steps out of the shadows and says, I'm your sugar glider.
Yeah.
You can glide on me with my sugar glider.
I figured it'd be easier for you to get to know that.
My name's Glide Flaps. And
Unless it looks like something got me.
I'm a sugar glider. Okay, what am I doing right now? I was kind of gonna do a little bit more mortaring, but I don't have to do that now. Cameron and I may go out into the woods a bit, take a little hike. We'll have to end the stream, but depending on whether I've got bars. I could restart it on the hike. Depending on where I go. I am Steve Rogers, aka Sugar Glider. Glide some sugar on me, baby. Sweeten up this ice skating rink. How many people here love ice skating more than anything in the world? Me? Yep. Unfortunately, I can't do it because I constantly fall down. Fall on my ass and hurt myself. I had to give up my one true deep passion in life, ice skating.
It worked really well to have it hung up like that. Like,
Cool.
really quite well.
So how did you hang it to it?
I just clipped it with a clamp.
Oh, clamp.
Yeah, but it's also sort of dangerous to leave there, so I'll make sure to take it down and not just leave it there forever.
Okay. Yeah, look, I think we can all agree after much discussion that the eucalyptus tree is the worst invasive species since that one plant that took over the South, kudzu or whatever it's called.
The wisteria?
No,
Wisteria infection?
Wisterias. Wisterias, I don't think are very invasive. You know, a long time ago we heard a lot about the Africanized killer bees, but I've yet to encounter any Africanized killer bees. All the bees I've encountered are regular American bees. So, I think the invasiveness of the Africanized killer bees has been overstated. And what made them Africanized anyway? Did they go on some sort of cultural tour of Africa, visiting different nations and
Tribal behavior. It's actually a whole racist meme, the Africanized bee.
is it racist? They no longer say they've been Africanized?
Now they call them African Americanized. No, that's even more racist. No, I don't know.
All parts of the kudzu plant, the leaves, roots, flowers, and white vine tips are edible, though the seeds and pods are not. The leaves can be deep fried or stuffed like grape leaves. Really? Because they're a man-made hybrid bee made with an African species. And why did they make them? So that they would make more honey or something? No, no, Sage. They didn't breed the bees with people from Africa. They bred the bees with bees from Africa.
That's what you think.
I mean, they tried to breed the bees with people from Africa, but the bee wives just couldn't carry the babies to term. They're too small. They're trying to make a bee that's easier to harvest honey from. And they made the opposite, didn't they? It's harder to harvest honey from a killer bee than it is from a regular bee. But how much honey do we need anyway? Who eats that much honey? It used to be that honey was the only kind of sugar that existed a long time ago. I bet the killer bee honey tastes even better the more things they've killed. The more the killer bees kill, the better their honey tastes.
The more human flesh they eat, you get human flesh flavored honey.
They extract pollen from their victims.
I had a carpenter bee start eating my leg once.
Yeah?
I looked down and there was this mostly black thing just chewing a hole in my leg, but it has its own anesthetic, so you can't tell. And then it left, and I had a hole, I don't know, a quarter-inch hole in me, bleeding blood.
Locals harvest bee eggs in Indonesia is considered a delicacy. Bee eggs? Well, how many bee eggs does it take to make a bee egg omelet? I gotta go to the bathroom.
It's gonna be a lot of bee eggs.
Yeah, it will. I wonder if bee eggs have a lot of vitamin D in it. Is that a bee?
It's a bee making bee eggs.
Oh, making a bee omelet?
A
With
bee
bee
omelet,
eggs?
yeah, that's it. Bee omelet is what it
Let me turn this around. This is a free art lesson for everybody. How to draw a bee making a bee omelet out of bee eggs. And why to draw that. We'll return when Cameron's finished his picture and see how it turns out. Let this go back awake. Bee larva with natto. I wonder if you can make deviled bee eggs.
is. Ooh.
It's the bees cooking. Well, it's not babies. They're not fertilized eggs, okay? It's like chickens. If one of their eggs breaks, they eat it. Free art lesson. Step 1, get a pencil. Step 2, get a paper. Everything you need to know to make art. Hit the bong. I will, Michael Patrick Bernier 420. I shall and will, indeed. I wish I had a better bowl than this.
Not a spare bowl. You need a bowl?
Well, does it have a bigger hole? This is like it got a narrow urethra.
Let's see. Here, I'll throw you this. See if that's what you need.
Oh.
I don't know what else is there. Could be God knows what in there. Fun stuff.
This goes. Let's see. Oh, it must not fit in there.
Yeah, that would be my logic there.
Let's see how this works. Perhaps it shall work better. Thank you for lending me this.
Yeah, you just take it. I've got a shitload of stuff. You can have it. Just give me back the container.
Thank you. I will. All right. Here we go. I don't think that usually happens, no switch. Now, this bowl is better. You can see clearly what's going on, for one thing. Remember, I was watching this one episode of Naked and Afraid where they were in Africa and this lady was on her period and she was all like, I just need to bleed onto Mother Africa. But you don't need to make it like some special spiritual event. Like, you're not doing that with your poop and your pee. Why would you do it with your period blood? The fuck? Like, this is returning to my essence. I'm simply bleeding onto Mother Africa. Lady, you're filthy, you're naked, you're lying in the dirt. There's no reason to be romanticizing your period. She was very hippy dippy, is right. But you know, she actually turned out to be a good survivalist. After her partner was unhappy a bit because when her period started, she went into this like, I'm not doing anything now. I'm just bleeding into Mother Africa. But once it was over, she was very effective, and it didn't end up causing. It looked like it was going to cause some strife, but he didn't. Sometimes people have very different perspectives on survival and cause a lot of conflict. Like one partner is like, we must be as productive as possible every minute of the day, and the other partner is like, I'm conserving energy. And then you have one partner's like, you got to do what you got to do to improve your situation every day. The other partner's like, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
My foot hurts right now, though.
But you know what? I'm here to show and to prove to everybody that I'm a strong woman. They often say that. I talk to the ladies before they go out there.
How about I'm doing it for my kids who meanwhile are not with their parents.
Well, you do hear that period where they say, I'm doing this so I can show my son that you can put your mind to it, you can do anything, including stay outside naked in the wilderness for 3 weeks.
You could not make sandwiches and special notes for your boy while he's in elementary school because you're out, with some guy naked.
Look, Julie, look what your mother did. I ate bugs in the dirt while my period blood got all over everything. Isn't that wonderful?
And I got rubella.
You
I'll
could
have
try
it
it
forever.
too someday. Someday you could do this too. You could go out there, you get your parasites. I drank the water without boiling it, and unfortunately, a little bit of our waste products have gotten in there. But that's all part of the adventure. Let's make pancakes from placenta. Then you'll know what it is. It's a pancake from placenta, and placenta's where it is.
Oh, that's another place like Cucamonga. I'd rather go to Cucamonga than to Placenta.
Well, that's placentia.
Well, that's the problem. Who's gonna remember which way it is?
I think placentia might be the plural of placenta anyway.
Hmm.
Placentium.
What sounds really nice, and I doubt is Hawaiian Gardens.
Well,
Doesn't
what?
that sound nice?
It's fine. They've got a casino there. They've got a card club.
Oh, is it fine? Okay, I think maybe I just heard it.
I mean, that's the only thing you ever would go there for is the card club casino.
Or a used car for sale on Craigslist or something.
Yeah, maybe. And you're, fuck, I gotta go almost all the way to Long Beach on the 605. That's how far away Hawaiian Gardens is. But depending on the time of day, there might be no traffic if you go like in the middle of the night. Placentia sounds like a lost Atlantis. Placentia was a suburb of the city of Atlantis. It was on kind of the more foresty side of the island. They were there was talk about them seceding a la Quebec, but then a big catastrophe that sank the whole island into the ocean, causing almost the entire population of Atlanteans to die, except for the few who knew how to swim. And there's a lesson there for all of us. You never know when swimming is going to be important enough to save your life. So learn to swim today.
Turns out that's why swimming is now mandatory to pass your swimming test to graduate high school because of that very event.
Yeah. Just don't swim in cold water, though, because I want to remind you of this important lesson as well. Cold water, it's a watery grave. Placentia sank because of the evil eucalyptus. Well, right, the Atlanteans had genetically bred the eucalyptus tree to feed their abominations that they called koalas. And pretty soon, the island objected to all the eucalyptus trees and decided to have a big earthquake and fall into the sea. Taking the perfectly innocent community of Placentia along with it, only to have a totally different place named Placentia years later in the Los Angeles area. You know what's a shitty name for a city? It's in the Los Angeles area. Downey.
Yeah, that's true.
I live in Downey.
What are you, depressed?
No abandonment. I live in Downey. Having an intellectual disability at times. Saw a commercial the other day for, like, I guess hire people who are retarded or something. That's this lady saying with a super nasally voice. Sometimes having an intellectual disability can be hard. I was like, why are we having a commercial about this? What, like, who in the world said, you know what, let's raise a bunch of money, let's make this dumbass commercial, and let's broadcast it during the baseball game? Even though it costs shit tons, because we're raising awareness about how valuable retarded people are in society. Well, that's fine, but I don't know if you're really changing any hearts and minds with that commercial. Like when I'm hiring, somebody comes in and they're mentally retarded, I'm just going to say, well, what job is this that you're trying to do here that you're applying for? And are you really going to be able to do a good job? No, thing. But I'm asking you, Steve, are you going to be able to do a good job? Steve. Okay. Next. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't get sued for being discriminatory, but I just couldn't hire Steve. And the honest reason is because he was too retarded. And then, like, the next week, Steve's replaced me as the senior manager. What should we do, Steve? We need to go over the quarterly profit reports. I'm finished. We know that, Steve. Guys, you know, he's a tough boss, but he's fair. Most of all, he's Steve. So anyway, sometimes having an intellectual disability can be hard. Take it from me. Hi, I'm host Eric, and I'm profoundly mentally retarded. When I was younger, I got teased a lot. Other children would say, "What's wrong with you? You're so retarded." And "Why can't you think like a normal person?" And it would hurt my feelings. I'd say, "It's because of my retardation. Have pity on me. Don't ostracize me or treat me as though I'm less than human." But the other children simply scoffed and laughed, pointed and sneered. And so that's why today I am heading Organization for the Better Treatment of Retarded People when they're children. I'm not just the president, I'm also the founding member. What about the B picture? What's the progress? Excellent question, Cassie. Excellent question.
No, I just forget about my ideas and then just walk away. There's no B picture being worked on now.
There's no B picture apparently. I didn't know that.
Or I'm working on it right now.
Or he's working on it right now. He is drawing something. I'm gonna have to fill you in on that. I don't know what it is he's drawing, but it could be a B picture. Touch says excellent. Do you say it like this? Excellent, like Mr. Burns. I tell you what's a super villain. Vanda Pharmaceuticals just seems like a villainous company. I've just seen their ads in the baseball games, and it's like Vanda Pharmaceuticals supporting people in the pursuit of happiness or something like that. It was like for outstanding achievement in the field of excellence. Some just random words that don't mean anything.
AI created mission statement.
Yeah. Excellent.
Eric, have you had to create mission statements for things and places?
Um, yeah, I guess I have created a mission statement or two.
When you have to do it, what does it feel like you're doing?
Feels like you're trying to, choose the face of the thing.
I guess I never wanted to be a real artist because I never could talk about the art. I never could do the BS thing. Mission statements seem sort of like BS, especially now since they're just made by a computer.
Well, I mean, it's like if I were gonna make a mission, I don't remember if I did this or not, but let's say I were to make a mission statement for autonomy debate, it would be um, to instruct students such that they win debate tournaments. To make sure the students understand better the arguments and are better prepared to respond to the arguments and are have a more correct conceptual framework in order to win debates. Something like that. Riddle me this, Riddler. If a pear is a peach, what's a bear? That's right, a beach. And of course, a snare is a sneech. A square is a squeech. I think we should change the word square to squeech. What shape is that thing? It's a squeech. A squeech could be a square with uh, embellishments like curly cues and stuff on it. Right, Winston's mom says she won't tell me what she thinks about the riddle until you got here, Toots. So I've been just waiting this whole time. I technically forgot about it in the interim, but yeah, I did want to know what she thought about the riddle. Is it 3 a.m. there? It was when I started this. It was 8 hours later already. It was 3:30, so it's pushing 8 hours later. I guess I've been streaming for a while. Nobody told me this was going to happen, but then it did. Not you, your son's Eric. Well, okay, but you still wouldn't tell me what it was, regardless of whose it was, until Tuts got here. My answer is Bears to Beach. How many time zones are there in America? Well, there's Pacific, there's Mountain, Central, and Eastern, and Hawaii. 5?
We get all the time.
There might be one I'm missing, but I think there's 5 total. How many time zones are there in your mom?
There's Latin American time zone?
That's not in America. That doesn't count as America, even if it's on the continent of North or South America.
There's African American time zone?
No, that's Juneteenth. I tried Googling the answer after failing to find what I thought was the logical answer. I didn't remove anything. If anybody's suggesting I remove something, no, I did not remove anything. I think I hearted a couple of things. I don't know. Every once in a while, I check the comments, and sometimes I read a couple of them. Sometimes I respond to a couple of them. Sometimes I just heart them. What if someone lives right on the border of a time zone? Well, like if you go to Laughlin, Laughlin has a daylight savings time switch, but across the river, Colorado River in Arizona, in Bullhead City, they stay on standard time all year round. So you can cross the bridge and be an hour earlier or later.
You could sell a business called the Time Machine if you just literally, had land going between the two. I rode the Time Machine and Bullhead to Laughlin or whatever. There's your T-shirt.
As long as you stay on the other side of the river, you can get that extra hour forever. You get to keep it forever and never have to give it back.
Eternal life will be had.
There was nothing in my comment that would make YouTube down removed, I don't think. Alright, so your comment was removed? I thought it was his comment that was removed. Well, I hope that you can remember the gist of your comment and just say what it is now. It was nice work. I really enjoy your content. I was making a big deal about this one for such a banal comment. 5. What does 5 mean? Like I mean, I get what it means. It means a quantity between the integers of 4 and 6. But why did you put it there? Oh, 5 time zones. Oh, I was right. What? Eric knew how many time zones? What? Well, I don't know, Winston's mom. I believe it was something like, if a pear is a peach, why isn't Georgia made out of cheese? Something like that. And the answer is, I don't fucking know. What do I look like? Puzzle Master Joe? Everyone should just go off Greenwich Mean Time. I agree, Blue Baron. The whole world has the same time, and just if like, so 7 in the morning is actually 9 o'clock at night or whatever. You just get used to it. That would just be what 7 o'clock in the morning was.
You'd have to be on 24. You're like, it's 23 and 30 30 minutes or whatever.
The point is, you adjust in your location to being open during the daylight hours, for example. Like so.
Oh.
Let's say.
Well, are you saying 7 a.m. when it's dark in Sweden?
Well, what this guy he's suggesting is this. Like, let's say it's 8 hours later in England than it is here. So right now it's, let's call it 7:20 p.m. in England. Okay. So then, right now in England, businesses would be closing because it's 7:20 in the evening. Here in America, it would also be 7:20 in the evening, but we treat it like it were 11:20 in the morning. We just wouldn't call it that. And over time, we'd all get accustomed to thinking of 7 p.m. as being 11 in the morning.
And you would still use AM and PM, which refers to anti-meridian.
Well, you don't have to. We could switch to all 24-hour, but the point is, the whole world has the same time.
I like that. I think that's the whole world having the same time, but I think you'd have to just not have AM and PM because that refers to where the sun is in the position of where you are.
It's true, Fly Guy, that we couldn't say things like who is calling it this ungodly hour, but I think that's a fair sacrifice to make. It's a reasonable sacrifice to make in exchange for one single time zone. And can't we just get Greenwich Nice Time for once. Why does Greenwich time always have to be such a dick? We should get rid of the days of the week. We just do day and night. You have to have days of the week, Fly Guy.
Get rid of time. Like, hey, I've got an appointment. You know, I'm gonna go. Why don't I come in tomorrow? What time? Tomorrow. What time? Yeah. See
Okay,
you
well,
tomorrow.
if you have keeping tomorrow, you still have some time.
Okay, just a day.
What about you just have later and now?
Yeah.
Get rid of the months and just have 365 numbered unique days. So meet you at the coffee shop on 282 at 1300 hours Greenwich Mean Time. That's how they do it in Africa, just later and now.
Each day should have a unique name, like Thomas Jefferson or something. You know.
Each day?
Yeah. Each of the 365 days, one will be called Grand Canyon. One will be called.
Well, they all should end with day, though. So, like Grand Canyon Day.
Grand Canyon Day, Martin Luther King Day.
Reading Glasses Appreciation Day.
Make sure you pooped enough day.
Regularity Appreciation Day, what would it be called? What about the prickly pear? I think fruit is scary, is what I was talking about. Because I was probably saying how when I buy fruit and I think it's been sitting around for too long, I get this anxiety about am I going to eat it before it goes bad? Although I get that less bad now because I have a compost pile. I don't feel as bad about it going back, so at least it's useful in the compost pile. What's more prickly than a prickly pear? Most prickly things. I'm get anxiety about eating an apple. I don't want to find a worm. Have you ever found a worm while eating an apple? I think that's just in the cartoons.
There's going to be a hole on the outside of the apple where something got in there. Worms don't just come from the inside very often.
Maybe it's an earthworm that gets into the dirt that gets sucked up by the tree and goes all the way up and into the apple from the inside.
Through the phloem and the xylem?
Yeah, through the phloem and the xylem.
Through, what is that? Not dissipation, but what is it when water goes from one place to another?
Osmosis?
Diffusion.
Diffusion?
The worm diffuses through the plant cells.
Flowing over there. Flowing over there, I think is the science word. I've been into a date and there was a wasp inside. Okay. Like I think biting into your date is worse than her having a wasp inside of her. Ultimately, you should not be penetrating the flesh of your date in an eating like fashion like that. She probably had the wasp in there to protect her in case you should happen to bite into her, as you did. You drank a can of cola and there was an earwig inside. I drank a drink that I'd left outside for a little while and there was a bee in it one time.
Found a live spider in my Brita filter in the bottom part of it. Water filter thing.
Really?
It was alive. It was like doing its thing because I just caught it in there. But it had to go under that lid and find its way in. Like, I want to go in here and then go all the way in the bottom and get stuff. Yeah. Why did you do that?
Death wish, I guess. It was like, I can't catch flies. The lady spiders don't like me. I'm just gonna go in this Brita. Insects can survive a long time submerged. Well, it depends what you submerge them in, Fly Guy. They don't survive very long when submerged in molten lava. So I think Cameron is, making good progress on his picture. He seems to be heading towards, at some point, a
Yeah, I'm a
successful
couple minutes away
conclusion
from
of
the
it.
picture being.
And you'll be able to look at it.
Found another dead pen. That's unfortunate.
I want to remind everybody about the old lady who swallowed the fly. You don't want to be like her and have to end up swallowing a succession of larger and larger animals to eat the previous one. So, word of advice, don't swallow any flies. If you do swallow a fly, don't swallow a spider to catch the fly. You're just setting up on a downward spiral to Neverland, where Michael Jackson's ghost will haunt you forever. The itsy bitsy spider on the water spout. Out came the water and out the water came. Something like that. You know, that one.
Ooh, you got a little baby lizard.
Oh, yeah?
Right over here. He's like a 2-3 incher. Very cute.
Oh, I see him.
Very cute size. That's the size that almost will let you hold it because it just doesn't know anything yet.
Yeah, I was trying to put it outside. Okay, mister. Let me try to get you. So that the cats don't. I got him in my hand. Now let's go put him somewhere where he's more well adapted for survival. Someplace like over here. You're free. There. He's so little and you must look so tall. Well, regardless, I saved him because that's not a good place for him to be. The cats will not leave him alone to enjoy hunting inside the house or whatever. He might have liked the pond. But you can't always get what you want, little lizard. Yeah, I'm glad it did too. I try to save critters when I have the opportunity, like if I see a snake in the road or something, or a turtle, or tarantula. I'll try to, if I can, pull over and help it across the street so it doesn't get run over. But I do kill scorpions. I don't preserve their sanctity of life. Let's see if Cameron's done with his picture. After which I'll probably end this stream. Though I may stream again later.
Getting close to finished on this guy.
Cool. Just let me know when you're done with it and I'll show it to the people. Then I'll probably end the live stream. But until I do, it would be unfair of me not to rap for you. Mountain Man, we are watching, as always watching. Doing what we're doing when we're squatching and we're watching. What you doing? You're wearing a swatch? That's the kind of watch that makes me squatch. Makes me go out and look for Sasquatches. That's what they call squatching on the TV. Hi. Hello. How do you do? The year is 1982. We're gonna sing a rap song every day. Sing a rap song and make it play. 1982 is a rapping time. We make a rap song and we make it rhyme. We go to DM and DMI. A DMI in minor is Y. And then we go to B flat. And what do? You go back to rapping. It's 1982. Let's rap. Come on, let's rap. Don't be afraid to do it at all. Let's rap. Or let's rap. Or let's rap. No, not like packages. But don't wrap packages. Or wrap these words while you are grabbing some crappages. Then you'll know what it means to be a rapper like me too. And an MC like you would want to be if you could be. And you can. Now let's advance to 1983. Yeah, I'm rapping again, climbing a tree, rapping around cause it's 1983 and I'm rapping with my sound, rapping with my hand, rapping with my face and I'm rapping on the land, rapping in the sand, rapping on the face, rapping where? Rapping all over the place, oh yeah. Everybody says, you're such an excellent rapper. I say, yes I am, and let me spell it, Sam. I said, R-A-P-P-E-R, rapper. G, what? That's what you are, Eric, a rapper. What you be? I'll be a rapping G, oh yeah. And everybody loves my rap songs all of the time. And everybody says Eric sings some rap songs rhyme. And they say, did you invent this thing that you call rapping? It's kinda like you're singing, but you're talking some crap and saying, hey, look at me. I'm a rap singing rap star, yes indeed. Hey, look at me. I like to rap with you and you can rap with me. What do you say about that? You say, wee, let's go. Come on, let's rap. There you go. I would like to take this moment to nominate Eric for a lizard Tyrion Nobel Prize. I don't know what lizard
Lizardtarian?
Tyrion is, but I do know what a Nobel Prize is. It comes with money, so I want it.
Alright, I've got my drawing ready for
The drawing is ready for the folks at home.
It was inspired by how many bee eggs would it take to make an omelet. Turns out there's a bee quality league that doesn't approve of that sort of thing.
Bee quality league.
Yep.
I like that, Cameron. I like that there's a bee quality league. And so what they're saying, the bee eggs are equal to a bee?
They're saying stuff like that. They're saying, there's other.
It's basically a bee pro-life movement.
They don't like the whole Africanized bee name.
Oh, I see.
So it's actually an Africanized bee movement. Before this is just a subgenre of
This is just a regular bee, though, who identifies as an Africanized bee.
They call themselves LBQ.
And had his teeth sharpened to make himself look tougher?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know what? I think he's going to have gold ones, actually.
Oh, gold
He's
teeth.
not a hypocrite. He just likes the way it looks.
That's exciting. He's a
Right,
bee
so-
making omelets.
So, do we want to go on our adventure before eating some food?
We could eat some food. I could eat a little food first, I think. Do you want me to cook some bacon?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Sure.
All right. I could cook bacon. Might as well stream while I'm cooking bacon. And this. Go out in the woods and let's see if we have any bars. Probably we won't have any bars. How many bacon could a bacon chuck if a bacon chuck could chuck bacon? This is one of the age-old questions philosophers have mused about for decades. The answer is 1.5 new packs of bacon, 1 pack of old bacon. New packs of bacon are only 12 ounces, not 16. Thanks a lot, shrinkflation.
Really? Bacon's not even bacon size anymore?
No, 12 ounces of bacon. It used to be if you cooked full package of bacon, you're gonna get pretty darn full of bacon by the time you ate it all. Now you still do if you're just eating it by yourself, but it's like, it's less bacon. Just put it that way. It's not as much bacon.
It's always supposed to be the way they rip them off. It's like, how the fuck is the same in my bacon? I mean, you'll get the same amount, but the price.
Well, the price went up too, it seems like. But, everything's expensive these days. Ridiculous. All I want is free everything. What's the problem with that?
Where's my government bacon?
The government should be giving me more bacon.
I hate the government. Where's my government bacon?
Why am I paying taxes if the government's not going to be giving me bacon? I believe when I paid my tax this year, I saw on there bacon providing tax. No, you didn't. That's not in the tax code. They've been pulling the same deal with hot dogs and buns for ages. I would like to look for mushrooms in the woods. That's a good idea, Ted. That should be.
I know a place we can look for it. We could be there in 3 minutes.
Well, here we can go down there and look at those. That's true. But if we spot any mushroomy looking spots out there, we should. If I see something that I can clearly identify as psilocybin, which I probably can, then I would definitely pick it and eat it.
Wow. Okay. How do you identify it versus anything else?
Well, I mean, I know what psilocybin mushrooms look like, but I would dry it before I ate it anyway to make sure, because I know best what it looks like when dry.
Take some photos, get some opinions first or something,
Yeah.
or just like pop it in your mouth.
Pull it out. Stick it in. I suspect that most mushrooms that you might eat aren't going to kill you. There's only a few of them that are really bad, probably. But psilocybin mushrooms are rather unique looking with their blue veins of blueness.
I guess since I never really liked mushrooms to eat them as a food, I'm probably more. Oh, plus the puking thing, even with the ones you want,
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm sort of squeamish of the whole.
Nobody should eat mushrooms for food. Only reason you could possibly have a good enough reason to eat a mushroom is because it gets you high.
Exactly.
The mushrooms are inherently gross and should not be eaten by anybody. Okay, so today's lesson is how to cook bacon. You're going to need a pan, and what I did in this pan is I started off with a little bit of white wine at the bottom, just so the bacon wouldn't stick. And it would separate out a little faster because it's getting a little bit of steaming in there. And I'm taking a package of frozen bacon, putting it directly in the pan, because I never know when I'm going to use bacon. So I can't leave it in the fridge. It'll go bad before I use it. I'll start having this horrible anxiety thing that I have with fruit. Like, oh God, I need to eat that soon. It's gonna go bad, and then it makes me like avoid eating it for some reason. It's horrible. So by freezing the bacon, I don't have to worry about that. It's always going to be fresh when it's ready for when I'm ready to eat it. Whether that's tomorrow or 2 months from now. I'm going to put a little bit more liquid in there. This time instead of wine, I just put a little water. Not too much. Just enough to prevent it from burning / sticking, and they encourage it to separate more, so it'll have more steam in there. You kind of got to babysit your frozen bacon, as you would your fresh bacon too, but make sure that you get it all separated as quickly as possible. Get them evenly cooked. My dad always used to cook bacon in the microwave.
There was a time of a lot of microwave propaganda, like, look, you can do this in it. And it was all lies, as you know. You shouldn't do everything in the
You
microwave.
can cook the most delicious Thanksgiving dinner of all using your microwave.
Pizza? Do you like pizza? How about in the microwave? Yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays, people just use microwave for very specific things, like heating up a bowl of soup. Heating up leftovers gets microwaved a lot, but
Leftovers.
frozen dinners and heating up beverages.
Yep.
That's my number one microwave use of all, is heating up old coffee.
Boiling water, if you boil water, can be done in the microwave, but I like the pan more.
Rachel does it in the microwave when she's making a cup of noodles. She boils the water first.
Dealing with the whole fire is like, you know, some people don't like the environmental qualities of burning fire indoors. So the microwave is much less like that.
I'm actually kind of surprised now that you mentioned that. They're like, why isn't my kitchen filled with carbon monoxide?
Well, microwave.
If I'm burning, yeah, but if I'm burning all this propane here.
You have well, your HVAC system is going to blend indoor and outdoor air, hopefully. I mean, so that there's always enough fresh air.
What if it's off?
Well, it's off, but look how much airspace you have in here. You know, you'd have to burn up all the oxygen in the house and replace it with all the bad stuff for it to matter. Does that make sense?
Well, I think we're for it, but it just seems like if I were to be, say, using a barbecue in here, the house would fill with carbon monoxide, right?
Absolutely, because that would be, think about the amount of stuff turning into flame, and think of all that chemical reaction versus you just burning some gas on the stove there. The amount of flame is much less. And it's a lot cleaner burning too.
Clean burning propane. I bet if you go in the woods and find a rotting tree deep in a draw or valley where there is a good canopy above. Bingo. Thank you, Tess, for the advice. I will keep that in mind.
Well, that's the thing that we can go peek at just down the hill right here, that fallen tree hole thing.
Yeah, Cameron and I did sprinkle some dried up psilocybin mushrooms in this hole over here in hopes that maybe they grow there. Because the other mushrooms were growing there. I've looked at it since then and haven't seen any psilocybin, but it did rain not long ago, so maybe now's a good time to look. As soon as the bacon's done, we can go look at that. I'm cooking bacon with my hands, cooking bacon with my hands, cooking bacon for everyone. Unfortunately, only Cameron and I are gonna actually take advantage of this because
Lucky for us.
it'll be cold by the time you get here, you people from the internet. Esoteric. Yeah, but that's not magic mushrooms, are they? They might know somewhere, someone. Would you kiss a man for world peace? I mean, I would be an idiot to think that whoever's promising me the outcome of world peace if I kiss a man would be able to follow through on that promise. But no, regardless, because it would be wicked and violating my commitment to my wife. You can't justify things that are inherently wicked by pointing to purported positive outcomes. That's just utilitarianism. Have you tried laughing gas? Yes, too much. I've tried that.
There's a whole lawsuit thing on, depending on where you bought laughing gas and
No.
yeah, if you buy it from Amazon or like Walmart, there are places that if you have neurological damage or whatever, there's like a class action on
Mm.
antibiotics
That's so fucking dumb. Like, the packaging says, like, don't huff this nitrous. It's bad for you. And you choose to huff it anyway and incur the consequences as I did and Rachel did. It doesn't give you cause to sue them. Because of your willful misuse of it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of ridiculous. The only way to do it is a legal, dangerous thing, and,
I mean, it's understandable why it happens because most of the like scare tactic drug stuff is just all bullshit. It just turns out that nitrous actually has horrible consequences neurologically potentially. You can give yourself permanent neuropathy. And that's not fun. That's something you want to have happen to you. You're going to feel quite dumb or guilty, actually both. I get it, it's fun to have nitrous. And it is true that Rachel and I have an obscene amount of it. But, nevertheless, we got a squirrel outside eating seeds and a Stellar's jay.
Did we figure out if Tuts is Toots or Tuts?
I'm pretty sure Tuts is Tuts. I don't think it's Toots. Because I think, to me, Toots seems like a word like doll face. Like something in the olden days people used to call ladies. Like,
It's in the black and white case.
hey, quiet down there, Toots. The men are talking.
I think you got used for it. Make me a drink, huh? That's not good.
Thanks, dollface. You're a real square broad. Mushrooms like weed are natural. Peyote is the golden grail. You is silent in Tuts, so it's well, it's harder to say than Tuts. I don't like mescaline. I don't know. Mescaline is not, it's not a pleasant drug, you know. It's kind of super jacky. It's super speedy, but not really in a good way. Can make you very irritable. But it does combine well with mushrooms. So if you want to do mescaline, take it at the same time as you take mushrooms. You'll really get a lot of melting world phenomena, but it'll be fine. Ideally, don't do quite as much mescaline as I did, because that's probably definitely too much mescaline, which I then had to balance out with some mushrooms that I got later, so I was too mescalined up. I haven't really heard people describe mescaline very accurately in terms of the trip or the high. It's weird to even classify it as a psychedelic drug, but you can see that it is when you mix it with mushrooms, because you get way more visuals than you would with just the mushrooms. But you don't really get them with just the mescaline that much. It's a weird drug. Okay, we got some real bacon surprise here. The surprise is that it's all bacon and nothing else.
Made from soy. Surprise.
Now this is made from real bacon animals.
We have an all garbanzo bacon here today.
This is made from real Islamic pigs. Guaranteed kosher.
Free range.
Kosher bacon coming right up. You know, maybe the Muslims and the Jews don't get along so well, but one thing they have in common is they both love bacon. Maybe they can come together over their shared love of bacon. I can imagine like Trump doing it, hosting a summit for Palestine and Israel and serving nothing but bacon. That'd be hilarious. And then when they say, we can't eat this, he goes, oh, it's turkey bacon. He just lies, you know. This really is good for turkey bacon. Everyone's like, I love this. And then they see the package on the trash on the way out and it says, bacon made out of pigs. And they're like, oh no, I wasn't supposed to eat that. Yeah, I don't know why either. I'm not getting sick or anything. I'm fine after eating all that bacon. But God said that I'm not supposed to eat bacon. That wasn't God. That was either the Old Testament or Muhammad. Both of them were wrong. just because they didn't know how to cook bacon properly. Yeah, you eat raw bacon, it's not good for you. You gotta cook it, obviously. But it wasn't until Christians invented cooking bacon that it became safe to eat it. I think it was Jesus himself who was the first cooker of bacon. He said, I wonder, instead of trying to eat the raw flesh of the slaughtered hog, we were to try cooking it. Some salt, yes, the stomach section here. Excellent, excellent. Oh my goodness, I've invented bacon. That's what Jesus did one day when he was hanging out in his mom's kitchen. Mary, said Joseph. Yes, Joseph. Your son is making a mess in the kitchen again, and he's eating those filthy pigs that we're not supposed to eat.
Well, you know what, Joseph? He is my son, true, but he's also God's son, so maybe fuck off.
Pick your plate of bacon, sir.
Oh, kick ass. Thank you.
We don't really need a fork. I don't know what I'm doing with a
Yeah,
fork.
no, we eat with our
I'll get paper towels for us.
Listen, Jesus, my son, it's me and your mother, Mary. I understand that you want to eat this pig. But do you also understand that we are Jews and do not eat those animals?
But why, Mom? Why don't we eat them?
Because when you eat them, you get sick.
But what if we were to cook it like the other animals?
Nobody's ever tried that, Jesus. I'm worried. What would the neighbors say?
We'll say, finally, we can do something with all these pigs that are running around.
I mean, eat them? They're filthy creatures. You know what pigs eat, don't you? Dirt.
Mom, pigs do not eat dirt.
Yes, they do, Jesus.
They eat nothing but straight dirt. Oh my God. Jesus goes out and talks to his apostles. Oh my God, my mom is so worried about these pigs. Have you guys on this bacon? Here, bring over your Muslim friends. Oh, they don't exist yet? Okay, well, when they do, introduce them to this, okay? They're gonna like it a lot. Plants don't eat dirt, fly guys. They just swish it around their mouth. God does so much stuff.
Fly guy, plenty of people eat dirt when they're sick or something.
Or with peyote, you mean? You're best to be in the right environmental one. I'll admit, I picked a bad day to take way too much mescaline. It was disastrously bad day for that. Dirt is dirty, Cassie. That's what's wrong with it. Whether you wet it and make it into mud or not, it's the same problem. It's dirty. Okay, I'm gonna go peek down the hill and see if.
Oh yeah, you want to look at the thing? Cool.
Yeah. you eat stones. No, Fly Guys, stones are different. They're not dirty, they're stony. Alright, so let's go down to the Mushroom Depot down here and see if. Oh, it's quite a way down there, huh? Alright, I'm gonna leave you here because I think the Wi-Fi won't go down that far anyway.
What's the best way?
I guess this way.
This isn't a leave the tree, leave them be special. What? This is leave the tree, leave them be. Well, it's not holding out.
Whew. Well, there are no mushrooms in there. I think Cameron and I are gonna drive out into the woods, do a little hike or something.
Yeah, if there's a place you can imagine, you just spot.
I guess maybe we'd be better off going down the road down there is Sweetwater Mine, which is down lower near where water is.
Sure.
Probably where we're more likely to find something like that.
More fun to go somewhere though that's got some water. And the weather's got to be super good the whole day.
Yeah,
63 to sunny and 66 is the high.
we'll find a good place to park it and we'll do some exploring on foot. Sounds fun to me.
Yeah, I'll just go to the bathroom.
Okay. In the stream now, and I'll bring my phone with me, and who knows, maybe we'll have some bars out there. Love you all. See you later. This was 8 hours and 40 minutes of stream. In case you haven't had enough of it, it might be more later.